Yes, thank you. Thank you to everyone.
1, 2, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2. Test, you're on.
Test.
Yeah.
Can we close the door? All rise. We are going to ask the singing of the national anthem by the Bishop Primary School. Remain standing. We are now going to allow an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. May I take you through the rules of how we're going to be taking our business or commencing with our business of the day. May I also remind you that these are the ground rules that will assist in facilitating our business parliament today. Delegates and guests are reminded that this is a formal sitting of the legislature, and therefore some of the standing rules of the legislature, they still apply. And they are as follows. Delegates and guests must keep their cell phones and other devices on silent and not on vibrate, as that may cause some disturbances. This is expected for the duration of the session. Also kindly note that you are expected to raise your hand so that the moderator can acknowledge you when you want to be recognized to speak. This is also applying if you want to raise a point of order or a question of privilege. Delegates are also reminded that Those who are in the chamber will use the microphones that are provided for them when they are recognized by the moderator. The delegates are also requested to stand when addressing the chair in line with the Parliamentary Convention. During debates, you are humbly requested to adhere to the time allocated, and the moderator will make the call to wrap. May I now call Advocate Beja, who is the Executive Manager for Parliamentary Services, for her to come and provide us with credentials and apologies.
Thank you, Chair, Moderator Ms. Dojek. Good morning to yourself and to your co-moderator, Mr. Motsem Fuleni. Good morning to the honorable members. Good morning to, most importantly, the delegates, as well as the panelists and our guests. My task is simple. It is to present the credentials as well as apologies. As far as credentials are concerned, we have in our midst, I'll start with the credentials, then I'll round up with the apologies. We have, this is the Parliament for the business sector, the first of its kind for the Eastern Cape. The legislature has never hosted a Parliament for the business sector. We have previously hosted other sectoral parliaments like your youth, your women, and so on. The credentials are as follows. We have the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Vuyo Jali. If you could just greet the delegates. Deputy Speaker, please. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We have Dr. Tony Duba, who is the chairperson of committees in the legislature and also the political champion for the business parliament. So, if you could kindly greet the delegates. We also have MEC Peters in our midst, the MEC responsible for economic development, environmental affairs, and tourism. She's also on the program representing the Executive Council of the province and standing in for the Honorable Premier. So Mam Peters today is our acting Premier for the day. We also have Honorable Keleko, Mandlakazi Keleko. The beauty seated in front. Honorable Keleko, if you could kindly greet the delegates. Honorable Keleko is the whip responsible for the P&E Committee, Public Participation, Petitions and Education, which is a committee that is also responsible for organizing and coordinating sectoral parliaments on behalf of the legislature. We also have on our midst, we have chased away the honorable members from their seats for the day. And they are seated on the far left corner up there. Thank you, honorable members and the MECs. They're usually seated where the delegates are sitting today. But on a day when we have a sectoral parliament, they become ordinary members of the public and they sit in the gallery. Welcome, honorable members and honorable MECs. Thank you for joining us. We also have in our midst our Khoisan leaders. I don't know where they are seated. We are up there. The traditional leaders, unfortunately have a house sitting today, so they could not join us. But the Khoisan leaders have joined us. Welcome to the legislature. We also have in our midst our troikas, seated right in front of me, from our metropolitan district as well as local municipalities. As guests, we also have guests from the provincial departments. In the gallery, we also have guests from our state-owned enterprises. In the gallery, we also have guests from various organizations representing our corporate partners. We also have in the gallery guests from the chambers of business, organized as well as unorganized. We welcome you to the legislature. They've all been invited, not only those who form part of organized businesses. We also have those that do not fall or are part of the chambers or the business forums. They are all invited and have joined us. We also have Bishop Primary School that gave us that nice rendition of our national anthems. The Bishop Primary School are the champions. They are the National Esterford champions. If you could please give them a round of applause. We're mighty proud of them. And thank you to the principal and the SMT and the SGP for ensuring that they are here. And welcome once again to the chamber. We are administratively as the legislature, otherwise my paycheck would not be signed. We're administratively led by Mrs. Ngakani, Noma Wetu Ngakani, who is the secretary to the legislature. In other organizations, it would be the CEO or head of department, or Mrs. Ngakani seated over there. Welcome, ma'am. We also have various heads of entities. I do not want to call the ones that I see, but I've seen the liquor board, I've seen, yes, I've seen OTP there, yes, but we've invited the heads of the departments as well as the heads of the state-owned entities in the province. We also have panel members, panelists that will be partaking in the business parliament before we invite the delegates. They are seated on my left as well as on my right-hand corner and in the table with the moderators. We have, as part of the panel discussion, a number of organizations to help us to unpack the thematic areas before we then invite the delegates on the thematic areas from their point of view as honor business in the province. Part of the panelists that we have invited is SIDFA, the Land Bank. If you just wave when I call your organization. SIDFA, the Land Bank, ECDC, National Empowerment Fund, sorry. We also have Startup 20, Mr. Jahan is just running late. We have TEXA, SA, welcome. We have SARS, we have Provincial Treasury, we have Isikalo Youth Fund from OTP. We have NYDA, we have Agriculture as the department, as well as ECRDA as the entity under the department, as well as the Agricultural Research Council. Dr. Yelsa, we have, those are just some of our panelists that will then be interacting with you, unpacking the theme from the point of view of their organizations and what they do to support you as the businesses in terms of their mandates as the various organizations, and then we hand over to yourselves. We then, most importantly, have the delegates who are seated where the honorable members ordinarily sit. We have delegates from 8 regions, all 8 regions of the Eastern Cape. That would be our 6 district municipalities, as well as the 2 metropolitan municipalities. We also have in the delegates the business chambers, organized as well as unorganized, seated as well here in the chamber where the honorable members usually sit. As far as the apologies are concerned, we have an apology from the Honorable Premier who has pre-scheduled engagement. We have other apologies from members of the legislature as well as MECs that have been formally submitted, COC. We also must apologize for our Honorable Speaker, who is unfortunately bereaved. I'm sure she is not happy where she is. She would have wanted to be here because this was her brainchild together with her executive committee of the legislature. But unfortunately, she is bereaved. One of her family members passed on. We also, as I had indicated, have an apology from Honorable Premier, and Umam Peters is then standing in. And then we have an apology from Honorable Minister Ndabeni. She is coming from another engagement. She is still coming. So it's just a delayed coming apology. It's not that she would not be part of us, she will still join us, but she is moving from another engagement. I'm sure you would have seen her diary on her social media page. It's quite busy for the week. I know at 2 p.m. she will also have to leave. She's doing a handover at the Steve Biko Center. So she's moving from one activity to the next, but she will join us and she will still be able to deliver the keynote address for us. But we, our leaders felt that we must start because the delegates are here and the delegates are ready. And then lastly, our moderators, the two speakers for the day in the hot seat. We have Ms. Nomfundo Dojek, Madam Speaker for the day. We also have Mr. Motsem Fuleni, also the Speaker for the day. Welcome to our moderators. I think I've done what I was requested to do. Thank you so much. It's back to the moderators.
Thank you so much, Advocate Beja. We so acknowledge those credentials and the apologies. Just to acknowledge the women of today, this year marks 69 years since the historic Women's March of 1956, a march that has shaped the struggle for equality in South Africa. The Parliament of the business sector is a testament that we are moving beyond symbolic gestures. Today, in this August House, we are celebrating women in business because we've got quite a number of them who are and who have started their businesses. The theme for this year's Women's Day, it is building resilient economies for all, which fits very, very well to our theme of this particular business parliament. And our theme for this business parliament is accelerating women and youth economic empowerment through legislative intervention. I want us to celebrate those women. Igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe.
Malibongwe.
We are now going to call the Honorable Chairperson of Committees of the Legislature, Dr. Duba, to do the opening and welcoming remarks for this Parliament.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and greetings to the two presiding officers that are on the table and also the members of the panel discussion. And greetings to the honorable members and the honorable MSCs that are here. Is quite a number of honorable members that are here, MSC, Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, just for the purpose of everybody who's sitting here and everybody who's up there, so that they can see that you are here. Can you all stand up, please? MSCs and honorable members. Chief Whip, can you, with your teams and honorable members. Honorable Magashale, can you, just people must see you. These are honorable members, they are here. So, just in case, thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable members. That attendance is really encouraging. So that as you input in your discussion, at least you know that people who are supposed to be here and listening to you are indeed here. I think that was very important for me to say that. And in welcoming you let me also welcome the minister in absentia. She's coming, just in case she comes in while I'm still on the podium. And I must say that people that will be speaking today, it's you. It's not us. We will speak less, and the delegates here will speak more. So I am not going to be long in welcoming Secretary, the delegates to this important function. We are here because of, as I've indicated initially in my interviews, it's not a favor. We are being forced by the constitution of this country, a constitution that has been adopted by the majority of our people, that from time to time we must engage the public. Section 118 of the Constitution point each and every individual in the corridor of power to do that. As Advocate Beja indicated, that before, indeed, we had the Sectoral Parliament that talked to Youth Parliament, that talked to Women's Parliament, that talked to Senior Citizens Parliament, and that talked to Workers' Parliament. And recently we had a creative parliament, a very successful parliament, a creative parliament. And as I welcome you, I would just like to point you to serious issues that talk to the thematic areas of your engagement. Both honorable bidders for the executive and also for the legislature, but primarily both for the executive and the business, because for us to address these issues, we would want the executive and the business community to work together. And as a legislature, we will do our oversight work over that collaboration between the business and the executive arm of the state. The systemic invisible barriers that continue to negatively affect women growth in business, we know it's gender bias, lack of access to funding, unequal pay, insufficient work-life balance support, and fewer mentorship opportunities. And it is this gathering that will tell us what then becomes our response. The second area that I would like to touch on is providing opportunities for young people in business is crucial for economic growth, innovation, and social stability. And by creating programs that support and mentor young entrepreneurs and workers, business can secure dynamic, skilled workforce, ensure long-term economic sustainability, and build more inclusive and prosperous society. And prosperous society, it's a key word. And social stability is a key word for us. The government involvement is crucial for business transformation, particularly in fostering inclusive growth, but we must ask ourselves the question, to what extent are the current policy and regulations are creating an enabling environment for business to transform and innovate, and what is our collective response to those who seek to evade the transformation agenda? Because I think let's all agree that the transformation agenda of this country has some sort of the pushback, the fight back. There are people who continue to try and find each and every trick in the book to evade the transformation agenda. Corruption kills better prospect for South Africa. It creates an uneven playing field, stifling competition and innovation, and damaging company reputation. The question remains again, how is it possible that companies who were involved in state capture in South Africa have been found guilty elsewhere, in Britain or in Germany, and yet in our country, where they committed these atrocious acts, have not yet been found guilty? And remember, those leaders of those companies, they are not black, they are white. The fact that they have been found guilty elsewhere in the world it talks to the multinationalism of those companies. And what must be the response of a small guy like you if a big guy has managed to evade the justice system, fighting the agenda of transformation? What then becomes the recourse for a young guy sitting here today? The dangers of higher tariffs are well documented. If we were to respond to America, to what extent will USA retaliate against South Africa? And do we really want to be part of the global trade war that eventually slow economic growth with this high rate of unemployment? We know tariffs hurt developing countries by hindering their integration into the global markets. Business and government must be in sync in responding to what is currently taking place in terms of the tariffs. Abanye bangathethi ngapha, abanye bathethe ngapha. We want a collective response. We want a collective of minds, so that in the response, both government and business benefit. As I learned, Honorable Presiding Officers, I would want to land with Jim Collins in his book, Build to Last. The assertion that he makes, he says, yin-yang is dualistic Chinese philosophy represent seemingly opposite principles like darkness and light, because I think that's where we are as a country. Darkness and light, or activity and stillness, and are actually interconnected. That's what it says. Complementary and interdependent forces that create a dynamic and harmonious whole. Now, as a country, business and government, instead of being oppressed by the tyranny of the all, highly visionary companies liberate themselves with the genius of the end, the ability to embrace both extremes of the number of dimensions at the same time. Instead of choosing between A or B, they figure out a way to have both A and B. Lastly, we can build organizations aligned with the core ideology, and yet, on the other hand, we can have organizations adapting to this environment. We are calling upon you, business and government, to adapt to the environment and work together. And we will do our work as oversight. Post that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Duba. Indeed, we are in a transformation journey. At this point, I am going to hand over to my co-moderator, Mr. Mutse Fuleni. He is going to take us through our first discussion in the panel, where he is going to also unpack what theme do we have for this panel. Over to you, Mr. Mutse.
Thank you. Thank you very much, co-moderator, for a wonderful introduction of the session, and many thanks to the speakers that have spoken this far. And I rise to the protocol that has been established in the venue. Honorable members and delegates of this business parliamentary session, you have gone through some engagements to prepare for this session. And that pre-engagement had two components to it. The first one was to prepare the districts and the two metros for their inputs on the topics and the themes that have been established. And the second one, it is the input that will be coming from the panelists who are sector specialists on the theme that the legislature has prepared for this session. The sitting does work on a fixed time mechanism, so we do not have enough time for elaborate introductions. We will go straight to the point as per the sectors that have delegated us to give an input. Before I perhaps then start introducing the panel, let me then just give my co-session host to acknowledge the minister as the minister has arrived, and then we'll introduce the panel and then continue with the engagement. Over to you.
Thank you, co-moderator. At this point in time, with the minister who has arrived, co-moderator, we will call on her, but before that, we will ask that we get the introduction of the minister so that she can then assist in terms of her keynote address.
Honorable speakers of the day, Honorable Minister, the Acting Premier, Honorable members of the legislature, all delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our guest speaker today. She currently serves as the Honorable Minister of Small Business Development of the Republic of South Africa, having been appointed to this position by His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, on the 5th of August 2021. Since then, she has been at the forefront of driving inclusive economic growth by shaping policies that empower entrepreneurs, strengthen small businesses, and expand opportunities for economic participation across South Africa. She is a dynamic and visionary leader who has served our nation with excellence in various capacities. Before leading the Ministry of Small Business Development, she made her mark as Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, where she championed South Africa's embrace of Fourth Industrial Revolution, the 4IR, and worked tirelessly to advance digital transformation. Her commitment to public service began very early when she worked at the Eastern Cape Socio-Economic Consultative Council, the ECSEC, a public-private institute that serves as a think tank and advisory body to facilitate development in the Eastern Cape through research and policy advice. In 2009, she was elected to the National Assembly as the Member of Parliament, where she served with dedication in the portfolio committees on communications, defense, and intelligence. She later served as Deputy Minister of Communications and subsequently as Deputy Minister of Communications and Postal Services, where she played a pivotal role in advancing digital equity and infrastructure development. She's not only a dedicated public servant, but also a lifelong learner. She holds a master's in management in digital business from Wits University, where her research focused on financing solutions for SMMEs in the digital economy. She also holds a diploma in telecommunications and management system from the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization, along with certificate in telecom policy and project management from Wits University, Rhodes University, and Cranfield College. Beyond her government responsibilities, she has been a member of the African National Congress from her youth, actively participating in the ANC Youth League. She continues to play a significant role within the African National Congress as the member of the National Executive Committee and the National Working Committee, while also contributing to the Economic Transformation Committee. On the international stage, she has represented South Africa with distinctions on platforms such as United Nations Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development, and as African lead for the Startup Nations Ministerial Steering Committee under Gen Africa, promoting entrepreneurship and digital inclusion across the continent. Throughout her career, she has remained a tireless advocate for small business growth, youth empowerment, and digital access. Her leadership continues to inspire a vision of inclusion, innovative, and digitally transformed South Africa. Yinzwakazi enhle ezalwa apha phesheya kwenciba, uzalwa eSakhele village eMthatha, nguThahla, nguManyauza, nguMafaku. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming the Honorable Minister, Stella Thembisa-Ndabeni. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Keleku. I will hand over to Honorable Minister Stella Ndabeni Mafaku. Over to Minister.
Mandibulele, moderators of our beautiful historic event today. Let me acknowledge the Deputy Speaker of our legislature, the MECs present here, MPLs, business representatives, entrepreneurs, and of course, a special greeting to our women and young entrepreneurs. I must say, moderators, that it is always good to be back in my home province, the beautiful Eastern Cape. This year, as South Africa, we are hosting the G20 presidency, which you already know about, but our focus is what matters most, the theme that we have chosen, Honorable Duba, that we are going to be focusing on building solidarity, equality, and sustainability. And of course, we take over this huge responsibility from Brazil, which is a country that is advanced and experienced. It is the first of its kind in our African soil, and therefore we have agreed that we are going to use our presidency to champion the developmental issues of the Global South and Africa in particular. Of course, Africa is the future of global consumption demand. Given our population growth and youth dividend, it is the future of global entrepreneurship. That's why you see everyone flocking here, because they see opportunities that we take for granted. By 2025, research indicates that Africa's population will be about 1.5 billion, and that's by 2030. It is an estimation from 2025. And African consumer spending will be around US dollars 2.53 trillion, which will be driven by the middle class of only 650 million out of the 1.5 billion I spoke about. Artificial intelligence is busy revolutionizing African systems of production and consumption. We are seeing people losing jobs because technology has arrived in the true sense of replacing the workers that we see in our areas. We are witnessing a digital economic revolution in the agri-tech, in e-commerce and fintech, in the health tech and edutech, with a proud and profound impact on Africa's human capabilities. We've got to pick up the pace of skilling and the relevant skills that are required, otherwise technology is here to replace all. Our own future as the country is intertwined with that of the continent. That is why the governing party in this province will tell you that there's no liberation of South Africa without the liberation of Africa. There's nothing that we can do, that we can achieve successfully without ensuring that our African sisters and brothers are liberated in their own countries. The future will only belong to our continent if we address the current challenges of high public debt and lack of capital, because that's what we're complaining about. Our African sister countries are in huge debts, our own country is in a huge debt, and we need to deal with those. We have about 18% of the world's population, but we receive only 3% of the global capital. That on its own is a challenge to the development that we want to push in the continent. But to address this, we have established a G20 Cost of Capital Commission, because we must deal with the areas of capital. And we have prioritized the issue of Africa's public debt. We have elevated it to say, if we all agree that we must treat each other equally, we've got to sit and discuss the issue of the debt and the interests that are imposed to us as the country and the other African states. Last month, as the department, we hosted the Startup 20 midterm meeting. I think I've seen in the panelists, Mr. Jahana, who's the chair of the Startup 20, and I see behind me another moderator who's part of the team that is there. So it is the Eastern Cape that is leading the global countries and the G20 on the startup agenda that we are driving. We had a high number of startup ecosystem players from the various G20 countries. We also hosted the Global SME Ministerial Meeting, which was attended by ministers and delegates from over 60 countries, the first of its kind in South Africa and Africa, 60 countries converging together in Johannesburg to discuss the issues of small enterprises. And of course, just in our continent only, we got more than 25 countries that were participating in that meeting. As the department, we have brought the G20 in the Eastern Cape. We were in Exhibitor. We hosted the G20 Eastern Cape Provincial Launch on the 29th to the 30th of April of this year, in which we showcased the oceans economy and township economies as core drivers of growth in this province. The province also hosted the Digital Economy Working Group earlier in the same month, because most of the digital illiterates are people from this province. It is this province mainly that is still hard hit by poverty, but because of the historic background, as we know, which is why it was important even for the Digital Working Group to be hosted here to say, how do we digitize this province and therefore enable the people of the Eastern Cape to be connected to the continent, connected to the world, but most importantly to drive innovations that must enhance the development of the Eastern Cape. Fellow entrepreneurs, as we promote global solidarity, we must take stock of the current risks related to heightened levels of geopolitical volatility and the shift towards unilateralism and protectionism. The United Nations Secretary General refers to the current global context as a world of impunity, of inequality, and a deep uncertainty, all fraying at the seams of our global order. Everybody sees the need to punish those that we agree with. Everybody wants to be the giant in the whole. Nobody's certain about what's going to happen tomorrow. Serious headwinds are blowing our way. The US tariffs will especially affect this province, amongst others. The industries like the automotive and citrus are hugely affected, which means we've got to have an alternative to how we respond to the challenges that are imposed on us. Makosikazi, Epondole, to the Eastern Cape has leaped from the 4th largest provincial economy to the 5th, being overtaken by Mpumalanga. The Q2 quarterly labor force survey by the Statistics South Africa a few days ago has the province's official unemployment rate at 39.3%. In the first 3 months of 2025 alone, approximately 83,000 jobs were lost, primarily in productive sectors such as agriculture, tourism, and manufacturing. We need to join hands across the spheres of government and with the private sector to turn things around. We need each other. We have no choice but to collaborate. We all know that the Eastern Cape is the province of untapped potential. We have 2 SEZs that are here. We have 3 ports, 4 universities, a number of TVET colleges, and a solid agricultural and manufacturing base. And these must be used to change the economic status of the province. Why is the province not growing faster? How do we restore the Eastern Cape to its rightful place? We are the home of the legends. We're the home of liberation struggle luminaries and visionaries. Can we again become the home of visionaries, this time delivering economic freedom to our people? We delivered political freedom. but our people are longing for economic freedom. And it is this province that must lead that revolution by applying measures that address the challenges that we talked about. As the portfolio, we recognize that MSMEs and cooperatives are the engines of growth and job creation in parties. The National Development Plan on its own says South Africa must create 11 million jobs. And out of the 11 million jobs, it says 9 million jobs must be created by the micro, small, and medium enterprises. It is not because I'm the Minister of Small Business Development. It is the NDP that was drafted years ago before I knew that I would be in the portfolio. Currently, the country's 2.7 million MSMEs contribute 66% of all jobs, as small as they are, but 66% comes from the small enterprises. Now, to meet the country's jobs targets, we need to double the number of MSMEs. If we are to turn things around, we need the support. We need to make sure that we multiply the number. If Eastern Cape, out of that number that I've outlined of 2.7, has 500,000, it means Eastern Cape needs 1 million entrepreneurs that must be supported with sustainable interventions, and we ought to be deliberate in those. To realize this, of course, as the principal department on coordinating MSME initiatives, we are busy with a number of strategic initiatives. The first thing is to look at policy reforms, because every time entrepreneurs complain, whether they call it red tape, they don't unpack it, access to financing, access to market, it is because there's a policy or there's no policy. That is why we are focusing, because we are a policy department, to define our narrative and the agenda that we must drive. It's important that we look at all the legislations that exist in our country and begin to identify clause by clause what talks to South African entrepreneurs being enabled to participate meaningfully. That's why we have identified a number of policy reforms that needs to be done, identifying 28 pieces of legislations that must be repealed whilst we are working on introducing others. We have recently, which was passed also by this House, recently amended the National Small Enterprise Act. We are finalizing the process of the appointment of the Ombudsman to address the unfair practice, including non-payment to MSMEs, including government and the legislatures. That short circuit, that they demand discounts from MSMEs that fail to pay them on time, and I'm not talking about the competitive edge that they don't have. We have also developed a business licensing policy which has been approved by Cabinet. It was publicized, gazetted, and I do hope that the entrepreneurs here, they did try to make their own submission. We are now finalizing the business licensing amendment bill, which we are to table to Cabinet next week on Wednesday, so that we're able to gazette and again take it back to Parliament so that people can have a say on what must happen in relation to licensing, as people complain day to day about the challenges that they face, especially in the township, in the rural towns and the villages, when we see the influx of unregistered non-South Africans. We need to streamline licensing businesses. Other municipalities are imposing permit fees that make it difficult for MSMEs to be compliant, and this can never be left alone. That is why in our 11 years of existence as the department, we were established in 2014, we said let's pay attention to what we have authority on, insert ourselves in the law so that we are able to penalize where we have to penalize. We're finalizing our township and rural economic revitalization policy in order to revive the township and village economy. In the then days, we grew up with general dealers. I don't know why it will be Umqoma and 3 sons. I don't know, it was never and daughters. Maybe it's because daughters were expected bahambe bayokwenda. But sikhule kunamashishini kunevenkile esihlala kuzo esithenga kuzo that were reliable, supporting the communities, but most importantly, sikhule kunabantu abalimayo, kungenabantu aba-undermine agriculture because they have degrees. Kodwa they must eat and they think agriculture is of abantu abangafundanga. This is what we want to bring back, so that when we talk about spaza shops, when we talk about hair salons and all the other businesses that are happening in the townships, they are led occupied, used, and owned by South Africans. And it is only when you support the bill that we're going to present that is already being challenged before we finalize that. We've also completed the National Entrepreneurship Strategy, because to guide a country, if you have an NDP plan that says 90% of the jobs will come from entrepreneurs, especially at the micro and small, medium level, you've got to provide a strategy. What is that everybody must do, starting from preschool, going to tertiary institutions, and in the areas where we work, including the private sector, there ought to be a strategy that says, as the country, this is where we are going to, because we need to give realization to the targets that we've set for ourselves. We will be presenting this again to Cabinet. We're also finalizing the incubation and business development services policy, because people have ideas, but ideas must be harbored and nurtured so that businesses can grow, not only be omathenga-thengisa, but to produce. To go back to opening factories. That's why we have that policy that must guide, because in the private sector specifically, although it also happens at government level, with most of the contributions that go to the ESD, your enterprise supplier development, and everybody's like, we're having incubators. When you go there, it's shared office spaces. There's no equipment or laboratory for those that would need lab to test whatever products. And this is one thing that we said we need to guide everyone, including the people that will be leading those incubation centers. We are engaging with the tertiary institutions, universities, and TVET colleges, as we have put some of the incubators and centers for entrepreneurship in all the TVETs and the universities. We're engaging with them to say, let us have a contract. We can't continue spending money as government in education and we produce people who sit and say, government, you must employ us. There's something wrong with that. Because when you are taken to school, we pay all of this in order to give people knowledge. Because when people are knowledgeable, they're able to identify their own space and therefore where they can participate, including critiquing what we do. Therefore, if you produce lots of graduates that sit and wait and say, there is something wrong with the education system that we have. So that's why we're saying we need all of them to come to the party so that they understand that people must use the knowledge they have, trade it, and therefore make profit out of that. Through our own policy that we have developed, the MSME and cooperative funding policy, because another challenge that is faced by entrepreneurs is lack of access to funding. I'm not saying it's lack of funding. It's lack of access to funding, because even the little funding that is there, entrepreneurs can still access it. And in that policy, we had called for the establishment of the fund of funds in order to deal with the credit gap that is estimated by MEF to be at 350 billion rands worth. Now, what that means is that we utilize the legal prescripts that we have established, because we are a government, we make laws. So we've passed the BBBE Act that is there. We know that there are others that are opposing it, but we've got to use the law to say, in that BBBE Act, we've said 3% from these big corporates must be assigned to ESD, the enterprise supplier development and the corporate social responsibility. Now, if you're looking at supplier development, it means you should be able to say, if my factory produces flour, where do I source which farmers? And therefore I'm able to onboard small-scale farmers. Because you're looking at supplier development to unbundle your value chain and allow for other participants in the economy. And this is why we said it is important that we become radical by doing that. This is why Minister Parkstow, because the BBBE Act is administered under DTIC. This is why we have agreed that we're going to establish the Transformation Fund, which was announced by President Ramaphosa during the State of the Nation address, 100 billion rands of the 5-year period, which is 20 billion rands a year. And again, members, especially of provincial legislature, entrepreneurs that are here and other associations, this is in your interest to make sure that your people participate in the economy. Anyone who seeks to undermine and want to sabotage that does not have interest in driving the building of the inclusive economy that we have agreed to, especially as the GNU. Even those that are outside the GNU, they do believe in economic freedom. I do believe they must take interest in supporting the establishment of the Transformation Fund. That must talk to the different sectors and segments of our economy. But if entrepreneurs are not participating, again, it's going to be one of those funds that there's money there, but we can't access it. It depends on you. We continue to provide blended finance, credit guarantees, wholesale lending and direct lending to underserved MSMEs and cooperatives who would otherwise not access capital. Some of the entrepreneurs, they go to banks like ABSA, I'm mentioning them, not giving them profile, because we have an agreement, and this is where we have a credit guarantee about 1 billion rands. Eastern Cape is not participating fully. We clearly designated the fund for automotive space sector, including the agricultural space, to say the banks must really fund, but we are providing a buffer in order to de-risk the investment, because banks continue to say small businesses are high risk. And therefore, we're trying to be a buffer in between them to say, you can give them this money, we will be there. If they're not paying, we'll come to the party, but of course, the bank will go after you, we know that, and after some time, we'll recover. But what we don't want is small business being excluded because they can't afford certain things that are required by the bank. Whilst we continue to engage with the Prudential Authority, we continue to engage with National Treasury, we continue to engage with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition to say there's a need for us to review some of the legislations and regulations that are imposed by the Prudential Authority in order to increase access to financing, make things easier, including looking at the registry for movable collateral, because people want you to give over your house when you want money for business. And these are the things we are saying, if I have cows, why don't you consider that? Because cows are insured these days and the other things that we have, therefore I'm borrowing against what I have, which is a cow if it's a cow. So we are working with the World Bank and National Treasury to then draft or create that registry that must enable entrepreneurs to have access to financing. In the last term of government, our agency, the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, disbursed 5.3 billion rands to 528,752 women-owned business across the country. Through both direct and wholesale lending channels, I know people would want to jump to divide those. We are dealing with different segments. Others, they come and need 1,000 rands a day to buy stock. Those are entrepreneurs too, no matter how micro are they. Because people would want to say, it means you gave 11,000 rands if I'm dividing this money with the numbers that you have put. No, understand the different segments and the different needs of the entrepreneurs. Others come, they want 15 million, others they want 1,000. So we look at that. And out of the money that we have disbursed, 60% was disbursed to women-owned because we are deliberate in empowering women in order to deal with the many social ills, but also in order to build healthy households, because it is women that are leading in these homes. Whether there's a man or not, women must provide for their families. Therefore, when you empower them, we are clear that things will change in the country. We do hope that one day we will see a minister and MSc of Finance coming from the women's strata. It is important that women be given those critical positions. Capabilities have already been indicated. We have the Youth Challenge Fund, wherein we disbursed 204 million rands to 72 youth-owned here in the Eastern Cape, which we did in November. This resulted in the creation and sustenance of 1,300 jobs. It is not much when you have more, but it is a lot when you don't have. So this is what we are operating from. With the little that we have, we will try to ensure that we have impact to those that we touch. Under TREP, which is the Township and Rural Enterprise Program, we've disbursed over 132 million rands to 452 youth-led enterprises in the past 3 years, wherein we created and sustained 2,057 jobs. This is the small monies that go up to 1 million rands. Others, they want grass cutting machines and all those. So those are the monies that we provide. Going forward, as our department, our contribution to the GDP that we have contributed to, we said we want to contribute 3%. Therefore, we have to support more than 1 million MSMEs and cooperatives with both financial and non-financial support over the 5 years. We had committed to Parliament, which was approved, that over the MTDP, we will finance just under 620,000 SMMEs through Seed Fast Development Fund. We are structuring our fund, the Development Fund and the Commercial Fund, because the mandates and the functions are different, because we're looking at the different segments that we have throughout the country. On the other side is 34,000 MSMEs through the commercial fund, which targets high growth scalable MSMEs. Those that are saying we want 30 million, 150 million, we look at the cannabis industry, those that are advanced in the tech space, in the green technology, and all those that are already doing well with scaling up their businesses, because it is where jobs will be concentrated. That's why we said we also have to look at the commercialization of those businesses. We'll finance just under 7,000 MSMEs through credit guarantees with banks and non-bank financial intermediaries. We'll provide just under 560,000 MSMEs with pre-investment support. Also, mashishini are struggling to access fund. And when you look at it, you go to your officials at SIDFA, you complain, why does it take you this long to process imali? Why should it be 6 months? But when you get into the gist of it, you ask for those applications and you get to see the quality of the applications. This tells you that there's a gap, although there's a great idea, a business idea, but in terms of the business skill, it is lacking. And we take this to accountants because we trust them that they will know this, and they remain accountants. At times, they will look at the numbers and then submit. That is why we said there's a need to provide pre-investment. Before we finance you, let's teach you the business of doing business in the area that you're operating in. But we shouldn't end there, we've agreed. There's a need for us to also focus on post-investment. We've seen wherein we provide financing and businesses are dying still. Not only that they fail to pay back our money, but they also die because there's lack of mentoring or coaching. How do we hold them by hand? To say now you were making 10,000 rands a month, now we've grown you to a point of making 100,000. Don't think put into a beja or getting a bigger car. Invest the money into the business. Make sure that the business is sustainable. And when things are not going well, because certain businesses are seasonal, you must have a mentor to guide you to say, this is how you deal with it. If you are in the crop production, how do you balance that to make sure that you stay in business? And this is why we said we're going back to basics, getting business people that were there long before there was democracy, who have done it without government support at times. They must come and join hands with us to mentor all those businesses, whilst we're also partnering with the SETAs that continue to spend money on training. And we are saying there's a need for a return on investment where government has spent. Bring those people, bring the skills, including the learned that are not working, that are waiting for jobs. Bring them to come and provide the support to small enterprises. Let them do the books and everything that they do. Maybe they will be inspired, but we are giving them experience when we match them with the businesses that we have. We said there's a need to build infrastructure or revitalize infrastructure. Zigugile industrial parks. Abantu bathi ngosasikhula thina ezwelitha PPP factory egcuwa zonke izinto ezithethwayo zikwesi state sikuso abanye barentisile ngazo kubantu abangana right yokuba bazirente, but we are saying let's work together as government and the private sector to make sure that we revive those factories so that also amabhizinisi bangazucharge imali ezinkulu zorenta ispace, at least kube ne discount. Discount in order to maintain the building, not to make profit, because it is them that will make the profit, entrepreneurs. And when entrepreneurs are making the profit, they sell and they pay the rates and they're able to drive the economy and create the jobs that we need. We have spoken with Mr. Chekana now in his capacity as the chairperson of ECDC, with the guidance that we've been given by MC Peters when we came here as the executive led by the president. And then we said we are going to also make our contribution. The agencies are looking at the specific areas in Padiswa to say, where do we revive? Because our entrepreneurs must go to the factories and work, and we must jointly see where do we finance, including the issue of equipment. We will especially target women and youth entrepreneurs. We are launching the Women's Fund on the 28th of this month. Mpumalanga will also be launching the Youth Entrepreneurs Fund, 300 million rands to seed fund, because we're trying to bring on board the private sector to join us. This we do because I said we've got to be intentional in addressing the challenges. Women and youth continue to be excluded. So we seed funding without saying we are excluding them from the other funds that we have. Don't go and apply kwimali ekuthiwa youth fund umdala. Ngobuzo wambu city, government you exclude, target to 18 to 35. It says youth. And abe South Africa youth in a clear definition. If it says women, don't go mtongu bhuti, yeyama women. So Upper Eastern Cape, we have said we're going to disperse 118 million rands on the development fund for this financial year. And we intend to support the business that are there. I won't detail the numbers in terms of the infrastructure, but on TREP, around 837 million rands, and the Eastern Cape is getting a bigger chunk with Limpopo. We have instruments like the asset assist, wherein we buy equipment that goes up to 250,000 rands for entrepreneurs. So Eastern Cape, again, will be benefiting about 206 million rands, entrepreneurs that are here. The Spaza Shop Support Fund, abantu abayithanda kakhulu iphi imali yeziphaza Stella azibhalisi iziphaza zase Eastern Cape azibhalisi 2 out of the 26,000 that had registered throughout the country. Eastern Cape ila ezantsi sanukoyika ukuvula iziphaza sithe xa umasipala esithi awuzimeet requirements uzo apply ukuthi sikuncedise umeet requirements as long ungummi walapha. That is why we set up that fund to assist South Africans to reclaim the spaza shop economy. Sibancedise compliance because iyadura compliance in this country. That's why we are stepping in whilst we are trying to deal with the law that imposes compliance. We are working with the DTIC. We are going to be increasing the fund for this financial year. The cooperatives, development entrepreneurs of to the opportunities of the private sector. Uti omnye wabantu abathengisa ukudla apha Eastern Cape restaurant. Xa ndibabuza yenzeka njani into yokuba niyothenga itapile kwenye province. Ndiyazi umhlaba umninzi kuyalinywa Eastern Cape. Bathi mphathiswa abantu bakho abazimeet requirements. Ndibuza kuzothini ngoku uba zingameet requirements nethetha ukuthi niza nespedi Eastern Cape abantu banga understand. Kuthiwa sithi uba sithi sifuna i50 bags yetapile a week. Umuntu avele yena ekwazi ukuproducer 2 bags. Omnye producer 3. Ngoba ke Nkosi yami ubugqirha bukhona. Akukho umuntu ucinga iba manje uyothatha luna 2 na 3 na 5 sidibane izoba ngu50 xa sidibesa ngoba likhulu negqirha lesibulala. Funa ke silidanise ke kule game sifunde ukusebenzisana sinemihlaba emikhoyo uba wena uproducer ezi10 dibaniselani so that sikwazi yokulwa nezivenkile kuthiwa uyahamba uKFC apho ukho istrato nestrato kodwa akathengi ngoba anikwazi ukumsupport. These are opportunities that are there not to wait for tenders. Government is not going to be able to deal with those challenges. Government only contributes 30% to the GDP. 70% is in the hands of the private sector. That's where we must go to. Apho sidla khona imali kaRamza masingaphangeli. We have the craft customized sector. Kuyabhidwa apha Eastern Cape kunemibhaco kuya-actwa kunentoni, but it is not organized. We do work with the ECDC to provide some financing, but it is not sufficient. It is not sufficient because ani scale up to a level of commercializing. Bayathunga apha bayaqhathwa ngabanye abathi siyozifaka airport. We do need you, interpreters of the law. We do need you, entrepreneurs, to work together to saying, kule district baza focus on this kind of a bid or in this and that, so that we develop that and specialize in it, so that we know that even when we take it to outside the country, kuyazi uba la district is focusing on ABCD. As you see in other countries, when you create specialization in entrepreneurship, people are able to compete effectively. Again, it is Eastern Cape and Limpopo that will get a bigger chunk because the Western Cape and Gauteng already are dominating and KwaZulu-Natal will be giving them. There's the IMDP. There's the abantu balapha bayithanda ustela ufike siphathele eza fridge. Nala mitshini. Hayi itshini eza fridge nala mitshini zenza umahluko kaloku abantu bazidingayo. Bathi andina overlock mphathiswa. Ndingenza bhetele xa ndine overlock. Awutamnye andina laptop andina irrigation anyana encinci. It contributes. That's why it's suti xa unamo. Ucimba everybody has more. So it makes a difference in their lives. That's why we drafted our informal economic strategy to say, how are we going to support informal traders of our country? Because omama bethu abaninzi, that's where they are found. If we are ranking, you go everywhere, it is them that are selling there and not protected, and most of the time they don't have equipment. That's why, including building stalls, we provide that equipment for them. That shelter, we provide also the equipment that they need. And this year is 310 million rands that will be spread across 15 districts, and Eastern Cape is one of those in the province. Therefore, I encourage you to apply for these funds and support your entrepreneurs to apply. If it doesn't talk to you, don't be shy to gossip. It is important, but sifuna the progressive gossip that must turn things around. We encourage you to open up public sector markets in line with the new Public Procurement Act and work with the private sector to co-create new markets for MSMEs. Our city might be but we can co-create to open up space in the value chain that already exists, especially businesses that are owned by women and youth. Let us ensure that the women and girls in this gallery and across the entire province are the principal beneficiaries of our support. Women own less than 1/5 of the economy, and this has to change. As the legislature now, honorable members, you should not approve of any budget that does not prioritize women and youth. You shouldn't. You should scrutinize in your committees what is the allocation for youth, what is the allocation for women. And when you do that, you will be servicing the majority of the constituency that votes for you to come to this parliament. Because even if you go to IEC, you will see the number of voters, the people who go out and vote. Laba bangabefundisi bazayithetha better because they see it as cawe. Legislatures have the power and authority to summon any department and private sector doing business in this province to account on what they are doing to economically empower women and youth. This house, Esikuyo, has that authority to beef up the work that is being done by municipality on the development of local economic development policies that we have passed as the legislature and parliament. Therefore, let us use this power to achieve economic freedom for our people. I would like to echo President Ramaphosa's words, and I quote, "When women prosper, we all prosper. When women rise, we all rise." I thank you, moderators.
Afako.
Thank you. Wow. Siyabulela Mafaku. Order. Order. Siyabulela Mafaku. That was a mouthful. There are so many elements. Izawusincedisa le ntetho kaMafaku in our panel discussions as well. Njengoba sizawungena kuyo ngoku, I think one crucial question that we have asked iti, why is the province not growing faster? With all these opportunities asinika zona, yintoni lisibambileyo? Ndicinga uba ke my co-moderator, as uzawungena kwi-panels, panel discussions, you are going to be able to tap into that. So that xa siphuma apha siphume sine-resolutions ezizawusinceda ukuya phambili. Akho nto ibuhlungu njengale ithethwa nguminister ethi we are not applying even for ispaza shop funding ekhoyo. Mhlawumbi ke sizawukwazi uthetha namhlanje sitsho ubana why are we not doing that and how can we improve on that, because ndicinga uba akufuneka sibe lapha for ukhala only, funeka sibe lapha to come with solutions. Ndiyabulela kakhulu Mafaku, that was empowering and very insightful. Thank you so much. At this point, phambi siye kweza panel discussions, ndizawucela manje sifuna ukukhulula abantwana baseBisho Primary. Sizawunicela njenge winners ze-estate ford. Khani siphela ngoma iniwinisileyo. Sizokwazi ke ngokungena kwi-discussions zethu. Njengobana sizawube sihleli mosapha siyetyisa le ntetho kaminister. Sisetyisa ndicela nisiphela ngoma yenu. Over to you, ma'am. Over.
Yeah. So I walk out immediately.
Aye. Wow.
Wow. Wow. Thank you very much to the choir. Singanikhulula ke ma'am. Xa nigqibileyo, so that sizoqhubekeka ke ne sessions panel. Masibaqhwabeleni as bephuma torhwana delegates. Hey, on no business, bayacaca, they want more. I'm not sure noba bubu capital okanye yintoni, you are given a portion but you want to maximize. No, thank you so much, delegates and honorable members. Divuyile ke delegates ubonu MEC of Finance in our midst is a very important stakeholder in our conversation. Sikubona sithathu our MEC of Finance. Babekusangam ke Minister, after your input, if this was a church context, benza damna sigqibile into besengayo. Masipactions goduke. Indlela obutyibilika ngayo and utsho kwezi items that we want to discuss. But because we have a program to dispense with, we do want to hear delegates here on some of their inputs. Truly appreciated. I think it's also important, as we are about to call the panel, to also appreciate you for organizing the ecosystem into one small big house called SETFA, so that people are no longer running to SEDA, to SIFA, and the cooperative bank. We all have a one-stop shop to deal with SMME issues. So masukwabele man for London. Colleagues, we had then established the protocols of the panel discussion. Without wasting time, the first panel is already seated at the front. I'm just going to mention their names, they will wave, and then we will then take the next phase of that introduction. The topic, for those who may not have seen the program for this, and it is a prompt topic after the input by the minister. It's focused on access to finance and the impact of corruption on small businesses. Not the lack of finance, access to finance. So that is the theme. Also, it will be proper for me to acknowledge the chairperson of Startup 20, as we know it as SU20 in the G20 SMME ecosystem, Mr. Vianney Chakhan. Kawe vision jepai, bakbo. The minister made reference of you earlier on in her speech. Who has this responsibility to deal at G20 with these inputs, and it's a pleasure that the legislature, Honorable Duba, that we've packaged that component of SU20 as we are the host of G20. Let me then start, delegates and honorable members, and introduce Ms. Shabalala from SETFA, to then just wave. And then from there, we introduced Mr. Mzi Machana from the Land Bank. Then from Mr. Machana, we come home to ECTC, Mr. Mpumi Fundam. And then after Mr. Mpumi Fundam, we then make an introduction to Mr. Sonwaba Mnyanda from the NEF. Colleagues, the established protocols is that they have 3 to 5 minutes to give us a global perspective on the topic based on the entities that they are coming from. So immediately in the sequence of the introduction, I will not come in, the next panelist will then come through. When they are done, the regions and the delegates from the regions that have been nominated to then respond on specific topical issues that you've been given by your regions will call you in the agreed order, will then raise issues. We will not do the traditional panel discussion where there's another engagement on the discussions that we would have made. A response will be introduced later on how then we'll collect all those inputs from the panel and yourselves as delegates. So without then wasting time, let me then hand over to, I see here they've written SEFTA. It's a name that I'm quite close to. It's SETFA. We worked hard to build this name, SETFA. SIFA and Seed and Cooperative Bank in one word. So it is SETFA.
This is correct.
The correct one is SETFA, colleagues, and we would then allow Umama to then give us an input. Malibongwe. Kamalama Koskazi.
Malibongwe.
Over to you, Mama.
Nkosi. Greetings to the Honorable Minister, honorable members, distinguished guests, and delegates in the room. As introduced, I'm Tebogo Chabalala from SETFA. I know most of my colleagues in the panel will be talking about funding instruments. I would like to divert a bit, talk to access to finance, but then talk more on cooperative banking. I know this is not a well-known phenomenon within our country. Even access to information on cooperative banking is not so easily accessible. But I guess this is the beauty of the merger of SETFA with the CEDA, CIFA, and CBDA, the former Cooperative Banks Development Agency. And in sittings like these, then we get an opportunity to talk about cooperative banking. So SETFA offers capacity building and technical assistance and training on establishing a cooperative banking institution. And I will briefly, a few seconds, talk to what is a cooperative banking institution. It is a self-help and member-owned cooperative banking entity. Legislation in South Africa does allow for us to register a cooperative banking institution as an entry to the banking sector. And it is quite, with the various engagements we've had, it is quite difficult for our people to grasp the fact that they can actually own a cooperative banking institution. These entities are regulated by the Prudential Authority at the Reserve Bank. However, the registration requirements have become minimal so that anyone who wants to establish a cooperative banking institution is able to do that as long as they have an objective of trying to access funds, but through a self-help entity as a cooperative banking institution. It is member-based, it is owned by their members, the shareholders are the owners and the decision makers within that entity. We've heard various CBIs registered in the country with their core objective of financing their own businesses because they do struggle in getting finance in other entities. A cooperative banking institution is meant to, it's sort of a socio-economic propeller, where if it's at the center of the value chain of financing the economic activities within the local community they operate in, then members are able to improve their livelihoods. And when we're talking about members, we're not just talking about individuals, but like I said, we're also talking about enterprises, small enterprises that form these entities. In the province, we do have 2 registered cooperative banking institutions, and one of them is established to finance agriculture cooperatives. So agriculture cooperatives within the province have established a cooperative banking institution to actually then come together, work as a collective, pool their funds together and on-lend each other. So a cooperative banking institution is meant to provide financial services to their members, similar to any other banking entity within the country. And when we're talking financial inclusion, cooperative banking institutions do appear in the financial inclusion policy as one of the key sectors that could expand access to finance as a self-help entity to build self-sustainable communities. And government would then play an enabling role where you would still get government funding. However, what happens beyond that? How do you sustain that? When your entity is doing well, where do you bank? Who do you bank with? What do you get out of it? And that's where cooperative banking comes in. It also talks to financial sector transformation. But before that as well, when we're talking financial inclusion, we're not just talking getting access to a bank card and transacting. Financial inclusion talks to getting access to the financial products that respond to your needs. And that is the nature of cooperative banking, where it's meant to respond directly to the members' needs. The members are the decision makers. They do design their own products that speak directly to their needs. Hence that objective when they establish. We'll talk to the type of financial products that they would need to establish. It also talks to financial sector transformation, where the reality is most of our people don't actually own much in the financial sector. Owning meaning owning a banking entity and making a difference. We cannot own the economy if we don't own the core value chain that takes place in the whole in the sector.
1 minute.
Okay, I thought it's 2 minutes. Okay. But in a nutshell, at SEDFA, we do provide capacity building interventions. We provide pre-registration support. It is a highly technical environment, but we do go to basics and assist anyone who's interested in establishing a cooperative banking institution. It is highly regulated as well. However, we do handhold you throughout that process, even post registration. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shabalala. Then I'm going to get Mr. Machana from the Land Bank ready. As he's getting ready, let me also acknowledge the DDG from the Department of Small Business. Welcome, DDG. Ndiyabona iphondo, ndiyanaba. Malibongwe. Over to you, Mr. Machan. 5 minutes starts.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to say all protocol observed. Chair, as you mentioned earlier on that I come from Land Bank, and as Land Bank, our core mandate is very clear in the agricultural sector, because our role is to make sure that we are enabling the smallholder farmers, the emerging farmers, to become the commercial farmers. And our responsibility is to make sure that we support those farmers through financing. And that then translates to food security, to the capping of the unemployment rate within the country, as the Minister mentioned earlier on. Chair, we do this through 5 cardinal pillars, which informs our client value proposition. The first one, you look at the provision in terms of the financial products that we offer as Land Bank. The first one looks at the development loan, which is the loan that assists the development farmers in terms of purchasing the farms. Also look at the infrastructure development. And then also you look in terms of the equipment, the mechanization that needs to be bought. And we will know that within these small farmers, the issue of collateral is the major stumbling block in terms of entrance to the market, but also the issue of equity is the major one that you will find out affects most smallholder farmers to grow into that space. And then the second one, you look into the bridging finance, which takes into account the cash flow impact within the financial year period up until you reach a stage of the harvesting season. So the expenses that this farmer needs to deal with in terms of electricity, paying of salaries during that period. So that's where the bridging finance comes in. And then the third one, we look into the insurance factor, because we know in the agri-environment, there are risks that are not man-made, like your floods, your frost, also the drought that is happening, especially in parts of our province. And that insurance does help in that space in terms of ensuring that when the time for the development farmer to repay the loan to the bank, then the insurance comes in terms of supporting to that through the claims that are being submitted. And then the second pillar, in terms of our value proposition, talks about the risk sharing and the guarantee schemes. That's where our collaboration with the Department of Agriculture comes in, because there is a blended finance scheme that it also comes in as a grant form. Which also then, to what I spoke about earlier on when it comes to the equity, and then also the purchasing of the mechanization and so forth. So the development farmer then gets that grant as a form of de-risking as well, the loan in its entirety, in terms of ensuring that they are able to play into this field. And then we talk about capacity building and technical support, which is our third pillar. This one looks into the pre and post support. One of the things that we've picked up, especially with the farmers that we've already assisted, is that there is a need for mentorship. But when does this mentorship start? It starts pre the application process, because there's application process where we'll need business plans from the farmer and all the other required information. So we do sit down with the applicant in terms of supporting into that space and make sure that there is a business plan that is developed specifically for this specific entity that one wants to purchase. But also the post-support, we don't leave the farmer alone when the farm has been purchased. We need to make sure that there is a program that is designed to make sure that this farmer is being mentored in ensuring that at the end of the day, they become independent in terms of running their own farm. And the reason for us to do that is to make sure that there is sustainability with regards to the farms that we have purchased on behalf of the applicants. And then also there are targeted programs in terms of partnership and strategic alliances that we're busy with as the bank. We are in conversations, and there's a lot of memorandum of agreement that we have built with the private sector, because when a development farmer purchases a farm, we also take that responsibility to ensure that there's offtake agreements, because all the crops that you're going to produce there, they must also end somewhere in terms of that ecosystem, that supply chain. So there are major companies within the private sector that we've already got a relationship with, and they issue those offtake agreements. So all the crops then, they've already got someone that is going to buy from the development farmer, and we facilitate that through this relationship. The DDG for Agri will tell you, yesterday we had a meeting the whole day and with some of these partners, and there are good things that are coming in for the province in terms of ensuring that. In closing, Chair, as for the Eastern Cape alone, the entire book of the businesses that we've supported as Land Bank equates to about above 800 million. And out of that 800 million, 215 come from the development farmers. And then they also got black farmers that fits in already in the commercial space, and we've got about 545 million into that space. And then when you take it down, you look into youth and women. Currently, we've got 6 approved deals only in this financial year that represent the women to the value of about 50 million, which is about 48 million. And then for youth, about 7, which is equating to about 26 million. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Machana from the Land Bank. Let us then hand over to Mr. Fundam from ECDC. Over to you, Mr. Fundam.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable speakers, the Minister, MECs, members of Parliament that are here, captains of industry, business people, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And in terms of what we do as an organization, we look at responding in many instances to the needs of small businesses, and as such, we develop instruments that responds over a period of time, and some of those instruments that we've developed that facilitate access to finance, which is our theme for this day. We have loans facility that are long-term and short-term, and we do have the one that is in demand so much, which supports small businesses in being able to honor their tenders. And I think that is in so much demanded product, and we would want to continue with that. And of course, other long-term loans we do provide. We do provide as another financing solution, financial incentives, and those, differ in terms of, specific sectors and categories. We have cooperatives fund. It responds to the needs of the cooperatives, and it supports primary cooperatives. And we have another instrument that seeks to support small businesses in small towns and in township and rural spaces, and that we call STREP. It's another instrument that we have as an entity, and we provide a microfinance as well. We provide that through intermediaries. We've got a couple of intermediaries that we work with, and we are then able to provide, small loans and micro finance. I think it was indicated earlier on by the minister that, whilst you do need to provide funding for bigger, businesses, but as well, you need to reach those that require funding, small funds as well. We have a program that we are currently implementing, and we've initiated it, which is called Business in a Box program, wherein we seek to support enterprises in a more structured way, and in a way that seeks to help them, to grow over time from startup, and those that are haven't set up. And then one of the key instruments that we have as an entity that supports pre-investment and post-investment is a platform which we call MSME virtual platform, and that provides access to finance to remote areas wherein you are able to apply wherever you are as well. But more as well, on the other side, it provides quite a lot of detail in terms of preparing and providing access to information and training, which helps in terms of preparing for finance. And one of the things that is critical, and that has been mentioned earlier on, is a need for people to be able to have for them to be ready for finance. And one of the things that we do as an organization, we provide training and we provide mentorship to assist businesses to be ready for funding. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fundam from the Eastern Cape Development Corporation. We now hand over to Mr. Mnyanda from the National Empowerment Fund. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. In the interest of time, let's just say all protocol observed. You are correct, Program Director. We should move straight to, the engagements with, our guests here, because the minister really, covered, all the aspects, in quite some detail. And we thank the minister for that. I'm from the National Empowerment Fund. The National Empowerment Fund being the only, agents of government that is empowered by legislation to support, black economic empowerment through financial and non-financial support. We have deployed about 11 billion rands in the market since our formation, and about 10% of that has been deployed to the Eastern Cape. You'll agree with me that that's a drop in the ocean, given the need, of entrepreneurs, out there. Hence, the concept of the transformation fund that the minister has spoken to. Because, in our engagements, with our, ministry and other stakeholders, two questions were asked of us in terms of scale and impact. Yes, we are different government agencies doing, or delivering on our mandate in our corners. How do we measure then, the scale, and impact, on communities and on businesses? And hence the concept of the Transformation Fund, came about to say, government, firstly, let's aggregate and collaborate, our funding, pools, bring them together, together with the private sector, where they will bring their ESD funds and equity equivalents, pool those under one entity, and really, push the target of disbursing, these funds, to market and to entrepreneurs, so that, we can, have impact on jobs. Jobs is a serious crisis in our country. We've then, as government, been given, a target of creating in the next 5 years, 1 million jobs. And that's what, the Transformation Fund mainly and other agencies of government seek to achieve. So it's a huge task. It requires partnership, with entrepreneurs, that are in the house, government, and the private sector to make this a success. We are busy with the work of the Transformation Fund. The minister will be making some announcements, in the near future, but the work is ongoing, in the background. But let me touch on the industries that we are going to be focusing on, whilst not, ignoring or neglecting our broad, industries that we play in. Because one of the key sectors, that we have been asked to look at is agriculture. I'm not going to touch on that because there's a panel that's going to be dealing with that. But over and above that, we've been asked to look at, manufacturing and industrialization, in the country, and also tourism. One of the key drivers of the economy of the Eastern Cape ought to be tourism. We have 800 kilometers of coastline, and other, heritage, areas. So how do we use, those, to drive, tourism in the Eastern Cape? So one of the areas we've been challenged to really look at, is exports, because we can't be inward looking as a country. We've got, the Africa Free Trade, concept that we need to participate in and therefore export, our produce to Africa and other, zones in the world. So we've really been given clear targets. And in those targets, we are targeting women and the youth, to participate in these businesses, so that they are not left, behind. I mean, for instance, for the Transformation Fund, we've, given ourselves the target that we need, to target 40% of all these businesses, to be to be run by women, and 15 to 20% and to be run by the youth. So the challenge is there. We are ready to meet that target, in partnership with everybody who's in the house. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mnyanda. Benzeza Ka Ute, targeting women, that you deserve extra time. So thank you so much for that input. Colleagues, we're now getting to the segment of the inputs from the delegates who come from our districts and the 2 metros, a representative from the business chamber, and Nenyoba I see here written as unorganized business. Yabonbi Legislature Secretary, You are very kind in terms of stakeholder management, unorganized business. Now for this segment, colleagues, please feel free to use the mother tongue. And for those who may not understand, like me, MEC Peters, because ik praat goeie Afrikaans. So, and baie prachtig Afrikaans.
Rara.
Baie mooi Afrikaans. You can use this for understanding the interpretation. A delegate, they are there, and you'll follow if someone is using a language that you may not understand. The sequence delegates that we've agreed on, I'm going to raise it so as to be a queuing system so that you understand who is next. MEC Peters, I'm not sure if you have anything to do with this sequence. It starts with Sarah Patman district. It's Sarah Patman district, and it's Joe Gabi district. Then it's OR Tambo. Number 3, I hope we're noting delegates. Then after OR Tambo, it's Buffalo City Metro. And number 5 is Amatole district. Let me be slow, I'm feeling that I'm fast. Then number 6, it is Krisani district, delegate input. Then number 7 is Nelson Mandela Metro. And number 8 is Alfred Nzo district. Then we would have covered the municipality layer or local government layer. Then number 9 will have the input from business chamber. I did see the representation from the Boracay chamber led by the CEO. CEO will then tell us who will speak. And then the privilege of somebody from unorganized business or any other person, stakeholder in business, who has been allocated for that slot. This gives us 10 inputs. I'm going to also commit to the 5 minutes rule. The best way so that I don't interrupt your flow will be just to raise a hand like this. That will be a cue that you have a minute to go. Then you can consolidate your report. It will not be a cue that you must finish, but a cue that you have a minute to go, then you can incorporate your input. Delegates, when you make an input, we have this facility of the mic, because the inputs are recorded for minuting by the hosts. Please press, and then you are able to talk. And then when you are done, please switch off. We don't want to hear you, what you're saying about you being thirsty or hungry. So without wasting time, let's then hand over to the delegate from Sarah Patman. Where is the Sarah Patman delegate seated? I'm seeing many hands. That one there? Sarah Patman? No, there's one person from Sarah Patman speaking. So who is that person? I just want to see the hand. Kutheni nje ningathi Google Sarah Patman. As new district, mandiphi chance nani if mhlawumbi you had not agreed on the rep. Kaloku it's 1 per district. That's the protocol established.
Kaloku it's 111. Baxele 111 panel.
So, okay. No, don't worry. I love numbers. I specialize with numbers. So if you are saying, because remember, we are achieving the same thing, but we're just changing the form, right? So if you are saying the district are of the view of 3 reps to speak, but we speak in the allocated 5 minutes. Are you with me? So meaning we'll leave the intros for when we're doing the exhibition and networking session. So let's then go back to Sarah Patman district. Then let's have person number 1. Kutheni ngathi yozelisa nje le solution. Qala ke mama Qofa. Malibongwe. Malibongwe. Kamala makhosikazi. Wathinta abafazi. Wathinta imbokodo. Over to you ke mama Sarah Patman.
Oh, okay. All protocols are observed, yeah. Igama lam ndinguSiya Mthandadyanki, unobhala with South African Youth Council from the region of Sarabatman. Honorable, access to finance and corruption impact on small businesses in the Eastern Cape. Honorable members of Parliament, I stand or sit before you as a representative of the vibrant yet vulnerable small, medium and micro enterprises of the Sarabatman district municipalities. Our businesses are the heartbeat of local economies, the engines of job creation and the catalyst of innovation. Yet we face systematic barriers that threaten our survival and growth such as limited access to finance and crippling impact of corruption. Current challenges facing SMMEs, red tapes, lack of skills among the SMMEs, which will need capacity building programs to capacitate our SMMEs, complex application forms for funding. In we do not understand, we will need workshops that will capacitate in terms of filling forms. LED officials not providing adequate advice, which will need training. Some officials do not understand the processes or what is required on the forms. Lack of programs for military veterans and disabled people. No clear criteria on the requirements for funding itself. No anti-corruption measures at our local municipalities. Access to finance in Sarabatman district. Despite efforts like the district SSMEs support coordinating committees launched in 2022, many entrepreneurs still face limited access to credit due to a lack of collateral of formal financial records, inadequate grant support for informal businesses, which make up a significant portion of the local economy. Slow rollout of support programs with bureaucracy delays and poor outreach programs in rural communities. Sirapha ngamakoka ke uzeke emakekuthi sine areas ezininzi zethu rural to ama ezalapha emakana. The impact of corruption on small businesses. The corruption in the Eastern Cape is not just a governance issue, it is an economic crisis. Over half of the provinces are under investigation for corruption. Irregular contracts and mismanagement erode trust and data investment to our businesses. Resource misallocations leads to poor infrastructure and service delivery, directly affecting business viability. Whistleblowers, they face retaliation, discouraging transparency and accountability. According to a 2025 Corruption Watch report, 92.3% of respondents cited corruption as a cause of poor service delivery and high employment. 60% witnessed corruption in their municipalities, including bribery and irregular tender awards. Recommendation, to address these challenges that we have mentioned above, we recommended that financial access reforms, expand microfinancing and service delivery to fight anti-corruption, protect whistleblowers through legal and financial support, empower community-based organizations to monitor local governance and educate citizens on anti-corruption, capacity building from your officials to SSMEs, support youth and women businesses.
Thank you so much. No, the points where you clearly captured them, don't worry. And they were very clear. Tanda nalapat ka fintech. And hopefully we'll sit for umamele to automate applications. The second speaker from Sarabatman. Or is Sarabatman covered by those inputs?
Chair, mandingene dongeze kukuza inputs. I think part of what we need to understand, Mafako, is that many people would not, in terms of entrepreneurship, understand the value chain. Like if you go to farmers, you tend to find out that in a single farmer, we're more interested in the product that we produce, but the value chain produces a lot of money. Because you ask yourself a question, who packages? And do we locally have institutions that are able to assist with packaging? Who transports? Who sells? Who negotiates the price? So Ufman said, but there's a lot of red tape when it comes to that. And that red tape, you must appreciate that where there's a lot of red tape, there's a lot of white people who are trying to be gatekeepers of that system, not for people to benefit from it. We must say it very clearly. Now, so in terms of that finance, we must be able to see monetary and value chain. Why is the province not growing? I'm going to tell you why. It has been hijacked by mafias who always want everything businesses. And they are threatening this province with violence. We might not have the necessary capacity and guns to fight back, but through legislation we're able to fight back. Because legislation is so that those people are not able to penetrate through that system. So ordinarily you would have a policy that speaks to the capacitation of women and young people. Now, funeka la legislation xa uyicrafta uthi asizuyivumela business continue without a certain percentage of women here, so that even when they want to hijack the process, uba kangumntu ongumama akazungena kula business uyiqhoboshe through legislation. So I think that is what we need to understand, that red tape iye isisokolise. Most places here in the province can produce, but they don't process, even in terms of agro-processing. Ufman Sekba, you produce a material, you process or elsewhere. And Ufman Sekba, Ababant who are producing this have got the necessary capacity to process this. Umzegeli alo in the Sarapatman, it is produced, processed elsewhere. We say a product that is sold to the people that produced it. How come? So we must be able to be emphatic through that finance. Thank you so
Chair. Much, Sarah Patman. Thank you so much. Very clear input, value chain and pricing, monitoring, and mafia that are controlling our business space. Is Sarah Patman now covered by these two inputs, colleagues? I seem to be getting an agreement to Sarah Patman. Thank you very much. Let's now go to the next district, Joe Kabi. Then we'll have the first person from Joe Kabi. Over to you, Mama.
Okay, nobody have now.
Yavakala, Ma.
Oh, manbulise. The protocol observed.
Just with a bit of introduction for record.
Oh, okay. Tingu tembisile khalakhala. Divela Joe Kabi. Diabulisa. Diabulisa kakumbi ku minister wetu. Tinapa Joe Kabi under this topic, access to funding. These are certain things that we have identified. One, we believe that the period esikuyo, but I mean this program is a transitional initiative. And for us to move forward, we need these initiatives as Njengis, but not necessary for e-reporting purpose, but for ukuba sikwazi implement. We are more interested to know where do we go from here. The problem is access to funding. Ilele policies. Minister Beke wayichaza lonto. Policies that are too complicated for an ordinary person to understand. And ufumanisa banje baye bechilo minister si province in a high literacy in terms of technology. Siyakhalela, as much as we don't want to delay others, policies zethu zedrosho with nento ethi kukhona ababantu abangaka yazi umcimbi we-technology. Sinento ke esapha esikhalelayo kwi-razor. For instance, kule nto ye-policies, we'll take an example of two policies apha, u-LRED, which is a policy, a financing policy yasilapha e-Eastern Cape. That is efana naleka NEF bithi ngotata. Those two and others, in fact, mna ndiye ndisifanise nenyama ejingiswa in a jungle of hungry lions. Ezo funding policies are not easy for an ordinary person to access. But there's one thing that we are requesting to be done. One is that Nikenisi provided as a business sector get data who are actually, not necessarily in terms of names, who are actually benefiting. Where are they? Because now I'm talking from the rural areas. We'll find out how many people in the poor rural communities have ever benefited with the Access Fund. Is it 5 minutes over?
1 minute to go.
Oh, okay. Okay, one thing, and just to sum up, this is too short, is that e-systems that are very close. The close that information is from the center to ebantwini, but very few opportunities are there from ilendoza information isuke ngaphandle isiya ngaphakathi. But to address into poverty, for us to address it, we need to know that those that are poor know the challenges and difficulties that are experienced by people who are poor, and they do have solutions. Let's try and open up our systems and listen to those who are not even inside the government system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mama. Siyabulela nge-inputs that you've done, aligned and clear and captured. Delegates, there is a progressive idea to cover the issue of 3 inputs per district. Remember, we have 3 themes, meaning we have 3 panel discussion, and they will follow the same sequence. So meaning there will be no district that will have less than 3 people giving an input, right? Instead of 3 or more participating in theme 1, because that's where we're going to lose time. I think I'm seeing a lot of yes. I think we agreed there. The second one, for the camera that's there, which is part of the recording, is that what I'm now going to call, I'll call 2 regions at the same time. The first one will come and speak from here immediately, right? Then the second one will be chewed here. The minute that one is finished, then the second region speaks. Are we aligned? That's all the nays and all the dondons. We are aligned. Masiceleke iOR Tambo ngokukhethekileyo ize ngaphambili ilandelwe iBuffalo City Municipality. Aze ke umuntu wase-OR Tambo aze straight kwi-microphone. Masizoleni kaloku seParliament. Hayi kaloku mama uthim 2 seza. So mayize ke OR Tambo and then BCM. So yabona ke ngoela xesha sizaba strict ke ngoku because we have an opportunity to save time. Ixesha ngoku ngu-12. So ngo-12:03 izawuhla iOR Tambo kungene the next region, which will be BCM. iOR Tambo izolandelwa BCM. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, panelists. Let me rise on the established protocols, Patiso. iOR Tambo is represented by a united business community. I am Phumelele Matigiza representing that united outlook of OR Tambo. Let me begin by appreciating this opportunity of coming here and being the first business parliament in these 31 years. We appreciate that very much. But having said that, we would like to see many things. Mphathiswa, your speech was glaringly demonstrating of a leadership. We don't want to touch that, but all and sundry was representing a leadership. What we want to say, this is happening at the time there is national dialogue. And in this platform gives us a glimpse of uniting around what is it that unites us. What unites us, young and old, big and small, Africans in particular, is that retail sector must be set aside for locals. All applications, all grants must be made user-friendly. Mampitas, user-friendly in everything. We come to you as leaders to lead. If you can't lead, then someone else will lead for you.
And transformation BEE must remain. This is what we will say even on national dialogue. Transformation has a history, and that history must continue even during this time of this administration. Lead time on applications, net your spread, land bank, no SITFA. You know, most funders use review mirror when they look at us. You must use windscreen, then you'll be faster in processing lending. The bylaws in the local municipalities must see, because that's where you have database of starters, and so that there is a close monitoring of who is this and who are you granting license to, so that you don't license an alien. An alien is a not unregistered person in that space. In closing, we would want agriculture equals to contribute meaningfully as it is defined in the tilting of economic barriers. Singabizi consumers in our space. I feel if we do that, influence bylaws, influence lead time on lending, that will make us optimum participants in our economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. PCN.
Madam Chair, andizulwa. Usara Batman has said it all. Congratulations, guys. You are thinkers. Mphathiswa, ndiyabulisa ngulaa mntu wawuthetha naye ekwi-VN 2022 we-Black Bank. Ndiyabulela kakhulu ngoba siyile nakwa-Reserve Bank, saphuma ku-Reserve Bank, sine-victory. U-Black Bank needs legislation. I am not apologetic about this. We need to own a bank. If Black Americans did that, why can't we do it? Ezi zikhalazo sizenzayo apha kudala zenziwa in all the years, ndisuka kwa ECDC mphathiswa. Kwa ECDC kudala sakhalazelwa ngaloo nto yoba ngaba i-processes zislow. La review mirror athetha ngayo umhlakazi wase-OR Tambo unyanisile. It's so bad. You know, when you talk, you must have posture. You must have posture. People must listen to you. Xa umele organization kufuneka bakuva abantu uba ngaba nguwe ngokuyathetha. Ndiyaxoka. Now, ithi ke ngokuloo nto apha ukuze i-value chain siyibambe, we must have a bank because money is important.
Minute.
If we don't own money, we are nothing. The whole value chain must be owned.
Thank you so much. Amatole, and can you have Christian on standby? Seated, please.
Protocol observed. Masibulise Mafako. Sisuka emnquma. Ndikhokela basibethakele when uminister covered all the areas. But mandikavarishe le ndawo ithi mna sicela these funding models ingase zibe geographical positioned. Siye kubethwa ngoba umuntu osedolophini knows better than you okanye is sitting closer to people that distribute these fundings. When there was the funding economic development around the PNPs, we see more than 40 PNPs around Bacon Bay and Konopis. We don't see it in those rural towns. If we go to the ocean economy, there's no road to go to these oceans. We don't know why government can't follow the Hermanas approach in terms of developing the factory. Or Wild Coast, which is called the Wild Coast, your Gatyane, your Port St. John's, your Tandane, those people remain on illicit trade, while a factory could actually be opened there. Into that I can applaud about you, Minister. Kulendo mane kuthiwa zinto with your name, into Castella. We see these tractors. All your panels, we don't see whom are they funding. There is no practicality. We don't see umuntu ophangela emgodini kwilali zethu. But we are wondering why there are billionaires in South Africa. But there are no people working there. All your panels, they don't have a practicality of saying we've funded 10, we've funded 10 at St. John's. That is why I'm saying I applaud you. Bonili tractors, bonili trucks, bonili inputs. So it means there's work that is being done. Sicela ukugqitha apho ndiye kule ndawo ithi it worries me lento as much as we support women and children. Ngo-1995 when we actually obtained 1994, indoda yayizalwe ngo-1970 was already 35 years ngo-2005. We are actually left behind and isenza loo nto sifoundwe wandering in our homes njengabantu abangotata. Umntu ka-1970 doesn't have a place. Una 50 ngoku. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Precisely. And can NMB be seated? Colleagues, just to remind you on the rules that were read by the co-chair was that we are a parliamentary sitting. So le red carpet akuhanjwa kuyo. Xa uhamba apha emacaleni. Nalento yokuthetha kuthethwa. Ayenziwa ngoba iphazamisa ne-recording. So that now ufumana minutes ne-outcomes, uyiva kakuhle i-capturers, le nto ithethwayo. So siyacela ke ba sijonge za instructions bezithethwe earlier on. Over to you, Christian.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. Honorable Minister, igama lam ndingu-Olwethu Mcubuse. I'm in the hospitality industry from the Chris Hani District Municipality. They have touched on the access to finance. I'm going to go straight to corruption because our Honorable Minister Umafaku gave us everything that we wanted to hear. And I think bamhlebelwa besithini pa iChrisani. So I'm not going to dwell much into that. Now, corruption hinders business growth because umzekelo, sometimes you have to know people who know people in the right places in order for you to get funding. For us ordinary people, it is difficult to get funding because mhlawumbe awunamali yonyoba wena okanye awazi mntu owazi umntu okanye awuzalani namntu phayana ezityeni. Now there is another problem that we face as business people in the hospitality industry. It is extortion, as Mr. Mvoko wayeyibeka. Ingxaki yethu is that you will get officials booked in your establishment, but xa kubhatalwayo, they demand meal vouchers. Now, as a hospitality industry business owner, you still are expected to pay SARS. You pay VAT, you pay tax. Now, you minus from that 1.5, you are left with 1,200 or somewhere there. Now, they will demand up to 800 rand. So tell me, what room has ever been booked by 400 rand? Noba ungayapi, you can never sleep nge 400 rand. Now, amakichi wethu avaliwe. What about the students that are growing up in the hospitality industries, which are chefs? Zizawupheka chefs xa zingapheki kwi-establishments zethu. Now, if you are being vocal about it, you get sidelined. You're not going to get business as someone that owns an establishment because wena uthe kwi-officials ndiphekile. Some of us were caterers before we were B&B owners. Now, where do we take that skill to? Kutheni sizawuvala amakhitshi when we are expected to empower young people that are growing up that need jobs? We are expected to create jobs, but how if sivala amakhitshi? How are we empowering the local economy if we are hindering our growth in that manner? So ndizocela mna apha as umntu okwi-hospitality industry into yobana masohlukane nokubhataliswa kwe-B&Bs because in other cases, you don't even have this money. You don't get paid in advance.
as uMinister ebetshilo into yobana ii-payments ingase zifast
1
track.
minute left.
You don't get paid in advance. You know into yobana uzawufuna ukunike abantu imali, but the agencies haven't paid you. So where are you supposed to get the money? Even if we were to give people money, if aspekanga mhlawumbe, then why won't we limit it to the mills? Why do we have to put it up to 800 rand? That's my take on this business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kusani. Nelson Mandela. Can Alfred Nzo proceed to be seated?
Mandibulise kwindlu yonke, ndibulise nakuwe minister, ndibulise nakuni nonke bosomashishini. Andizotya xesha lininzi, apha ndifuna nje uthatha kwi-points ezimbalwa kule ndaba ye-access to finance. I-access to finance, it remains a biggest problem for thina singabantu abangosomashishini. It's not that bana i-finance ayikho for osomashishini, kodwa ke kunzima ukuyifumana. However, I must commend i-department ka-minister lena, iyanceda kakhulu, iyabanceda osomashishini. Nam ndingomnye wosomashishini abancedakeleyo kwi-department lena yaka-minister under uSEFTA. Now, kule nto yokubana ndincedakele, ewe ke ithathe ixesha into yokuba ndiyifumane i-funding le, ithathe ixesha into yokuba mandiyifumane i-equipment. Now, i-recommendation yethu kwi-department lena yaka-minister nakuzo zonke i-government departments is that xa i-funding ikhutshwa, it must not take long, because iyasibetha singosomashishini. Enye recommendation endiza nayo is that there should be a policy that is enforcing all of the government departments to adopt into yokubana i-funding application should be done online. Iyekwe into yokuba i-funding xa uyenza ifake ngephepha, because ikhona ne-element of i-corruption. Ingabiwa i-idea yakho, ingathathwa i-application yakho ifakwe emgqomeni. But now when it's done online, everything is fair. We are happy ngento uMinister ayithethileyo into yokubana i-department yakhe it's working on a policy that will enable i-SMMEs into yokuba zibhataleke on time. Because indaba yokuba i-SMMEs zenze umsebenzi zingabhataleki, it remains an issue. Iya-affecta i-cash flow ye-business lena, but ke siyayivuyela into yokubana ikhona i-policy that the department is working on. Siya recommend also see Nelson Mandela Bay that kubeko a committee that is community based, ezifana no Texa, which works with a lot of entrepreneurs. Apo konezo committee ezo zizawujonga into yokubana i-businesses ezi ziyayifumana i-funding, and after ziyifumene i-funding lena ingaba mhlambi ikhona into eyenzekayo kwezo businesses ezo. We also recommend that urhulumente lona asi-assiste singosomashishini into yokubana xa sizifumene ezi funding ezi makube khona indawo apho khona sisebenzela khona, whether it's a shared working space singosomashishini sisonke okanye ibe i-business okanye ibe indawo apho khona i-business ezokwazi ukusebenzela khona.
1 minute left.
Ndiyayibulela le opportunity lena yoku-addressa apha. Ndiyathemba into yokubana the recommendations and the policies that esizifakayo zizawukwazi ukwenziwa okanye zizawukwazi ukuxoxwa ile ndlu lena izokwazi usincedisa thina singosomashishini kwi-township okanye kwi-rural communities. Nkosi kakhulu.
Thank you so much, Nelson Mandela. Singena Enzo.
Ubuhle behlabathi ngabafazi. Abafazi bubuhle behlabathi. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the Parliament, and all protocol observed. Thank you for having me here today. I'm Andisiwe Busugu from Alfrenzo District under the Winnie-Madikizela Mandela Municipality. I'm one of the SMMEs who graduated way back, but because of ungabikho kwamathuba omsebenzi, I fell in love with the business sector. And I'm now a qualified entrepreneur in terms of a business, of which that's the main problem at Benungsoma business. You can have all the ideas, sometimes all the resources, but if you do not comply
kuba nzima phayana naphayana. I have prepared a speech that I think uMafaku uskopile, of which andisazukwazi ukuqhubeka. And all the municipalities on my thematic, they've already touched on what I was gonna say. But mna ndizothanda ukueda kwizicelo zethu Mafaku singabafazi abancinci nabadala kwibusiness. Kune challenge enkulu esisimanga esivalelayo under this thematic that I'm talking about, access to finance and corruption in business. Sine challenge age. Age restrictions siyayicela sicela ukunyuselwa singabafazi from the age of 35 to 40. Kuba amanina kulapha amandla khona ukwenza imali. Kulapha amandla khona ekukhuleni kwezamabhizinisi, of which that plays a crucial role in our GDP eSouth Africa. Ukuthengwa kwalawa ama-apile ayothengisa estratweni kwakho umntwana wakhe isizwe. Yes, another thing esicelayo singabafazi into bana siyacela telephone lines esithi sizisebenzise trying to reach these stakeholders and financial institutions to be toll free so that we can be facilitated easily. Ungathiwa xa ufona stay on the switchboard iphele i-20 rand yakho yokugqibela. Another thing, thank you. Another thing esicelayo singamanina into bana siyacela hlamba ngobende usenzele i-businesses okanye i-tender businesses ezibhekene namanina nxakasana. Yes, i-BE iyasumela into bana sine percentage ezithe ukunyuka kodwa at certain tender document okanye nakwezinye izicelo esithi sizifake sometimes siyasibona ngathi le percentage ayisebenzi ncam. Siyacela kube sikwazi ukukhompyutha thina sodwa singamanina in the business sector so that sizokwazi ukukhulisana sisupportane apho singakwazi ukulunga khona. Another thing endicela ukuyi-eda in closing into bana siyacela stakeholders zethu nisiphe capacitation in the grassroots level. Nifike kuthi inkonzo zingapheleli regional municipalities. In closing, I'd love to say this, that success doesn't ask the gender if you are a man or you are a woman. It responds to hard work, consistency and passion. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Inputs from the Boracay Chamber of Business.
I greet you all. Time? Question? Okay. Diani Sanonge, I'm a representative of the Boracay Business Chamber of Commerce. I serve as EU Deputy Chairman for Youth Desk. We are faced with various challenges as a youth because I think I'm a sensitive topic imanga lucha. Ulucha lunayo access to finance. Access to finance is created because of the lack of access to information. I think the basic of that ukuthi abantu bethu abanayo la information yokuthi mntanami xa usuka apha endlini uzawungena kwa-ECDC kwa-ECDC uzadibana ne-office ethile kula office baza kudirecta bakuse ngapha. So those are the fundamentals of saying that as ulucha, how then do we overcome those things? As small businesses, how then do we access development? Number two, enye yezinto endiqonda ziyezindichukumeza xolweni bethu is corruption within the institutions. Because I will get a tender. Having access to a tender, then by the time I'm receiving this tender, I have to pay so many fees for me to access the financials that I have initially invested. That is from a division, demand, division, finance, division, supply chain, up until you receive the funds that you had initially invested, expecting a return. Meaning the system is not for us. Red tapes is a smell. I am a beneficiary kasita ndime apha. Ndandiyile ku-presidential awards umama uStella Ndabeni ekhona sisegini Port Alfred, sorry. And Samile and Satila ngo pinpoint that we are an organization that is running and developing abantu bakuthi using township and rural economy. Sisebenza ne-artisan, ne-trade artisans. We've got a banner that is right outside. But one of the key areas that I'm here to complain about, ndithi ndiyacela, Man Minister, sime silapha namhlanje silulutsha sithi sicela i-red tape minimizwe xa kuzawufumanisa uba masifumane access to finance. Kubuhlungu uhlala ekhaya unesidanga, unemfundo, unengqondo nolwazi nesakhono soyiqhuba ibhizinesi kodwa iphondo lethu alisamkeli. Siyanicela bethuna nasebenzisana nolutsha siredi sikhona i-database ikhona abantu bakhona amandla khona. Ndancama ndiyoma kwi-chamber because ndandibona uba yiyo yodwa into endinika ithuba. But asizuncama sizawuqhuba. Siyabulela.
Thank you. Thank you, Business Chamber. At this stage, we'll take 1 minute and check if there's any input from unorganized business. And if there is no hand, we would then, I don't see the hand. So there isn't from unorganized business. So we can then record that we don't have input from unorganized business. Delegates and honorable members, let me take this time and appreciate the panelists on their input and appreciate the delegates that made inputs, and we apologize to Sarah Batman and Joe Gabi for fixing the system after they've spoken. As we enter into the second theme, we'll follow the same sequence, which should be fair across the board. Please note our apology on that first part. Thank you so much. Let's then excuse the first panel, and then we get the panel for the second theme to be ready. Ngibona ke TV ni ikhona into ngathi iyaxolisa ndiyaziqusa nxa kutheni. Ndiyabavela kule quiet time njengoba bephuma. The chairs?
Extra chair.
They've got the extra chairs. Let me then take this opportunity.
Remember, back one.
Let's also give the opportunity to have the name tags fixed. Did I hear Elili's Relama Koska's initiative? Thank you so much, Mama. Skulele kamandi. Malibongwe. Kamalama Koskazi. Oscar Kulu, Mama. Colleagues, we are catching up quite nicely for time, and we are committed to stick as much as possible to the time scheduled for the sitting. We are now on the second last thematic discussion with a panel that is focused on that discussion. With the energy that the minister tabled earlier on, making references to changes in enabling policy and legislation, it is therefore appropriate to have this thematic panel discussion focusing on creating an enabling legislative and policy environment to support township, rural, women, youth-owned startups, and businesses to access the global markets. It is therefore my pleasure to then invite on stage for the first input the chairperson of the G20 workstream known as SU20 or Startup 20, Mr. Vianney Chachana, to come on the podium to make his input.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I want to greet the leadership that's here and the people from business, and say that I'm glad to be invited to speak, and I'm going to be very specific. With regards to Startup 20 Engagement Group, we are coordinating the ecosystem in South Africa and in all the G20 countries with the view that we make specific recommendations to the global leaders when they meet in November to make take certain policy positions that should address the challenges facing small businesses and startups in particular. We are working through with the international committee, but also engaging across the country. We should be doing more engagements, and there's an intention to do so. Some of those engagements are online, listening to inputs. Even this input that's being deposited here is going to get into our arsenal as well. We'll tap on it to actually shape the thinking. Program Director, there are key themes that are emerging. It's early days. We've had the first interim meeting in Johannesburg. We are going to have a second one online in September. Then the final one, summit, is going to be in November, where all these recommendations are going to be put into a dossier. But there are emerging themes as the task forces are working. We've got 5 task forces. One task force is working on foundations and alliances, looking at policy instruments. What policy decision must be made to enable SMEs and startups to succeed in the G20 countries? The other one is the topic of access to finance and investment, access to market, promoting township and rural enterprises, and the 5th task force is around inclusion and sustainability. That is where the challenges and opportunities for women-owned businesses, youth enterprises, and enterprises owned by people with disabilities are being discussed. So papers have been produced, draft papers. We're busy consolidating and synthesizing to actually get into recommendations. There are about 3 themes that are emerging, which I want to share with you, which talks to this global access to global markets. One is around the possibility of establishing a single market, a single global market for startups and MSMEs. This is about when you create a single market, it's a market where there are almost no restriction in terms of how people trade and tariffs, but you create that category to enable trade amongst nations for this category of businesses, because there's uniqueness. To bring that to life, some of the early thoughts are around clearly defining what a startup and MSME is, so that it's universal. Once you have done that, then you can create a code internationally. If I want to trade with the US under this category, it's known, I'm already known, there's no contestation about whether I am big business or I'm not. It's very clear, almost like they call it a passport, a startup passport being created. The other enablement is around creating a digital marketplace for us to trade amongst ourselves under this single market, which has got very little or no restrictions around trade and tariffs. And lastly, it's around commitment to fund the manufacturing and technology innovation for this category of businesses in different countries, so that you can deal with the balance of trade, because the most developed one will benefit more under the single market, but the others may suffer. So global leaders have to look into this. So these are early themes that are coming through, which talks to how we seek to address this at a global level. The second part that is coming, and the program I'm going to step off now, is around the theme around shifting from aid, the shift from aid to trade. How developed worlds should actually, to create a global fund for development. And the view that's being held is that this could be done out of self-interest, not out of pity. That's being held is that this could be done out of self-interest, not out of pity for Africa. We have young people dying in the currents of the Mediterranean. Migration patterns, Europe has a challenge of immigration or migration. No one leaves the country to be a refugee in another country just for the sake of it. People move from areas of economic hardship or under repressive regimes to areas where they feel they are endowed economically or have democracies. Now, Europe should invest in Africa, not aid, but actually in businesses to make Africa livable for our own people and our own children so that they don't have to cross the Mediterranean. Lastly, Chairperson, one theme that's coming through is around people with disability. Creating a virtual economic zone for businesses owned by people with disabilities. When you say virtual economic one, you don't have to be in the ELIDZ to get all the benefits of ELIDZ if you're a small business owned by a person with a disability. So we created virtually, which means you're able to register them. They get all the benefit regardless of where they trade. So these are the early themes that are coming through that talks to inputs that are coming from the ground, and they find resonance globally. The last part I want to say, we are seeking as South Africa as part of the legacy is to institutionalize the startup ecosystem coordination here in South Africa and globally. So we should be able to make sure that the international committee is structured into an institution that can follow through these decisions once they are made, both internationally at the G20 level, but also in the South African context, working with the minister to coordinate an ecosystem. So we should be established as Startup 20 as a coordinator of ecosystems to enable dialogue between the state and all of us as business. It's just a very neutral body that creates a platform for all of us. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, you would notice that with Mr. Chahana, I deviated from the norm a little bit because of his G20 role for the SMME or MSME ecosystem. And some of the delegates here may have missed the opportunity to be at Kabeja when there was the launch. So it's a very important input for us as this ecosystem to see how we fit, participate, and understand benefits for the SMME under Startup 20 through his presentation, as he is the global chair for SMMEs for all the G20 countries. We will now go back to the norm for all the panelists, meaning they will then sit, present. They have 5 minutes. We will then start with the CEO of Taxa.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to make an appreciation to yourselves as the speakers of this business sectoral parliament, highlighting that Umama Dojak is, of course, the Taxa Eastern Cape advisor. And as Taxa, we are proud as we sit and engage in this platform. We're proud of you, Speaker. On this thematic area, which is highlighted, Speaker, creating an enabling legislative and policy environment to support township, rural, women, youth-owned startups and businesses to access global markets. We say, as the Township Economic Commission of South Africa, with, of course, a mandate of 4 things, and that is to transform, to develop, to grow, and to protect township and rural businesses, with a context, of course, that understands that current policy frameworks remain urban-centric and fall short to integrate township and rural businesses into global value chains. This sector, Speaker, remains survivalist and excluded from the mainstream economy. Let me indulge you on the realities, honorable members. Umama owenza amagwinya oxhomekeke kwakule mali azawuthengisa ngayo la magwinya namhlanje ukuze athenge isidlo sokuhlwa is running a survivalist business. Lo mama lowo is living from hand to mouth alikhuli eloshishini. A salonist or beautician who is a South African citizen but is subjected to rent a seat for 2,500 rand in a foreign-owned building in South Africa is a survivalist business and is subjected to an injustice. As I land on the realities, Speaker, grassroots citizens, our women, our youth, will remain interns in someone else's economy if we are not intentional in building intentionally building an inclusive economy. So we don't want to see our young people move from one internship to the next. Sifuna bakhule baphuhle. Now, the Taxa Eastern Cape position is this, Speaker. We appreciate the prioritization of the Eastern Cape in the budget of the Department of Small Business Development, led by Mafako Honorable Stella Ndabeni. Equally, we also appreciate the 800 million plus budget for the township and rural economy. That is, of course, also from DSBD by the department led by yourself, Honorable Stella Mafako. Equally, we say as TEXA, legislation must liberate entrepreneurs, not restrict them. The time has come to legislate township and rural businesses into the mainstream economy. We'll indulge you with an example, Speaker. The Gauteng Township Economic Development Act, TIDA, a tested model which proves that legislation can dismantle barriers and accelerate enterprise development. The Eastern Cape must establish its own act to unlock growth, and that's what we're saying as TEXA. Out of here, we want to come out with a discussion that builds the building blocks to an act that would speak of township and rural development. Our recommendations, because as TEXA, we do not bring problems and not bring solutions. One, we call for an establishment of the Eastern Cape Township and Rural Economic Development Act, EC-TRIDA, which would be modeled on the example of TIDA from Gauteng province, but tailored to the rural and coastal realities of the Eastern Cape. The provisions that would have procurement quotas for MSMEs, simplified bylaws, and institutionalized township and rural development hubs for businesses to thrive, so that kuphelela nto ba xa ndingunosaluni ndirente kwi-foreigner kodwa ndisekhaya. Amongst a lot of things, Speaker, we also have a second recommendation on global market access and trade readiness. And we call for the legislature of the Eastern Cape to partner with the DSBD department and the International Trade Center to build export readiness, leveraging the outcomes of the global SME ministerial meeting that's set in July 2025, facilitated by Honorable Stella Ndabeni. We want to position our SMMEs in the global market so that lama mothungayo angathungi nje ubeke estratweni akwazi uthunga thengisa to foreign economies. As I land, Speaker, this parliament will end today, but a process of continuous dialogue has been launched, the National Dialogue of South Africa. TEXA is not aloof to this reality. We currently occupy 2 seats in the steering committee of the National Dialogue of South Africa, which will be chaired by the President of the country, His Excellency Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa. And those seats are: 1, small, emerging and informal economy, and the second one will be the township development seat. So as TEXA, we're going to lead national dialogues and consolidate and facilitate national dialogues across the country on these 2 sectors. Equally, we are the first organization to respond to the President's call for a national dialogue, because on the 28th of August, we invite all of you to join us in Amtata as we have the first ever National Township and Rural Economy National Dialogue. We'll be handing over the equipment to SMMEs that have been affected by the floods. CCT, yes, ubune stand per stratweni, but the floods washed away your stand. Okanye ubusenze farming, but your produce was washed away. We will be handing over equipment to those SMMEs solely as TEXA, no government money. As I sit down, Speaker, ndifuna ukuhlala ngala mazwi from Steve Bantubiko, the late, umcethe kuba ke mhlambe nami ndingubamcethe. He said, the most powerful weapon in the hand of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. Esona sixhobo sinamandla kakhulu kumcinazelo wakho, ingqondo yakho. As TEXA, we invite all the business people here to take charge of their minds. Ukuze iphuhle ibhizinesi yakho, your mind must be liberated. Thank you very much.
Masibulele ku TEXA, silungise representative from the South African Revenue Services, iberedi, kukhona umama oshiye unomyayi wakhe bathroom. Asifuni ke utate ekhaya ngakwazi ukufumana ngolesihlanu xa kuzaba khona. Khawudibane no-advocate Betcha, unomyayi wakho ukuye, so that sifike ekhaya sikumoya we-business parliament. I-revenue office ke, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. For purposes of time, now mandate all protocols observed. Ndinguqhamane Mjali from the South African Revenue Service in the East London office. Ndiyavuya xa kuthethwa nge-challenges uba uSARS akabizwanga ngoba ke kuye kugrogriswe ngathi ngamaxesha amaninzi. As a South African Revenue Service, our mandate is to collect revenue and ensuring that the department, our financiers as well, the access to finance is from the taxes that we all pay as South African taxpayers. So it's important, Nati, as business owners as well, to pay our fair share as SARS. Now, we understand that lack of knowledge exists within the small business environment as well. We'd like to encourage the different regions to engage your LED offices. Our services are free of charge. The only thing we tax kupel. We offer free tax workshops. We offer free tax education. We offer free services. We travel throughout the Eastern Cape at no charge to you. We have a standing arrangement with the BCM currently where we visit King Williamstown once a month, Nem Tanzania One-Stop Shop once a month. We don't have an agreement with any other municipality with regards to that. This is why I encourage the business owners as well to engage your local offices, your local municipalities. We visit each and every single town, well, not each and every single town per se, but our busiest point of service in the country that is outside of a SARS office is the Queenstown point of service. I hope we know that, and that is the Eastern Cape as well. In having said that, the knowledge part about the tax revenue as well is that SMMEs also benefit from reduced tax regimes where we have a small business corporation where if you have profits that are below 95,000 Rand per annum, there is no tax implications on the business as well. In order to gain access to this information, or rather to gain access to this tax regime, you do need to indicate that on your tax return form. We also have a small turnover tax regime as well that also ensures that the taxes you pay are based on the turnover that you make rather than the profits you make. We understand that not all businesses will be all on the same level. This is why, as the tax revenue service as well, the tax regimes catered specifically to growing businesses. Obviously, if you are no longer qualified as a small business, you will then qualify for the flat rate of 27%. And if you don't indicate that as a business owner as well, you will also, from the first Rand profit that you make, also pay the 27%. So in having said that, please pay your fair share. This is what we expect you to do as model citizens of the country. We don't hold any red tapes, fortunately. The South African Revenue Service is fair to everybody, whether for color, for race, gender, and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Wow. Such efficiency, I did not even raise my hand. You saved us a minute. Thank you. Oyifumene ke ifone. Yele lahleke bathroom. So that umuntu afumaneke nxa ifuna ekhaya. Makayisenge apha. So it's a lost and found request. Oyifumene ilahlekile. Makayithathe. Ayise ku-advocate beja. Nanki yasiyambona. Nkosi. Masicele ke uSitfa. Itsho kaloku le nto apha kum. uMr. Maqhubela. Okay? Ndiyavuya nxa sisave ixesha. Then masiye kwisi lamaphepha ethu maninzi. Yabona sizi-panelists thina ngu-treasury. Omnye umsebenzi uthi ngusiqalo. Ndiyamazi ke usiqalo. Ndingatyholwa bandinika kuqala kuno-provincial treasury. Mandilandele ilist le sithi siya ku-provincial treasury. Then from provincial treasury siya ku-advocate esiqalo. Nkosi.
Thank you, moderator. Allow me to say protocol observed. I'm Philip Boy from the Provincial Treasury. As we know that Provincial Treasury is the custodian of SEM prescripts in the province. Talking about prescripts, I'm just going to mention just two sort of critical pieces of legislation that regulate procurement in the public sector. The first one is the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, as you know, that is the supreme law of the country. Specifically, Section 217, which provides for the procurement of goods and services by institutions of government in a fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, equitable, and cost-effective manner. The very same provision of the Constitution also allows for the enactment of a piece of legislation to address the inequalities of the past. To give effect to that provision of the Constitution, in 2000, the triple PFA was enacted. It makes provision for allocation of points, preference points to certain categories of individuals, those being women, youth, HDIs, and so on. But those pieces of legislation, they've not addressed the current challenges that sort of are confronting our people. First and foremost, what we have identified, there is an issue of fronting when it comes to the triple PFA. People sort of are fronting, and that which militates against the objectives of that piece of legislation. And also the existing pieces of legislation, sort of they are restrictive in their nature. Like for instance, the issue of set-asides, the current pieces of legislation does not provide for set-asides. Also, there are also other prescripts that sort of prohibit even the issue of price benchmarking. I think the government sort of has come to a realization that now these pieces of legislation are not assisting us, and as part of the procurement reforms, on the 18th of July last year, the triple PFA, the Public Procurement Act, was enacted by the President. But that piece of legislation currently is not being implemented because you have to have regulations. There must be regulations first to implement that piece of legislation. The process is gathering momentum now, according to the feedback that we are getting from the National Treasury. And if everything goes according to plan, those regulations will be promulgated by the end of this current financial year, that is by March next year. And that piece of legislation, in as much, is not going to be the panacea to all the problems that we have, but it's particularly Chapter 4 of that piece of legislation makes provision for set-asides, as I've indicated before, for certain groupings and categories of individuals. That includes women and youth. And secondly, it also provides for pre-qualification. Before you go out and advertise a bid, you are allowed to do pre-qualification, and then you can sort of, that bid will be sort of targeting those individuals that have been sort of been pre-qualified. And then it also provides for subcontracting, in as much now the Act itself does not stipulate the threshold, but the regulations will talk to that. What is of critical importance then for the institutions is for them to develop sort of policies that will be in line with this current piece of legislation, and they must do so deliberately, so to make sure that now all the objectives of government are achieved. And also, what is also important, our suppliers must be capacitated and developed, because without capable and able suppliers that can provide goods and services, I think the whole thing will fall flat. That's all that I can say, Chair, from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boy. Thank you so much, Mr. Boy. I think your inputs were very clear on the legislation that enables the discussion. Let us now hand over to Isikalo Youth Fund. Advocate.
Thank you very much, moderator. I also stand on the already established protocol in the House today. My name is Zintle Shobo and I work for the Office of the Premier, and I am the Chief Director that is responsible for integrated youth development. I think, Chair, the presentation or the speech by the Minister has set and laid out the legislative foundation or interface of government. As I was driving here today, I came across the story of Usis Bonita Tokota, who now, from Emanyosini, who now employs 14 people from her business, from her community, that was funded with over 2 million through government support. And this was evidence that when policy and coordination work together, lives are transformed. In the Office of the Premier, our responsibility, moderator, as the apex office for planning, coordination, is to ensure that such stories as this one of Usis Bonita are not exceptions. These stories must be a part of a wider pattern of inclusive growth. Township, rural women and youth-owned enterprises must be positioned not on the margins, but at the center of our development agenda. South Africa's democratic vision has always been anchored in inclusive economic transformation, the Constitution, as Mr. Boy says, and key other frameworks, and all the legislation that the Minister outlined here today are a strong foundation for government to implement. But frameworks alone, we acknowledge that they are not enough, and that their impact depends on deliberate and decisive implementation. At times we've got good legislation, but the hands at which that legislation is placed sometimes nemikingly, and that also matters. Since democracy, moderator, the Eastern Cape has led in developing policy and legislative frameworks. Today, what we urgently need, what we are trying to do, what we're trying to achieve is decisive implementation, stronger collaborations amongst ourselves, and better alignment across institutions. Because we might be having this plethora of legislation, this plethora of funding mechanisms, but if we are unable to leverage on what we are doing as the different spheres of government, or as the different tools that government is giving to our people, we are not going to see the desired impact that we want to see. And part of this answer then, Speaker, it lies in how government itself uses its own purchasing power. We must be deliberate in creating markets for supported youth and women-owned businesses through the public purse as well. We must be able to go to an extent of saying the confectionery for our meetings in our offices, government is heavy in meetings that we host, but do we see these entrepreneurs that we have funded supplying those goods that we need as government in our meetings? Every department, our offices, our schools, our hospitals, must ask themselves a question: have we ever stocked magwati in a manner that we know that we would have made a dent in that enterprise? It requires that we must be deliberate and we must be decisive. The Isiqalo Youth Fund is one such deliberate step. It is one of the few mechanisms in the country that is administered by the Office of the Premier that funds, supports 100% youth-owned enterprises across agro-processing, ICT, tourism, creative industries. Since the inception of the fund, we have invested over 50 million in 60 youth-owned enterprises, with over 30 million that is currently in the pipeline that is going to be processed for businesses in this financial year. And one of our trailblazers for the Isiqalo Youth Fund is the African Cannabis that is currently setting up in the IDZ, that is working with an international agro farm to set up a hemp based products that are going to be dispersed there. So in closing, okay. in closing, we were going to say, when we speak about creating an enabling legislative and policy environment, this is what we mean, turning policy into tangible impact and ensuring that township and rural entrepreneurs, women and youth are not spectators in our economy, but are leaders in building it. Thank you so much, moderator.
NYDA.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the executive, greetings to the ministers, greetings to the MECs, and greetings to the esteemed guests. My name is Mandi Sangwenze from NYDA. I'm the acting regional manager there. And I am here, in this platform to talk about what NYDA does and also give my input in terms of the policies and the legislative to create an environment that will enable young people, from rural areas, including the young women out there. So NYDA offers so many services, and I would say it is a one-stop shop for a young person that will include funding, that includes skills development, that includes mentorship, that includes market linkages. And that includes as well the market linkages that actually create, that access to the market. That it starts from the local and including the global markets. Okay, so I will land to in the space where, actually I touch on the challenges that I would say the young people are actually, facing in terms of, have that access to the markets globally. Those challenges includes the regulations and red tapes, and we'll never, hide that. It's out there. We have policies already in place, but I would say we still have those challenges. We have challenges in terms of the market to access to finance, and then we have a challenge in terms of hosting those readiness, awarenesses, trainings, so that young people can have an understanding on how to take their products or services to the global markets. We also have a challenge in terms of the infrastructure. There's a lot of gaps in terms of making sure that our young people that have businesses or want to start a business has, enough infrastructure to operate fully their businesses. Minister also touched on that as well to advise to say, let's try to revive those buildings, that were previously owned by the firms to make sure that we create that environment. We need to make sure that we have implement inclusion and equity to make sure that our focus is on young people that are women, to make sure that they contribute enough in terms of the economy of the country. That will start from the economy of the province.
1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. So I would say, in a nutshell, we have policies, we have tried, but I can say we are not doing enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. National Youth Development Agency. Colleagues, we now coming into the delegate inputs. We will follow the same format of the regions, but our request again is to come through the sitting in the front via the edges, not through the red carpet. We already have Sarah Patman on standby. Can you get Joe Card as well on standby? Over to you, Sarah Patman.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dr. Mvuzo. I'm the South African Youth Council Regional Chairperson, Sarah Patman. Yes. On the issue of the policies, one, we need to redefine what we term locality. Because the locality athanda ukusibhudisa, especially in the context of local opportunities. Ufumaniseka into yoba ngabana when there's an opportunity, umzekelo, when you go to Sarah Patman, there's citrus there. Seasonally, kukhona nanto yokuvuna. Many people go and flock there, and the system iyabavumela because ba under the auspice of locality. So kuyafuneka ke zama indlela yokucontrol lanto because it's what is causing conflict between local municipalities and districts uba umigrate abantu from this and there. Bengicimba ke Chair xa ndimane ndimention omama uzamane usithi chatha kwela xesha lam. My sister uthethile apha ngento phone call in terms of lento kuthiwa wait for the operator and all that. Uthi sewuyifumene operator Mafako ufumaniseke uba i-attitude enayo lo operator xa idilishana nayo ingathi le mali yeyakhe. Kanti ke nibe patient nabantu bakuthi. We are fighting poverty here. That is a spiritual warfare. We can't have people babe complacent when we are fighting against poverty. So ufumaniseke uba abantu bakuthi abakwazi uba ne-tolerance in terms of ukunceda abantu bakuthi. So the issue of the policy of farmer, one, you get a point that they call in the USA, net chickens, where we are getting chickens from USA. Asika ixoxe into equality, Honorable Peters. Sisaxoxa uba yintoni ebangela uba thina siyothatha iinkukhu zase-America sine capacity of having poultry farms here in the country. Sifundisiwe ke phaa emampondweni thina uba awukudla ukudla komntu olwanaye. Izawuba khona i-problem kuloo nto. So we must be able uba siyazi uba loo nto izawuimpacta even the local poultry businesses zabantu, because those chickens are going to compete in the market. So kuyafuneka sami indlela ke yokuyiqhobosha lanto. Now youth and women, we must be emphatic in terms of our policies in the exclusion, because into eyenzekayo apha is that we are not vocal enough about the inclusion of women and young people. I-policy must talk to that specifically. Kuthiwa anizungena apha nina uba you are not women, you are not young people. So that's so kwazi ukwenza i-redress. Awukwazi ukuthiwa masenze i-company sonke equally, sonke sicompete in a male-dominated space where we ask, but there's already an established order there. I-policy ayincedisi. Now, the Sarah Batman inento eti lento ayile spec bomb nansika planting Mafako efuneka sigadile. Currently now there's a program ye spec bomb ye department. How are we being facilitated ye department ukwenzela ba abantu bakuthi ba benefit? Lastly, Chair, umzekelo kulento ye farms. Can isuse la power ka minister yoku decide uba i-farmers yanini kobani? Because i-ministers, they are getting a lot of applications from all over the country. Decentralize it to provinces, because we have vandalized this farmer currently ngokusalinde iminyaka uba uminister maka establish otbang bani makafumane farm. I-public works buildings all cross municipalities, they are in tatters because kukho ipolicy ethi awunaziphatha because zezika public works. You must deploy those buildings to local municipalities so that abantu abafuna businesses to operate for free bakwazi ufumana eza buildings, because they are moshakala ngo currently. Chair, ndiyalenda ngo the LED offices in terms of the established order must establish into, because they are expected to come with catalytic projects as it was to operate on zero budget. They must be capacitated, the human resource. Second, they must be capacitated with the budget to actually be able to drive these programs. Thank you, Chairman.
Mama, right? Is Sarah Padman is on fire. Yeah, but my Yancy posted a round. Yeah. Kodwa ke nxa isithi Mafako ayinisba lo ungileyo. Umama wethu kaloku economic development nayo Mafako. So nxa kuthiwa Mafako in the absence of the minister akubhudwa. You're right, Mafako. That's all. Over to you, Joe.
Thank you, Speaker. My name is Pumeza Mesho from Yugi, Ulundini Municipality. I'm representing the agriculture part sector and working for NPO as a deputy chair and also a coordinator of agriculture sector in the town. But we demarcated by politics. So it is not only Yugi, it have areas. I want to talk to Minister Wetu and say to the Department of Agriculture, we are food securers. We're really not happy with the requirements. The 5-year water license is very atrocious. With those 5 years auditing statements, asinazo thina. Siyamcela futhi uba regroup potential farmers projects ezinomhlaba akhangela imarket, whether provincially and to nationally. Because the agriculture sector sikhusele ukutya. Monitor where you invest your money. Ni inject imali, nishiye, ninga monitarish. Projects are collapsing where I'm coming from. I'm sent by Sibane Setu to tell the department that the 5,000 that you gave them, ibashiye besilwa and they are separated, they are no more there. Baya strugglisha. Sicela nibuyele back, nibatrain abantu i-financials. And again, not financials only, and equip them with skills. As the city regroup them for a bigger market, we mean that Kanike nisifundise ukulima ngendlela professionally, not lesi ifundileyo siyaziyo. Because if we work hand in hand with commercial farmers, we learn different things. Nina, you just supply us with equipment and everything, but the basics is ukufunda ukulima ngendlela right. So that is a computer market ezinkulu nathi. Digital technology. Please, guys, introduce trackers. Ziyemki ingoma magwalandini. Siyabelwa, siyalahlekelwa. Access to data. Siyacela, please. The security is not enough. Amafama yalahlekelwa. Enkosi.
Thank you so much. Our Tambo.
Molweni, Guyonela, osuka i-OR Tambo, anda umasipala Ingquza. Ndize apha ndimele oomama nabantwana i-youth ngokwakhona. Into enzekileyo ugovernment uyasithuma masihambe singi-youth siyofuna izikills. But ekufuneni kwethu izikills asizifuneli ubana sizoqashwa. Siye siqale ibhizinesi zethu like i-technology. Ugovernment nangoku kuyo yonke le program ithetha ngo-agriculture akakanayo indawo ye-technology. So siyacela government sikhona sinezikills siyenzile sihambile sasifumana zonke iintlobo zeskills. Aweba anikho awe ubana kunabantu abakwaziyo ukwenza i-printers apha e-OR Tambo. Abazibuilda like abazikhayo nje straight from boards to ubana ibe ya operator. Anikho awe andithi andixoki. Anikho awe uba ukhona umuntu osuke e-OR Tambo owenza i-laptops oziqala from scratch. Ukhona nanko apha phambi kwenu. Apha e-OR Tambo anda umasipala Ingquza kodwa i-struggle esinazo ndiqashile abantu bakhona abantu baqashweyo but andikafumani funding because asikwazi nokuzipitcha i-businesses zethu kwasiyothetha akho bantu familiar with it. Siyacela ke government ngosesebancinci because i-companies zibasiqala phansi ngosesebancinci xa nifuna ukhupha itender ezi companies zinkulu subcontract ninyanzelise subcontract wethina. If i-company i-Dell izokhupha i-laptops ezilapha i-technicians ezothatha mabe zeza Eastern Cape. If uNashwa uzokhupha i-printers itender ye-printers i-subcontractor mayibe yalapha Eastern Cape. Ezozikhupha yona izozithengisa injalo i-service siyakwazi uzenzela funeka siyazi ngokune kwi-policy eyenzeka abantu i-subcontractors ze-technology izophuma e-Eastern Cape. I-company enkulu izoza nazi because vele asikabi namali yokuzithenga but mayize i-service inyanzelisa ubana iphuma e-Eastern Cape ikhona ngokumuntu ukudala futhi wabakhona. Enkosi.
Deputy Speaker, la input in the nanobu bias, we like the technology. My yabona father, Mr. Chakana, we got excited as if Kaizer Chiefs is winning a game. Buffalo City.
All protocols observed. Othethayo ngu-Asanda wakwaNtswayi from Mdantsane, BCM. Yes, municipality bylaws are weekly enforced while foreign nationals dominate in informal trading, living citizen marginalized. Betunana asinandawo yokusebenza ngenxani into ba foreigners are taking over South Africa. Siyekile ngokuba nendawo yokusebenza ngenxani into ba kujongwe kubo more than thina. We have Fort Jackson Mdantsane, which is yavalwa and it has declined into ba now ayisakwazi usebenza. We have Idimbaza. We want that into ba revitalize them is critical to reconnect rural and township communities to urban and global opportunities. Policy objectives: enforce bylaws and strengthen law enforcement, prioritize South African citizens in licensing, revitalize pre-urban corridors into secure economic district, repurpose unused factories into hubs, formalize informal activities and support value chains, prepare SMMEs for African continental frame trade area, establish a provincial small business finance fund with ring-fenced allocations, introducing alternative credit scoring models that consider performance, community reputation, and transactional data, reducing red tape within 14 days processing, guaranteeing business representation in all funding panels, eliminating corruption and ensuring accountability. Key measures, enforcement dashboards and visible policing, licensing, which is 40%, we want 40% on women, 30% youth, urban renewal in city center, which is Mdantsane, Edimbaza, sifuna uzibona zisebenza, chef factory hubs and agro-processing, textile, ICT and logistics, export readiness centers for African continental frame trade area, fund allocation, 60% township and rural, 25% women-owned, 15% youth-owned. Provincial Finance Council to coordinate SIFA, SIDA, ECDC, municipal funds, dashboards for transparency and appeals. 250 million initial allocation, 15 million for dashboards, 5 million annual for representation panels. Sifuna ukubona ke into ba implementation more than ukuthetha sihlale apha sithi ezi zinto ziyenzeka okanye zizakwenzeka, because siqhelile into ba siyazazi challenges esinazo as no business ziyafana. So we want to see implementation. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. Mashe Amatole, Region, over to you, sir.
Greetings to fellow business people, South Africans, patriots, and Minister Ndabeni, to the leaders of the greatest province, the Premier, the King Gaxhosa, the honorable members of this House, the leaders of Amatole, leaders of Umbasha, and lastly to the friendly people of Idujwa. Ndingusibusiso Katandi, the founder Kakavino. Isikukukazi siyam batsha abaninzi. Isikukukazi siyambela kude kunamantshontsho sinelishwa lokuxhwilelwa wona ngekhethe. Creating and enabling legislation and policy environment to support our businesses, we need entrepreneur education, joint courses with our colleges, institutions to provide specifically entrepreneurship education, where people can learn about financial literacy, common administration, planning, IPC compliance, tax administration, global markets, export and import licenses, African continental free trade, export development programs, and incubation. That must be funded by NASFAS, because it means that if people do not know how those things are supposed to be done, our education has failed them. We cannot utilize funds that are meant for education for business funding. In the issue of funds, each town has a police station, a prison, and a court, not SARS, CIF, or IDC. We cater for law brokers and not allocate funds for industrialists. The coordination between stakeholders, public servants, they must be public servants, not public celebrities. They must be accessible to the people they are appointed to serve. They must be willing to assist our people, not known for sending the rejection letters and rejection applications. In terms of regulations to prioritize South Africans, sihamba ngaze kwisigidi sehlathela iminyama elinganjwa umuntu, siphepha amadolo nemikhondo entshaba, sirhawulwa ngamakhwelo ngapha kwehlathi, silindwe ngamakrele. Corruption, deliberate lack of enforcement of the laws of the Republic has led to the painful exploitation of our people, their means of survival, the resources, vulnerable markets. Law enforcement, including local municipalities, are strict on our people, while loose on foreign nationals. We must be bold and protect who we are. We will not be left as a nation, and we need to know that we are South Africans. We have empowerment laws. There is nothing stopping us from local empowerment laws. Sand and water are local resources, and no foreigners, they should be allowed to mine those resources. That must be limited to our people. Empowerment categories. Thank you, Chair.
Delegates, I'm not sure you noted that comment public servants, not public celebrities, right? That's a beautiful touch. Thank you so much, Amatole. Over to Chrisani.
Mandibulise kumntu wonke, igama lam ndinguQaqamba Mbuthuma from eKrizani eNgcobo. Sinayo iproblem ye-lack of service delivery. I-policies yenziwe eParliament, yenziwe kwa-legislature, but abantu bathenjiweyo ngalo mthetho uba bayo-implementa abawenzi. Sicela urhulumente aba-accountise ngawo. Sine-problem ngoku ye-liquor traders that are excluded, aba basezilalini bafunwa i-zoning certificate abangakwazi ukuzifumana because bakumhlaba wenkosi. Emva koko thina kuthiwe singabantwana ubana hayi yonke into sizakwazi ukuyifumana sihlele ezilalini. Sicela i-information iye ezilalini sikwazi ukuyifumana xa kuamendwa ii-policies. We want to be part of that. Ingathethwa nje ereyidweni uba ngemini ethile kuza amendwa ipolicy emva koko singa-invayithwa kwezo venues of which sizi-stakeholders. Sine-problem yoba ngoku uScholar Transport asibhatalwa. For 6 months, we have a crisis. We went to Parliament as it woman's desk. Saya, singomama abaku-industry, taxi industry, ku-transport. Asibikhona kwinto ze-funding, asithengelwa namavili la, okokuba kuthiwe siyancediswa. Siyi-youth, ezinye zezi business siyazi-inherita kwabazali bethu zifike kuthi zife ibe ngathi asikhathali, kanti kunzima. Akukho mali erenkini, ayikho imali. Ibe worse nxa uScholar Transport engazukunika imali. Next year, this time, sizabe still sikhala ngento enye uba sibhatalwa. Sihambe simane sisenza apha i-strike. Sicela ukuncediswa kuloo nto leyo. Secondly, u-NYDA uthi ucela uncediswa phayana. Ndicela laa nto yela business certificate, business management certificate, ingakhutshwa ngu-NDA yedwa. Siyafuna ufaka kwezinye funding, but ezinye ze-requirements zeza-funding zifuna esa certificate. We are willing to learn, singabantu abatsha, sizawude siphume. 2, i-issue ye-corruption is a problem. Noko bayastrusta unational. For example, ndizawuthetha ngam.
Less than 1 minute.
Okay, ndizawubulela. 2023, bekufike upresident entsika yethu. I got a tender phayana ye-catering. It was more than 1.2 million. Unational zange ndifune nento, ndimncinci ndinjalo zange ndibuzwe nto. But when it comes to Eastern Cape, when it comes to district zethu, bafuna amantshontsho, bafuna intoni, they don't trust us. Kwi-businesses zethu sicela uthenjwa asonqeni sinazo i-skills singayenza. Enkosi.
Sibulele kuChrisani, sinikele kuNelson Mandela, ilandelwe yi Nelson Mandela.
Okay. Greetings, Honorable Chair, distinguished guests, fellow panelists, and entrepreneurs. My name is Ngosomzi Damana. I'm from the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro. I'm here representing the lived reality of the township entrepreneurs, the challenges we face, the resilience we show, and the opportunities that can be unlocked if the policy and legislative environment supports us. We need to have separate funding criteria between rural and urban areas. I mean, if there is a business that has been operating for a year, if I'm applying for funding, you can't be expecting to get a 3-year financial report. The business is still new, right? And then with these funding companies, there are a lot of red tapes. There is a colleague of mine, we were speaking yesterday, that he was denied funding because of he was not able to identify Elendo competitors. Like, I don't think that's fair, right? And then also we need to look at the benchmarking practices that are similar to exchange programs. So there are programs which are allowing our people to go to, let's say, for United States of America or to other certain countries, and then they stay there for about 4 weeks, and then they get to be taught whatever they went there to be taught, and then they come back. I believe that is not enough. If, let's say, we can give them about 2 months, because I believe the reason or the purpose to send these people to these countries is for them to go there, to learn the skill to a point where that they perfect it, so that when they come here, that they teach the people, and then they implement, right? And then I believe As Texa has said, they are working on Ilando, creating hubs in the Eastern Cape. So I believe we need to create these incubation programs so that we can have knowledge and awareness to global markets. I'm not going to say much. So in closing, I just want to say, if we empower township, women, and youth-owned businesses to access global markets, we're not just going to open trade, but we're going to open the future for the Eastern Cape to the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Delegate Mr. Kabela from Enzo region.
Honorable Speaker and all protocol observed. Ndingalibalanga ukubulisa amakhosikazi ngale nyanga yethu ndithi masiqine bafazi sithwele imisi. Igama nguMbali from Alfred Nzo eWinnie Madikizela Mandela Local Municipality. Our Eastern Cape Gezimbokodo is very rich in resources and talent, resources such as cannabis, nezinye nezinye. But even though we have those resources, ebekumele basifake imali kwi-province yethu, we still remain one of the provinces that has high rate of unemployment, particularly among women and youth. Why kunjalo? There are complicated regulations that are being faced by SMMEs, ezenza kube nzima to run our businesses, access global market, and create more job opportunities. Umzekelo nje xa sithenga leyo cannabis esiyazi ukuba i-natural resource ukuthi befanele befake imali, kune-license pha ekufuna kube ne-12 million ukuze ube nale license. I-cannabis ayazi uba ngeyethu, imila apha emampondweni okanye e-Eastern Cape, but now we need 12 million to have a license yokurana into okungeyethu. That simply means uba i-cannabis nangona kuyinto yethu, but abantu ababezoba ne-license abantu from Joburg, because thina asina 12 million to ihleli nje ilindi uba sibe ne-licenses. Enye challenge esiyifacile size-SMMEs, access to finance. Bese shilo umfuthi logqiba kusuka apho uba ufuna 2-year financial report, ufuna i-letter of intent, ufuna off-take agreement. Uzosifumana phezulu ufika kwi-business, because before buyakhuliswa, kodwa uzokwazi ukuba nazo zonke ezo zinto. Most importantly, we lack strong trade linkage that allow township products to reach international markets. Umzekelo nje kunamakhosikazi esiwazi uba ayawuthenga umbhaco kancinci. But i-problem ke ngoku ikona nekona ufumana my friend bethengisa same bhaco at a very low price. Lonto ithi ke ngoku i-pride yethu ayikwazi ukutyebisa thina singamakhosikazi ase-Alfredo okanye ase-Eastern Cape. So makwenziwe into ngalonto mna I so wish uba mhlawumbe because asikwazi ukubalula sometimes abazorun ibhizinesi apha, but at least makube ne-limit into yokuba at least i-pride yethu mayithengiswe sithi kuphela kwenza uba bakwazi ukukhuluma base-Eastern Cape.
Less than a minute.
Okay. Our government ke bathemba kakhulu our local municipality ukuze bakhulise thina sibosomashishini. Akho nto wrong ngalonto, but okusalayo the local municipality abayazi inhlungu yethu. So sicela into eyi-one bathina as SMMEs masivungele sibe la round table, sibe yi-part of decision making. Kwenza uba at least ngizazi into ezifunwa sithi zize kuthi, because sometimes the local municipalities zine-politics phaya, zine-interest zazo ezenza uba into zethu zingakwazi ukufika kuthi. Sendivala ke Chair, ndicela nesincede kakhulu ukuregulate i-seed yethu ye-cannabis, because siyayazi uba i-cannabis into yethu makuregulate la land race yala Eastern Cape, because ngoku la mali siyikhupha siyothenga i-hemp phaya ile mali befana uba ihleli kuthi kwenza uba sikwazi nathi kube i-Eastern Cape enemali. Asikwazi ke ngoku xa simane sithenga kubo, so masibe ne-seed yethu, sizikhulisile i-seed yethu, sibe nemali yethu ngokuthi i-Eastern Cape. Thank you so much.
We are now coming to the last two of this thing, and we have dispensed all the inputs coming from the district and our two metros. Please allow me to then invite the business chamber, ECCB, followed by the rep from unorganized business that will call from the floor. Can the delegate from organized business, ECCB, come to the podium? The blind spotted came up and born about the corner. Okay, ukuba ke ECCB. Ukuba ke ko ke sivula esa slot selungelo lilodwa from unorganized business. Yona ke asilindi ixesha elide. Sithi nje 1 minute sijonge kwi-audience ukuba yikho i-unorganized business, then sibulele i-panel and the inputs, then siqale. I see Molobao. Is CCP or unorganized business? Okay, Sithile Sasan.
No, thank you, Slalo. Igama nguSiyabonga Hans, the provincial treasurer with Texas. Seeing that Ubusnika Inyweba, like you, when into technology is being mentioned, nam ndiyavakalelwa xa kuthethwa ngento ze-business hubs. For example, a key...
Uthetha kaloku delegate segqibile. Ngefumbathiswe phaa. So masinganoko sideviate, masivumele la unorganized business. Sigqibe ke ngoku-input yale things. Sizayincokola leyo wena at another time. Over to you, unorganized business. Your 3 minutes starts.
How many minutes?
3.
Oh, 3. Thank you very much. Let me start with the last theme. That is on agriculture. There are 3 things now that I want to raise.
Uyeza agriculture ka unorganized. Bahlale ku policy and legislation.
Policy
and legislation.
Okay.
We are with parish ke lo.
Okay.
Unorganized business may be unorganized.
Okay.
Bahlale kule theme.
Okay. Now coming to the policy. Now I would like, for example, that if we should rescind and also review some policies and also amend others. For example, let's take extortion. South Africa, there is no legislation on extortion in South Africa. And then now moving again very, very fast. And then now again, business, we want business to be included in the transformation program. You will recall that as from 1994, we have never been transformed, for example, taken to workshop, etc. And again, lastly, as business again, we want, for example, an access to land in both the rural and township. So that now we don't have an access, although now want to start businesses. And also you'll find that now some of these businesses, some of this land are illegally occupied, whereas now we want to build some business. Then we're unable to do that. And lastly, again, we also want the government to have a legislation that says that as black business, we should, for example, be a business school should be built for us. Because most of us who have never been exposed to the business environment, we started business in a hard way. If there could be a business school for us, even if now I'm getting, before I get a funding, for example, I could be taken to a business school for three months at least, and then thereafter, a mentor then should come to assist me, so that we should have a sustainable business. If you can recall, Chairperson, then now there's a lot of money that we have been funded. Take, for example, 94 project, but those projects are not sustainable. And even our businesses are not sustainable because of we are lacking of skills, because there's no training that we undergo as business people. We just started the business from nowhere.
5 seconds.
Therefore now, we are saying that now, please take us, build now the business school. For example, in Misty Mount, near Mtata, there was a business school for ECTC, but that school is not there. Before a businessman, a business person is given a business, first of all, you undergo training. But now we just start business, no training, nothing. That's why if now you can find that now, we have no sustainable businesses. Look, for example, look at construction. Right now, we should be talking of black companies that are building third road. But now they're not there because of this lack of training. I emphasize in business school for training of business in short term, not those formal school which now got a lot of theory, because now you study theory for years. Just tell us business management, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think delegates and honorable members, we must agree the points that the delegate raised are very valid. Those of us who are in the space see people with good intention and the business is collapsing because of training. We note that point. I think it's amongst many important points. Colleagues, I'm not going to waste time. Let me then thank all the delegates and the panelists, and then we give them a minute to change space for the next panel, and the next panel will be moderated by my co-moderator. Let's give them a minute. I'm not sure if that little Guichonyana is very vacate.
No, we are going to, co-moderator, can I give direction?
Please.
While they are changing seats, we will cross over. We're trying to save time. Can we be assisted with the crossover to the exhibition stalls so that we can be able to get the interaction from there while we are changing seats?
Good day, everyone. My name is Mfundo Mbuto. I am a business manager at Nedbank in commercial banking, specializing in commercial banking as well as retail. We are here to create awareness in terms of the private banking space as well as business banking. We are located locally in King Williamstown. We have a branch there. We're also available in East London, in Vincent and Oxford, as well as our business office in Beacon Bay. Thanks.
Ngunosicelo Yanda Ifani, a branch manager at Old Mutual. The branch is at King Williamstown at Cathcart Street. Silapa today ukuzo service clients zethu, because most of the times it's difficult for them to go to our offices because of ixesha emisebenzini. Silapa ke with products abantu abanezinto zaka Old Mutual bangaza bazoqonda apha kuthi ukuba zihamba kakuhle na. Whatever nto they want to check from Old Mutual, we are here to service them. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I am Amahle Ncane from the IDC Industrial Development Corporation. I am a business analyst trainee, and the office is based in the East London office, Eastern Cape. Thank you very much.
My name is Wanda Lunika. I'm a deal maker in the East London office. We are here today to engage business in order for you to understand what the IDC offers. We look to support businesses across a variety of industries and to create and stimulate economic activity within the economy of the Eastern Cape and across all 9 provinces. We look forward to engaging you. Thank you.
Molweni, igama nguHlumelo Mbekeni, ndisuka eBumbingomso under economic opportunities. Economic opportunities started in 2017. It focuses on producing for youth economic opportunities.
My name is Funeka Ndalasi. I am a portfolio manager at TUF. TUF is a commercial property finance company operating in the inner cities and the urban areas of South Africa. We also are Umastandi, operating in the townships of South Africa. TUF has been around for almost 22 years, operating in provinces in South Africa.
Hi, my name is Laverne Myth, Ndisuka Standard Bank, Sterling Center, East London. We are representing enterprise banking. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We'll go back to the crossover after the third theme that we're going to be taking now. Let me welcome the panelists who are going to be dealing with our third theme, and thank my co-moderator for the other 2 themes. At this point, we are going to be looking at area number 3, which is leveraging on agriculture as our rural gold mine for economic transformation of the Eastern Cape. We are going to be providing you with 3 minutes each. Izawukhala kimpempe xa 3 minutes iphelile, but I'm going to direct who is going to be starting. I will give to Setfa, Mr. Duma Makubela. Your 3 minutes starts, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the MEC, Acting Premier for the day. So the topic we've been given is leveraging on agriculture as our rural gold mine.
Can we have order, please?
Go ahead. So leveraging on agriculture as our gold mine for economic transformation in the Eastern Cape. I think all of us know that the Eastern Cape is a largely rural area, albeit we do have 2 metros, but even in those metros, Buffalo City, the majority of people do live in the rural areas as opposed to in the urban centers. So the key for us from a SETFA perspective is, as Minister mentioned in her own speech earlier, how do we leverage on this? Coordination, first and foremost, and collaboration. And seated next to me is obviously the CEO of ECRGA, and I think we are making our attempts as an organization to show how that can actually be achieved in a practical manner. So in terms of coordination, the Department of Small Business Development, which is the department we come from, has a program called the Ecosystem Development for Small Enterprises program, which is an EU-funded program. And that program has funded one of our projects, which is the Industrial Hemp and Cannabis Cluster Development Program. And I think that touches on what Mr. Chakana said earlier, that some of the funding that we are getting from these places like Europe and other parts of the developed world should be used more as investment rather than aid. And so what we are doing with that project is to lay the groundwork and plant a seed for the industrialization of hemp in particular. Because obviously, with the issues around cannabis and the legislative and policy issues still being finalized, there's still a lot that we can do currently as it is with industrial hemp. So the minister also mentioned that there is a funding gap of 350 billion, as mentioned by the NEF in its own analysis in terms of what the MSMEs need. We get reports on a daily basis. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we were told that corporates have about 500 billion rands that is sitting uninvested as what they call lazy capital. And today, those reports are sitting at 1.4 trillion. So obviously, that 350 billion shortfall is there somewhere, sitting uninvested. But the approach for me should be engagement from a public-private partnership point of view. Not only in government, but also in the private sector. Thank you.
Let me finish this side. Over to you, your 3 minutes.
Thanks, protocol observed. I think 2 areas I will focus on, and before I touch on the 2, why it matters to finance women. At a personal experience level, working as part of what we call Small Enterprise Foundation, we experienced women repaying their loans 95% all the time. And you're talking about over 200,000 women that were part of the program. In the last few months at the ECRDA, we have experienced around 90% repayment rates, and part of that is women leading. So it matters to finance women. Equally, we have experienced women running successful businesses, and even when they lose and they don't make money, they never stop. they persevere. So it matters. The first point is there's a game changer that this province has said must be part of the cornerstone of what we do. It's called government procurement of agricultural produce. As the province, we know that we consume food-related products amounting to about 77.9 billion rands. We only produce around 39.3 billion of that. We generally are net buyers of everything coming from outside. And of what we buy, government procures on food-related products around 4.6 billion. So the question is, why are we net producers? Because everything else that we eat comes from outside the province, including umili meal. So this province has taken a decision that government is going to accelerate by creating market access to rural farmers. And it's a program that has been tasked to all of us, both government across departments, because it's not just one departmental issue. And you had Treasury here talking about changes. So that's what we're focusing on. So ECRDA will be at the center of repurposing those red hubs and driving this agenda government has set. So we should be proud and do all we can to make it work.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Somgyal. I will now move to my left-hand side. I'll start with Mr. Kokwana, DDG Agricultural Development from Agriculture.
Thank you, Chair. I will observe the protocol that has already been observed. The agriculture sector, according to States SA, is a 40 billion industry in the province. That contributes 2% to the economy of the province. It is dominated largely by Nelson Mandela Bay and Sarah Partman, who take almost 61% of the 40 billion that is generated by the sector. What Nelson Mandela Bay actually demonstrates to us is that to participate in the agricultural sector, you don't necessarily have to be driving cattle or plowing fields and all that, because all of the wool that is produced in Southern Africa is actually marketed through Nelson Mandela Bay, Gqeberha. 85% of all the mohair in the world actually is processed in Gqeberha. So it means that you don't necessarily have to be umlimi or leqinkomo emasimini uze ube kanti ungaparticipate in this sector. You don't necessarily have to be in the primary side of it. But this happens in the backdrop of a situation that we encounter that in this province, 31%, almost 31% of households in this province are food insecure. So there are people here who today don't know what will they be eating tonight. This happens in the backdrop of a province where South African Human Resources Council has indicated that 67% of people in this land have access to land, but only 37% of that land is put into productive use. We understand why, because since 2023, the price of fuel has gone more than 90%. The price of seed has gone almost more than 100% in price. The price of fertilizers have actually followed suit in terms of the escalation in the prices of those. So production costs have become a very, very serious concern. But the department, through the Honorable MEC, has dedicated itself that, and a call that was made by the Honorable Premier, that in this term, the department must at least commercialize 100 farms or 100 farmers. That is a target that we have set. This is also in the backdrop of having more than 500,000 hectares of land having been restituted. And we've got more than 3.4 million hectares of land that is sitting in the communal areas, which is actually not contributing much in the economy in the manner in which we seem to be seeking to. And we say that poverty is a big problem in this province, hence the Honorable MEC has indicated that we will be driving what is called Ilima Lokulima. Ilima Lokulima now is more different from how we've been approaching household food security, where we're focusing at households. Now the intention is to at least have not less than 20 productive gardens in a community, and this will be done as Ilima Lisecho, in collaboration with churches, traditional authorities, community leaders, and all similar structures. Infrastructure development remains one of the three things that the department is driving to support farmers in improving their production and all that. But one of the speakers here mentioned the word.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much, ma'am.
Can we then move to Dr. Yolisa Pakela Jezile? She's the Senior Manager from Research Arc. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. The ARC, or the Agricultural Research Council, is the research arm of the Ministry of Agriculture, and our focus is conducting research across the agricultural value chain. And one of the key research services or a key program that we have embarked on is on seed production. And by seed, I don't mean just grain seed, for example. I mean vegetable seedlings, trees, all things vegetative and can be planted or can reproduce. So because we have realized that without seed, if you do not own the seed, you do not own the production system, or you do not own the food systems. And South Africa, unfortunately, is owned elsewhere by whoever provides the seeds. So we are embarking on that program, and we would like business or small businesses to partner with us in the commercialization of seeds that have been bred locally. So this is one of our biggest programs we are embarking on together with the Department of Agriculture. And also we would like to focus on agro-processing. A lot has been said about us producing and exporting. And this is across all businesses, especially in agriculture. So we would like to partner with our communities, with other scientists on developing products that can be sold locally or across Africa or any other area where the product is suitable for. I think I'll stop.
Thank you. Thank you. We are now going to be moving to our last panelist, Mr. Zilindile Makapela from the Eastern Cape Provincial Head of the Land Bank. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the dignitaries, MEC, MPLs, and especially the delegates. Statistics support the fact that this sector, agriculture, in the context of the Eastern Cape is, though it may not be the panacea, but certainly is one of the key sectors that have shown resilience in the midst of the trends that we are seeing happening, particularly in the manufacturing sector, which has been the backbone of the province. And Wandile, in his recordings, which is not really something new, does illustrate that ours is an economy of two agricultures. And to that end, especially to the DDG's point, plotting exactly the areas where most contributors in terms of the GDP in the context of agriculture come from, that it leaves us with a responsibility, particularly to balance the landscape, especially into those districts that largely that up to now have been underexposed in terms of leveraging the potential that exists. There are certainly issues that need to be addressed, especially if you're talking rural development, especially to issues relating to regularization of land tenure in these areas, because it's one of the instruments that enables those farmers to be able to really prove they have access to the production forces of production. And having said, though, if looking at farming generally, you would realize that not only land can be the sole factor needed in agriculture. There are various mechanisms applied today that can actually lead to successful agriculture. Social facilitation, particularly in the rural areas. Most of the programs, enterprises we've been involved in can tend to be dismantled precisely because of conflict and limited mechanisms of resolving disputes. Infrastructure rehabilitation, you may have good quality produce, but getting to market with roads being in the terrible states is one of the inhibiting factors. From the bank point of view, we've looked at our regime, particularly in terms of credit assessment, to really look at these market failures, particularly around issues of security, to mitigate wherein security may not necessarily be available, to look at the broader
time is up.
landscape.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Those were the inputs or the interventions from our panelists. We are now going to move to the regions. May I request the same arrangement? Sarah Bartman will be the first. Joe Kabi, OR Tambo will come after. BCM is the fourth. ADM is the fifth. Chrisani, sixth. Nelson Mandela, and then Alfred Nzo as the eighth one. Then we'll take NAFCOC as the chamber that is going to give an intervention on this particular thematic area, and will allow the unorganized business. The difference though now, we are having 2 minutes for each. We will allow a process of you submitting in writing if you have any additional inputs that would not have been captured during this sitting. And also just to help and request, if your matter has already been covered by someone, you don't need to repeat it. Over to you, Sarah Bartman.
Let me take this time and say all protocols observed. Standing here is Asanda Smile from Kokama under the Sarah Bartman district, representing that municipality in terms of agriculture. Ndizawuqala ngocela into yokuba udepartment akhe asincede singamafama. Sinemihlaba esayiliselwayo, uliselwe umhlaba for 9 years. And then ufumanise into yokuba kela xesha ilisi yakho iphela ngalo kungela xesha kanye wena uqala ukwenza profit. Now funeke uphinde uyolinda ixesha elide to renew le nantsika sicela usiphinde kurunyishwe le list. So siyayicela leyo into ike iqwaliseleke. Number 2, kukho abantu abanemihlaba abangade bazifumane i-title deeds from municipalities ube umhlaba ubelonga kubo. Sinemihlaba emikhulu, i-problem yethu zi-tools, manufacturing. Sinenkomo, siyasokola sometimes ufuya inkomo ungenamali ungaphangeli unethemba lokuthi le nkomo izawukhula asinamali uzothenga i-medications, whereas siyayazi into yoba udepartment ka-agriculture ukhona to provide those things to us. Another thing I would like to bring to order is that, to attention is that indawo ezininzi singabantu baseKokama kunzima ukufikelela kuzo. For example, xa sifuna i-department ezithile, it's either we have to go to Human Stop or fune siye eBhayi. 200 rand usuke eKeredo ukuya ePE. So awunayo 200 ngoku, you've got this problem. Number 2, fisheries, kukho fishery ekhoyo owned by black people, but they bafumana a challenge when it comes to go fishing. Kukho race ethile ningakwazi ukuyimenshina power yokwazi yona uyokuloba ezi zinto zingekhoyo kwi-license yazo. So bona baphela ke ngokubeluza and ngabantu abane-boats ezinkulu ezikwaziyo ugoa in deep.
10 seconds left.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Enkosi. Joe Kabi.
All protocols observed. Ambukeka Pukwana,
and I would like to highlight a few challenges and propose practical solutions. One is stringent financial requirements. The DFIs need to be lenient to the rural enterprises. The 70% contribution that is required is not flexible for rural enterprises. The second challenge is lengthy turnaround time. Turnaround time for funding approvals and input allocation is too lengthy. As a result, farmers often receive summer crop inputs in winter, which makes them unsuitable and leads to production loss. We resolve that the Department of Agriculture review and shorten turnaround times. Support must be aligned with planting season with clear service delivery timelines and pre-season approvals to prevent delays and wastage. The red tapes surrounding water rights and licensing. We resolve that the Department of Water and Sanitation develop mechanism to ensure easy access to their offices and for rural farmers. Provide a clear turnaround time for water licenses application, streamline and simplify the licenses process to remove unnecessary red tape. Number 4, unsuitable inputs for smallholder farmers and commercial farmers. Currently, the inputs received by farmers come from the department's food security program. These are designed for subsistence use and are not suitable for smallholder farming and emerging commercial farmers who needs higher quality and larger scale inputs to contribute to the GDP of the country. We resolve that the department develop a differentiated support program that supports smallholder and commercial farmers must receive inputs packages tailored to their scale and market requirements.
Thank you. You'll send the additionals. O.R. Tambo.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gokhakazi Nkuva. I'm wearing 2 caps. I represent Omama, Base O.R. Tambo, especially the rural women in business, as well as ECOB. I stand here as a passionate advocate for rural development and skills development. In Umtata specifically, there is a challenge of kids that they've lost hope. We call them in the training, in the skills development sector, we call them the NEETs. Those are the kids that don't belong to education or training or employment or anything, but they don't qualify even to get into the TVET colleges. So in my village, the small village in Umtata called Umtebe, Ekokolweni, I initiated a program there. There's a project that we are starting. In that project, I'm challenging our government, the Eastern Cape government. In that project, we are fundraising 1 billion rands. We're going to build a state-of-the-art academy that will accommodate those kids, because crime rate is high because of those children. Unemployment rate is high because of those children. If you notice, there's a high teenage pregnancy rate in the Eastern Cape because we get pregnant and leave those kids with the grandparents, and we go to Cape Town, to Joburg, and start new lives there, leaving those kids attended to by the grandparents. And then they end up dropping early from school, and they do nothing. They go to tavern from 6 to 6. They abuse substances, they use drugs.
Time is up.
Oh?
Yes.
Yeah, so, Miss Keleku, ne? I've heard that you are responsible for education. I think
you'll submit in writing to Ms. Keleku.
I'll submit?
In writing to Ms. Keleku.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. The next is BCM.
Thank you, Speaker.
My name is Asanda Mapara. I am representing the delegates from BCM. Despite the, I'm going to be presenting thematic area number 3. Despite the presence of fertile land and abundant natural resources, rural economies in Buffalo City remain underdeveloped, with agriculture only contributing 1% to the metro's economy. Because the challenges...
Xolo Asanda, ndiyacela bethunana, I understand onoba sekulambekile. Let's just allow the last speakers. We are now in the last thematic area. Ndiyacela. Over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Because the challenges of the sector, they have been dissected in the House, I will only focus on the proposed policy measures. Policy number 1 that we are proposing is education, training, and mentorship. Establish provincial agricultural training hubs to provide farmers with skills in financial literacy, market analysis, and sustainable farming. Number 2, streamline land reform process to eliminate duplicative application. Transparent public dashboards on land applications and approval. Visible and effective governance. Increase staffing. No official should cover more than 3 wards. At the moment in the BCM area, we have 1 official overlooking 10 wards. Deploy mobile agricultural service units to reach remote communities. Recognition of organic farming and market access. Introduce certification and support programs for organic farming. Expand procurement and retail market
10
access
seconds
to
left.
organic products. Data and technology of agriculture. Development of provincial farmer database covering land use, production capacity, and market access.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now moving to ADM.
Chair. Ingqaka nenziba zayo. Into ngamandla bendifuna uyithetha mina into yobana bendifuna siqaphele lo mba we-identify, u-LED identify abantu abazi-small business owners kwi-local municipalities. Because loo nto leyo yenza kube lula ukukwazi uku-assista umntu because uyambona laa mntu one-daily. Usebenzela laa mntu one-daily. So akanyanzelekanga afilish iform laa mntu because utheni ulapha now. You mentor that person because ukhona local economic development kuzo zonke ezi ndawo zethu sihlala kuzo. Ukubheka phambili kube khona ii-accountants ezibekwayo phaa ku-local economic development ezithi zincedise le business incinci khulayo. Because it's expensive to have an accountant ozoyibhatala 4,500 every time you have to do your financials. Another thing, kufuneka kube khona i-transparency where you know lo local municipality wakho userviswe ngantoni, userviswe kangakanani na. Umzekelo i-funding ayifumene ingakanani over a certain period of time. So that xa nisenza izikhalazo yokuba hayi asifumani funding, but at least you know and you are motivated when you see that at least there's somebody in your community that has benefited directly kwimbali zika-LED njalo njalo. Enye into ukhona into kuthiwa yi-import ne-export. Siyafuna u-exporter. I was once given an opportunity to export izinto zam ze-aluminium. I was once given an opportunity to export izinto zam to Australia and Malaysia. I've been to Australia for a London meeting there, but I could not get funding in South Africa to actually export and do these things. We capacity enkulu. So I lost that. Siyacela man. Siyacela. Enye imba obalulekileyo is risk capital. The Land Bank used to have in Dr. risk capital, where monies were given to people who have potential. When the LED has to, and there's a headhunter abantu who have been working. I've been doing aluminium for the past 30 years, but they have never been funded. The female, abantwana bam bondliwa yiyo.
Time-
Ndine-accountant phaa endlini yam.
Your time is up.
Ndiyabulela.
Thank you. Chrisani,
Molweni, all protocols observed. Igama lam ndinguSiphokazi Nodude from Krizani administration area. Ndizodwela more on resolutions because colleagues zam sezithethe zonke challenges. But andifuna uqala nge-market because i-market yi-engine ye-business. So if le engine ayikho, that means i-business ayizokwazi uhamba kakuhle. And then yenziwa yi-poor infrastructure, yenziwa transport, across transport, and agriculture yethu eninzi from Krizani isuka from deep rural areas. So abakwazi uzisa ezindawo fanele babathengise kuzo. And also compliance to gap. So ezinye shop asikwazi usupplier because asicomply. So government can assist us mhlambe sikwazi usupplier izinto ezinjengoko government institutions, izikolo, correctional service and hospitals. And also into enosinceda noku partnership with private sector ingakwazi usolve these problems zethu marketing. For instance, due to into marketing sizokwazi bana sithengisele ezazinto just si adopte la ndlela yenziwa citrus kwela cala lasebhayi because phana bayenza yonke into from production and then to market. So they assist phana kweza zinto. So ama-farmer angenanto bayakwazi uthathela izinto zabo from their farms to the export market, and then bayakwazi noba compliant because bazokwazi ukwenza izinto ezifana ngugap so that bazokwazi ukwenza business. And also the livestock improvement. Kubuye ezazinto zazikhona qala deep animal health programs kube khona deeping because kuzokwazi ufikelela kuwo wonke lamafama angazufikelela. And also the facilities there research is far from ama-farmer. So xa sine challenges ezininzi asikwazi uzilungisa because i-soil tests zithathwa zisiwa kude komaduni nakwezinye indawo ezikude, which is ke ngoku sizawukwazi so sure zisizela sizokwazi ukwenza into efanele basizenze. And also
your time is up. Thank you. Alfred Zo, you're Nelson Mandela, sorry.
Molweni, and ndibulisa kuwe, Madam Speaker, nesigaba sakho protocol observed, ndibulise kubo bonke oogxa abalapha kwi-chamber. Madam Speaker, everyone have said the mouthful, and I'm not going to dwell. But I am getting a little bit frustrated when I heard from agriculture that in the Nelson Mandela Metro, 61% of the mohe imilanga ikona. Where are African people there? And where are women there? And I mean, I don't think agriculture should be proud of that. Because what should happen, Mr. Dube, is that abantu, the expertise, and also the officials, they should influence, because land of Fulgibuyele good. I must also make mention of, we're frustrated there, because there's no access to land. And as in Dawo, you're not allowed to touch this land and all that, but they are open spaces. We need to utilize those land. I haven't heard anyone say anything about wetland, because there's lots that can be done on wetland. Those wetland, dumping areas. Something has to be done onto that. I also think we should get back we should get back to the curriculum. Abantwana iqale from the primary level. Ifundiswe ngengani esikolweni into ye-agriculture, because sikhulume pha, let's basibuyeleni pha embo. Because besisenza ilima, bisenzeka nakula bantu education, ibisinceda in the other words, into yoba makubekho into yolima. And the other one frustrating moment is that abantu abangomama, they can't get access to broiler, chicken broilers, and also if fishing. We need also to run about the around there and be assisted about government. Lastly, it's the one of the beehives, because we also want to export. The beehive is there and it doesn't take a lot of space. And as the buildings, the buildings must be utilized. Give us an opportunity to do that.
Alfredo.
Ndingunomfesane Chekela osuka eAlfredo. Ndifuna ukungena kwezinto okungangenwanga kuzo. Ndicinga uba okokuqala singanomdla kakhulu okokuba ugovernment wethu angakaqinise, especially kwezi extension officers zeli xesha, ukubafundisa ngo-practical. Ngamanye amaxesha siye sibone uba ngeke ingathi noko abayanga kakhulu. So siyacela okokuba bacapacitatwe. Into yesibini esirhalela sike siyiqaphele singu-agriculture uba asizumuva ngoku kukuba amakhosi ashiywe ngasemva, alityelwe amakhosi, kukhokhiswe oo-councillors. Amakhosi afike ke ame pha angafuni ugqithisa umhlaba. There is a climate change esiphetheyo. Siyacela okokuba makudevelopwe eza greenhouses, eza tunnels, enzela uba ii-crops zethu zingabethwa kakhulu yingqweqwe. Siyacela kakhulu okokuba le nto ine-livestock improvement mayiphindelwe kuyo. Beke wayenza ugovernment wa-agriculture kodwa yabuye yarhoxa laa nto ine-livestock yokutshintshwa kwemigqutsuba yethu yenziwe iigusha zizawukwazi ukusinika uboya sikwazi ukubheka koo-BKB. I-infrastructure siyayicela i-infrastructure kudala ugovernment wethu and we are happy eyekha i-infrastructure ifeyila kwithi i-infrastructure. Ngokuthi sifike siyinikwe i-infrastructure xa sowuwa wena uyeka ukwenza le business awukwazi ukuyirilisela komnye umntu. So infrastructure sicela zike zibe nemihlaba yazo aside, ingabikho inside isite yomuntu, enzela uba immediately nje babekwe ngugovernment engasayisebenzisi iriliswe inikwe omnye umuntu osaqhuba nale meko. Ugap mafama good agricultural practice makaya amagosa because sivalelekile kule nto ka-nutrition department yakwa-education ngenxa kagap. So siyacela uba laa gap masikapasiteyithwe ngaye. Amanzi license sizotsho apha e-Eastern Cape, ilicense yamanzi asiyiceli.
Your time is up.
Asiyiceli ilicense yamanzi, amanzi azifluwela enkosi.
Those were the 8 regions. Sizigqibile ke ngoku. Sicela ke ngoku uNAFCOC azosinika intervention yakhe. Ukhona umuntu wakwaNAFCOC? Ungasondela ma. Bahamba ngapha mama. Emveni kwakhe sicela ukubana azilungiselele unorganized business angazohlalela apha kufutshane to save time.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me write on the protocol that has been already observed. I'm not going to be doing a lot of talking. I will just come up with an intervention strategy. NAFCOC is an organized black business chamber, and we're working closely with government, DFIs, and parastatals. We are privileged because we managed to launch members in all the 8 regions of the Eastern Cape, and we have participated a lot in policy formulation. The policies that Umafako was referring to here, we had an input in them, and when they are implemented, we'll be owning them. Our members have participated and benefited a lot in most of the deliberations that have been made here by the funding institutions. And I think we need to give Minister Wetu, not because its establishment was as a result of our intervention. It is us who went to the national president of that time to say We cannot be SMMEs and businesses without any ministry. And we negotiated, we pushed, and the ministry was developed. I am not applauding her because that is, she is there as a result of our intervention. I'm applauding her because of the good work that she's doing. As you are speaking, our SMMEs at 2 o'clock this afternoon are going to benefit from the equipment that she's going to be giving them, as Steve Biko, Ginsberg, as she has alluded to. So the same goes with MEC. It might not be enough. We are having the challenges that we're having, but our motto is that we appreciate the good whilst we criticize the bad. So from here,
your time is up, Mama.
We are going to consolidate the reports that have been made by the regions and our members and come up with a consolidated input. Thank you very much.
Siyabulele, Nkosi.
Enkosi kakhulu mhlali ngaphambili. Ndifuna nje ukuchaphazela into ezimbini okokubana silicele iphondo okanye urhulumente wephondo into yoba uke wenze le nto kuthiwa yi-farm audit. Ngobani kanye aba bantu banezifama? Who are owning these farms? Bawunosinceda usenze loo nto because wawukhuphe ilist apha sa-aplayisha sifuna ifama, azizange safumana nempendulo, siyazi nento yokuba yaphelela phi naloo nto. Khawusincede ke. Okwesibini nokokugqibela mhlali ngaphambili yento kokuba siyacela man khake ku-reviewishwe le policy okanye noba yintoni indlela yofunyana kwefama okokubana mhlawumbi uba ziyathengiswa noba zifumane kanjani na, into yokokuba noko ke isuswe le ndawo ithi xa ndifuna ifama mna inkosikazi yam isebenza kwarhulumente andinayifumana, okanye umyeni wam usebenza kurhulumente andinayifumana. Khake niyisuseni loo red tape noko singaphumi ezi-ofisini zikarhulumente sishwapula. Enkosi kakhulu bethunana.
Siyabulela tata kakhulu. Those were the speakers pakula thematic area 3. Sigqibile ke ngoku in terms of our panelists. Sizawumuva ne-program ke ngoku, kodwa before simuve, ndiyafuna recognize those people who have connected online, ku YouTube as well as on Facebook. You are encouraged to write your inputs. Support staff from Parliament will be taking those inputs, but incorporate into what we are actually doing in the House and in this sitting. There will be amendments to the resolution if there's anything new evela phakuni. So we do recognize you. We're now going to proceed with our program, and ngoku sizawuya pha. We will try and get a representative from the business chambers. There is a representative that is going to present a resolution. I'm not sure whether those are ready. Are those ready? Okay, we'll do the videos. The remainder of the videos, remember, Besenze videos before. So let's do the remainder of those videos while we are compiling the resolutions.
Eastern Cape, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Shirley. I'm from Harry's Photos and Copies. I'm based at 2 Donald Road, Vincent, East London. We are here today to showcase Harry's. We are a national printer with a number of branches throughout in Eastern Cape. We have 3 branches in the Eastern Cape. And my colleague Sipho here is going to introduce himself as well. So we are here to represent Harry's today and to meet small business. Looking forward to that. Thank you very much.
Good day, everybody. My name is Sipho Tundu. I'm one of the sales representatives at Harry's Printers. As Shelin just said, we at Harris Printers, we just here to represent what Harris is doing at the printing industry. So yeah, I won't say that much. Thank you a lot.
My name is Indira Machavu. I am from the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency. Our mandate is to develop and manage protected areas and promote and facilitate tourism in the province. We are based in East London, and we also have satellite offices in different towns in the Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ukamani Mchali from the South African Revenue Service. Our presence here is to offer support to any and all people that are visitors here, the exhibitors as well, because we understand everybody needs to pay tax. It's also to offer tax knowledge on tax in general, income tax, as part of the the funding programs that are being introduced in Parliament here. We as a SARS are the collecting agent on behalf of government, so the funds themselves need to come from us as an institution. So we are here to encourage people and also make them aware of their tax responsibilities and ensure that they pay what they need to pay. Our motto at SARS is always to pay your fair share. So this is why we are here. We are assisting everybody internally. The business owners as well are more than welcome to come visit our store and also inquire on their tax affairs. We'll gladly assist them and gladly assist them on e-filing as well. We also encourage people to make use of our platforms, e-filing, the SARS website, our SARS Mobi app there as well. So this is what we are here to assist and to offer as much knowledge and as much assistance as we can as a South African Revenue Service.
Nguviwe Ndwandla lona nguaphiwe sisuke eMonti kwi-The Ocean Studio. Sizi-designers eziphayana ne-crafters ezi-11. Silapha zena sizopresenta ezo crafters. Sizonyusa izinga lethu lase-South Africa ne-economy yaseMzantsi Africa. I thank you.
I'm Dali Matanzima from the Eastern Cape Mining Indaba. We are based in East London. The purpose of the mining Indaba is under the theme of unlocking the full mining value chain for exclusive growth and sustainable development.
Mzokolo Kulwa, founder and principal of Purple Growth. We are a foundation that looks after youth in terms of skills development, focusing on job readiness and entrepreneurship development. We cover the whole of Eastern Cape. However, our academy is in Danzane, Kwa 14. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. My name is Zolisa Makini, coming from the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency. In short, we call it ECRDA. We are based in East London. We also have an office in Mthatha and then also one here in King Williamstown. Our programs are wool and mohair, rural finance services, cannabis and hemp development. In short, I can say that's what ECRDA is about. Thank you very much.
Good day. My name is Siyabonga Matolweni, Key Account Manager at FNB Staffing Solutions. We are based in East London and King Williamstown. So our main reason why we're here is to try and educate the business people that are here on how to better manage their finances. Thank you.
Igama lami nguZiponjatu, ndiphuma bakaTexa. Namhlanje silapha eParliamentary kwi-Business Parliament kuba sifuna wayazi ugovernment that sibathatha serious on business abasakhasayo. Sifuna yonke lento eyenzeka apha namhlanje be legislated ikwazi into yoba ikhuthaze iassiste onobhizinisi abasakhasayo apho sihlala khona to the entire Eastern Cape. Siyafika ke thina be-Eastern Cape as a chapter kaTexa siyiqala ku-national. I-office yethu kezaba based eBerea kodwa okwangoku siyafumaneka on Facebook, iwebsite yethu kaTexa sikhona. Inkosi.
My name is Mngoli Simolefe from Addo Elephant National Park. Addo Elephant National Park is one of the national parks in South Africa that is based in Addo town. We do have a Big 7 in Addo as we have a marine section.
Molweni, igama lam ndinguzibele Mkhasi, ndisuka eAbsa. Apha ndizele uzobonakalisa ngo-Absa abe available ebantwini, di-educate nange-products anazo.
My name is Lusanda Salman from the National Development Agency.
in East London. We are an agency of the Department of Social Development whose mandate is poverty eradication. We do that through granting funds to civil society organizations and also providing capacity building in the form of trainings and mentoring. We are in East London. Our office is in Chislust. That's where we are found as the agency. Thank you.
Igama lami ngu-Asana Daile from Isiqalo Youth Fund. Sifunda abantu abatsha between the ages of 18 to 35 abafuna uqala amashishini okanye abasele benawo amashishini abafuna uwakhulisa. I-funding yethu is from 10,000 rands up to 3 million. Sincedisa pre-startups, businesses growth, and also those that are expanding or want to go into franchising. Silapha ke today just to provide that information and to be part of ukuncedisana nabantu abanokuphuhlisa kwabantu abatsha.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu ngezo videos, and I think iyabonakalisa into yobana exhibition is quite big. Abantu have responded so well, businesses have responded so well. Sizawumuva ke ngoku apha ngaphakathi siye pha kwi-representative ye-chambers u-Athenkosi Nontokweni uzawuzosinika i-resolutions sixoxile sane inputs. He's just going to give us a summary of what we have resolved. Over to you, Athenkosi.
Ndiyabulela mphathiswa. Ndiyanibulisa futhi. I think sizayishwankathela siyivala nzuba mde nam ndiyaqomba inoba isusezikhala. So parliamentary resolutions of business today. So as a delegation of the Integral Business Parliament, we wish to extend our gratitude to the legislature, government of the Eastern Cape, for making this possible for the first time since its dawn of democracy. This is greatly a large step towards the acceleration of women empowerment and youth economic participation through legislative intervention. This is a sightful and a great beginning for engagements, for now and yet for the future. We, the participants of this historical business Parliament held during the 7th legislature, hereby table the following resolutions. On topic 1, access to finance and the impact of corruption on small businesses. Results that the Eastern Cape provincial government should, 1, standardize and simplify funding requirements across all departments through the development of hybrid and digital manual application system for specific turnaround times not exceeding 14 working days. Number 2, we eliminate collateral requirements for small businesses and base funding decisions on business viability, job creation, and economic growth contribution. Number 4, to establish a provincial youth and women empowerment enterprise fund. Number 5, implement a mandatory 30-day payment policy for all government departments and state-owned enterprises. 5, create district-based incubation centers providing comprehensive business development support. 6, integrate anti-corruption agencies for SMMEs. Develop a centralized provincial MSEME finance portal with real-time tracking. Establish risk-sharing facilities enabling development finance institutions to support high-risk businesses through credit guarantees and blended finances. We further resolve that the provincial legislature shall, 1, mandate annual departmental reporting to SMME procurement. Number 2, establish a provincial MSME financing oversight panel with multiple stakeholders. Conduct annual corruption impact reviews specifically focused on SMME funding programs. Sorry, I just pressed there and it skipped. So on topic 2, I think we've got 1, 2, 3 topics. So on topic 2, I'm just going to browse through so that we get an overview. So as a resolution on topic 2 is that on creating an enabling legislative and policy environment for townships, rural, women and youth-owned enterprises to access global markets. How we resolve to do that? 1, reform business licensing frameworks. By 1, developing flexible bylaws, establishing clear turnaround times, reducing license fees, and implementing digital first. 2, prioritize South Africans. We intend to establish a market access infrastructure through creating export readiness, developing township industrial parks, and converting unutilized factories into business hubs. How we intend on implementing that? 40% of the procurement opportunities for women, 30% of procurement opportunities for youth-owned businesses. Accelerate digital transformation by providing affordable access to digital tools, establishing provincial e-commerce training programs, and creating digital store fronts for youth and women enterprises. How we intend to strengthen that is through support infrastructure that establish multiple one-stop business desks, creating incubation centers, and developing mentorship programs connecting entrepreneurs with experienced professionals. On topic number 3, I'm just moving as efficiently as I can. On topic 3, we further resolve that to establish a provincial accountability office with citizens reporting mechanisms for underperforming programs. We will require trading licenses issued to South Africans, factory hubs, utilization rates, export readiness programs. We will implement this by law enforcement, visibility and trading areas, repurposing 5 unutilized factories into hubs, launch the export readiness agencies. We've resolved finally that we will capacitate, establish, develop, and create. Lastly, as we close off on topic 3, topic 3, as it has said, that we are leveraging agriculture as the rural gold mine for economic transformation of the Eastern Cape. In short, how we will ensure we do that is to accelerate land reform and access by prioritizing producers, fast-tracking land access, establishing all redistributed land meets, establishing 5 to 10-year leases agreements, and creating platforms for willing commercial farmers to donate land. We will invest in agriculture infrastructure through upgrading roads, establishing mechanism centers to support farmers, and creating agro-processing hubs with tax incentives. We will establish these via the Youth Agri-Innovation Centers, mentorship programs, extensive office training, agricultural entrepreneurship. In short, well, in summary, we have resolved that as the provincial legislature, we shall mandate the establishment of these board schemes for irregular projects. We will establish community land register. We will direct development finance institutions and reduce the impractical 70% contribution requirement for rural farmers. We mandate that the Department of Water and Sanitation to ensure easy access to office and water licensing, remove of red tape in water licensing, clear turnaround times for applications. Finally, we intend on, wait, sorry guys, just a few seconds. We intend on finally resolving that the provincial government shall integrate agricultural into schools' curricula. We will establish partnerships with TVET College, develop agri-specific financial products, and coordinate traditional leadership by involving Amakosi, ensuring councillors work collaboratively, recognizing traditional leaders. We will establish a transparent systems, including public dashboards, streamline land applications, certification programs for organic farming, tracking systems for agricultural support intervention. And therefore, as the board, we thank you all for participating in this engagement. We have learned, we have collaborated, and we look forward to implementing what has been written. Siyanibule.
Siyabulela. Siyabulela, Atenkosi. At this point, I just want to, as we are moving slowly to our closure, I just want to quickly request that I am going to be asking you if you agree with the resolutions as tabled. So the expectation from my side will be that you raise your hand to show your agreement. Agreed? You are not raising hands. Siyabulela. At this point, then, I am going to request our Honorable MEC Peters. MEC, the people, the delegates have spoken, and so we are requesting you to give us your response to those. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you, event moderators, Ms. Nomfundo Dose and Mr. Mutsemfuleni. Good afternoon to you. The Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Duba and Honorable Kileku, and the Honorable members that are there, up there, and my colleagues in the executive and the honorable members that are in this house today, the business people, the panelists, the social partners, esteemed guests, officials from different departments, and also from different municipalities and parastatals, fellow citizens, and those that are watching at home. Good afternoon, goeiemiddag, and also to the Honorable Minister in absentia, because we know where she is. Good afternoon to everybody. We host this session at a time when South Africans are engaged in a national dialogue in an attempt to better and create the South Africa we all desire and hope for. The journey by the ruling party in the province to close the economic gap, not only between the haves and the have-nots, but between men and women, continues. So that's why today we're focusing on women, not on men, and also on young women, on young people, irrespective of gender, because the future is women and the future is young people. Women in 1956 paved the way for women emancipation and empowerment. And today is a testimony to that as we engage and accelerate women and youth economic empowerment through legislative intervention. We are the beneficiaries, all of us, of women of 1956 who marched in 1956. That's why you are here today. That's why you are here today as business people to come and say to the government of the day, what is it that you want? Because in the past, you wouldn't have done that. Today you are here because of 1956 women. Masibaqhwabela bomama bango 1956. We as government are also very much alive to the scourge of gender-based violence, including rape, sexual assault, and murder the women of this province deal with on a daily basis. Gender-based violence erodes economic growth as it hinders women's participation in the workplace and increases the need for government care and its health facilities and many more other economic hindrances. Because umfazi obethiweyo akakwazi uphangela. Liyahambi ixesha. Imali karhulumente i-corruption naleyo because upay ungasebenzanga because ubethiwe. Ulele esibhedlele urhulumente is paying more money ngomfazi orechiweyo wabethwa. Kanti if we can stop men, stop raping women and beating women, we'll live in a very beautiful province and a friendly province. As the government of the Eastern Cape, during the ushering of the 7th administration, we undertook and committed to 3 key priorities: inclusive growth and job creation, reduce poverty and tackle high cost of living, a capable, ethical, agile, and developmental state. this conversation that we're having today, which started at a district level, is mainly anchoring and challenging us in respect of those priorities which we anchored the 7th administration on. If even you look at the 3 thematic areas that our debate is based on today, is based on these priorities of the 7th administration. Coming to the first one, which says access to finance and combating the impact of corruption on small business. One of the persistent barriers to the growth of women and youth-owned enterprises remains access to affordable finance. It's not that finance is not there. As people were saying here, finance is there, but is access to it. And we must acknowledge that the current financial system continues to be risk-averse and supporting new entrants, particularly those from our own townships and rural communities. As government, we are working closely with developmental finance institutions, including our entities as the ECDC, Eastern Cape Development Corporation, to expand blended finance models that combine grants, patient capital, and affordable credit. Through partnerships with banks, cooperative financial institutions, and emerging fintech platforms, we must ensure that women and young entrepreneurs are not trapped in cycles of undercapitalization. As it was also mentioned this morning by the minister, that as Department of Small Business and Development, working with provinces and also with banks, they're making sure that finance is made available to small businesses. The Eastern Cape government, through the department that I'm leading, the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, has strengthened its commitment to tackling youth and unemployment by entering a memorandum of understanding with a Young African Entrepreneurs Institute, ebizwa by YEI. It is in this partnership which we saw a 3-day Eastern Cape Youth Tour alongside with Absa Bank at an Entrepreneurship Financial Inclusion Symposium, which was hosted in Walter Sisulu University, Pakule campus on the 15th of May. Apo bebe kompita khona abantu abatsha, entrepreneurs. And out of that, they are going to compete nationally, abaphumeleleyo apha province. Furthermore, youth in the tourism, automotive, and renewable energy sectors are being empowered through skills training and job placements. Manufacturing hubs in Gqeberha and East London are creating employment through partnerships with industry giants. Green energy projects are expanding opportunities in wind and solar installations. At the same time, we cannot ignore the cancer of corruption, which diverts resources away from genuine small businesses, which contributes to the erosion of confidence in the state. We are intensifying measures to strengthen transparency, to ensure that procurement processes are clean, and that our public spend is deliberately directed to empower emerging enterprises, particularly those owned by women and youth. Umama tourism, I think it's from Krisani, or utetenge umba BNBs and what the provincial treasury is doing to assist them in that. Ukubasiyeke ukuthatha imali ku BNBs xa siyolala kuzo. And the second one, because we're killing the businesses, creating an enabling legislative and policy environment for inclusive growth. Honorable members that are policymakers, it is clear that legislative intervention must support a business ecosystem that reduces red tape, enhances competitiveness, and connects our entrepreneurs to local as well as global markets. We are committed to reviewing provincial policies to eliminate bureaucratic hurdles that frustrate startups. Keynote has started the process of reviewing the LRED policy. LRED, abantu abaninzi bayathanda ukhala ngayo, ucaba yi-headache. We are reviewing LRED so that the policy can be friendly to the business people of the province. The work of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, in harmony with our executive must focus on creating enabling laws that expand access to land, infrastructure, and digital platforms for entrepreneurs in rural and township areas. Support the localization of value chains to integrate small enterprises into major supply networks. Enable participation in regional and continental markets under the African Continental Free Trade, AfTA, as part of government's inclusive strategy to economic accessibility for all. We ensure inclusion of people living with disabilities. That is why we introduce a project unique to the Eastern Cape, the Basic Education Employment Initiative. This is why we are placing 180 young people living with disabilities on an assistant chef program to equip them with culinary skills. Women and youth businesses must not only survive locally, but they must also thrive globally. Provincial government, on the 1st of July 2016, we came up with a local economic development procurement framework. Yaqala yaba effective on the 1st of July 2016. That framework is saying 60% of the provincial annual procurement on goods and services must be spent on the goods and services which are manufactured and supplied by the Eastern Cape suppliers. And provincial treasury is monitoring that, whether departments and local municipalities are doing that. But we need suppliers that are coming from the province. And we're asking you business people, niye kukufranda, nibe nini ngaphambili, kanti ngemva kumntu wenye province. Sicinge fanba le mali iza kuwe, kanti wena you are only getting 2% or 0.5%. The rest is going out of the province. If we do that, we will never grow the economy of this province. We will cry every day and say the economy of the province is not growing. So let us refrain from fronting. But also, Chair, as I'm speaking and standing here, there was a speaker that was talking about the foreign mission and promotion of trade promotion and exports. ECDC is tasked with that responsibility in this province. Njengoba ndimi apha, kukho no business balapha eMpuma Kapa, not abaseGauteng, abaseMumbai, eIndia, abasiwe ngulorhulumente welphondo. Kwi-trade mission, eIndia, ungangena ngoku, kwi-page yakwa ECDC, uzawufika bekhona ngabantu abangomama. Inobi one company yomntu ongutata, but is 7 is females. Ndifuna uzibiza because nizabe niyazazi. Asithethi ngabantu baseGauteng, asithethi ngabantu baseKapa, sithetha ngabantu balapha eMpuma Kapa. Kutaiki Holdings based eKomani, apha eChris Hani. They are manufacturing non-alcoholic beverages and sweets using ginger. The second one is DOZ, based in Gqeberha. They are manufacturing food sources. Eyesithathu noDaimani Investment produces sorghum, yellow maize, and honey based here in East London. Ibe nguChi Time Tea, they produce herbal tea, they are based in Gqeberha. Ibe nguGinger Love is producing a health tonic beverage based in East London. Abantu xa besela uGinger Love, ba mamas bawenziwa phe Eastern Cape akenzwa kwenye province, apha eastern Cape. And sweet things produce lemon, meringue, and pavlova treats made from egg whites. They are based in Gqeberha. Sithetha ngabantu balapha abase-India abasiwe ngulorhulumente wabo walapha eMpuma Kapa. So we are serious with trade promotions. Go to website. Ndiyanicela bonosomashishini, sisebenziseni website. Go to website, ikhona pha ziyaphuma applications. U-ECDC uyazikhupha abantu abafuna ukuyobonisa izinto zabo abaziprodusayo kwamanye amazwe, so that we open markets for you in other countries. Leveraging agriculture, the last one is leveraging agriculture as our rural gold mine. Agriculture remains one of the most powerful levers for rural economic transformation. The Eastern Cape, with its vast arable land, coastline, and livestock wealth, is well positioned to turn agriculture into a gold mine for our communities. Our strategy as government is clear. Expand land access and secure tenure for emerging farmers, particularly women and youth. Invest in agro-processing infrastructure to ensure that rural producers capture value beyond the farm gate. Strengthen partnerships between commercial and smallholder farmers to open markets, technology transfer, and mentorship opportunities. We're positioning agriculture not just as a food security imperative, but as a high-growth export sector capable of transforming livelihood. That is what we are doing as this government through the Department of Agriculture and also its entity, ECRDA, working also with DDIT. Our partnering with Land Bank in the agriculture space for the development of 10 irrigation schemes in the Amatole, Krisani, and OR Tambo areas. Through the anchoring of agriculture in inclusive value chains, we can reverse rural poverty and place women and youth at the center of rural development. The themes debated today converge on one truth: the economic empowerment of women and youth is the foundation of sustainable development. I wish to thank the champions of this business sector for creating such a platform for the women and youth of the province of the Eastern Cape. Although it is the first one soon, but it won't be correct for business people to say it's for the first time for them to talk about their challenges to the government of the Eastern Cape. Yes, for the legislature to create a platform for them to come to the legislature. Maybe it's for the first time in this house, but it's based back on or taking legislature to the people where business people were given a chance to say and state their challenges and their frustrations when it comes to government. We are improving as government, and working together we can do more. As reported today, during the past week, districts and regions were engaged. Various concerns affecting our women and youth were raised. The concerns raised during these engagements are a clear indication that our communities are asking for a change in a manner in which government is doing business. Yes, batsho bathi siyenza, kodwa masitshintshe igiya. Abantu baseMpuma Kapa bathethile ukuyithuka ukwenza ngokwezidingo nezicelo zabo. As government, we wish to thank the business community and MSMEs for constructive feedback and acknowledge the challenges that exist in various aspects in the business realm within government. We can never overlook the challenges that you face as you navigate the processes of government, as you endeavor to access resources. Based on the issues raised, as government, we wish to commit on improving the funding application processes, turnaround times for funding applications, and early communication of opportunities. Expanding mentorship, market access, and capacity building programs. Governance training has already been implemented for cooperatives. Unlocking infrastructure, land, and regulatory reforms in collaboration with provincial and national partners. Strengthening the district development model for better planning, resource mobilization, and execution. The above does not negate communication of department-specific concerns to each of the provincial departments affected. We all have a single goal, that of growing the economy of the Eastern Cape. Londo ifuna thina sonke sibambisane sisebenzisane so that we work towards the Eastern Cape we wish for, the Eastern Cape we want. As the Eastern Cape, we are determined to ensure that our economy is no longer an enclave economy, but one that is inclusive, dynamic, and globally competitive, with women and youth as key drivers of change. Let us together turn today's debates into legislative commitments and practical programs that truly change the economic story of our province. Together we can do it. There is no
Thank you very much, presiding officers. We are not going to entertain some of the things that are said by people, which we believe that they are not supposed to be said in this platform. Here we are business people, and it ends there. Chief Whip, all that you see there, the beauty that you see there, it's because yesterday I had to, in fact, let me not dwell much, Chief Whip, because andifuni kubekho abantu endibahlazayo apha. Kodwa ke nawo mabaziphathe kakuhle. Bangathethi into ezingathethwayo ngoba nami ndawuthetha ezingathethwayo. Thank you very much, honorable presiding officers, Mr. Motse Mfuleni, as well as Mamunomfundo Dojek, the acting premier, Honorable Peters, Minister of Small Business Development in absentia, Honorable Ndabeni, the troikas from different municipalities that have accompanied our honorable members here, Chief Whip of the majority party and that one of the legislature itself, Honorable Makashela, the chairperson of committees, Dr. Tuba. I was taught that I must not use honorable and doctor in one line because those are two titles. So I went to his office in the morning and said and requested a permission to use one of the titles. He said, no, this one I might lose it in the next 4 years. Rather use this one, which is permanent. Whip of the Triple P and E Standing Committee, Honorable Keleku, honorable members of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, you are beautiful. Members of the Executive Council that are here today, and most importantly, honorable delegates and guests to this parliament. Please receive my warmest greetings. Firstly, honorable members, let me pass words of condolences to our speaker, Honorable Helen Souls August, who has lost a family member, and that is why she is not part of us today. As we draw this important engagement closer, honorable members, allow me to express my deepest gratitude to each one of you for your presence, your insight, and your unwavering commitment to the economic future of our beloved Eastern Cape. It is in our hands that all of us in this business parliament take advantage of the G20 interventions for economic growth and SMME development, so that our own SMMEs open employment opportunities in the Eastern Cape. When we speak of private sector, we don't speak only about Mercedes-Benz, VW, and those large enterprises, but you are part of the private sector as well. Even if you are selling amakwinya erengini, but you are able to feed your family. You are able to employ 1 or 2 people abazokuxovela nabazokuphakela nabazokuhlambela idishi le ubuxovela kuyo. So you are contributing to the economy of this province. So xa sithetha nge-private sector mangabe ngathi sithetha ngento ezimeleyo, sithetha ngabantu abakhulu. Uyayibona xa sikwazi uba nomuntu osuka apha ayotshona eAustralia eyonegotiator into okokubana asupply aluminium yakhe kwelo cala aphinde angaziqondi mhlawumbe i-private sector le. So noba wenza ntoni for as long as you are contributing to the GDP of the Eastern Cape, you remain a private sector. Today was more than just another event with only verbally interactions with each other, but it was a powerful affirmation that partnership between the public and the private sector is not just desirable, but rather essential. We are all here because we care deeply about unlocking the full economic potential of our beautiful province, whether through infrastructure development, inclusive growth, SMME support, or creating the jobs that our people are desperately in need of. The province has a good potential in agriculture. We all encouraged to pay attention in ensuring food security, creating opportunities, and contributing to the GDP of our beloved province. Our education curriculum should also speak to what the government and the private sector are fighting to develop in the Eastern Cape, which is agricultural driven economy. The conversations we've had, honorable members, today have been frank, they have been future-facing and very constructive, I must say. We have not shied away from hard truths. A lot has been said by yourselves here, which is some of them are things that are not said in such platforms because abantu boyika uba unpopular. But for as long as uthetha inyani and uzama uba kubanjiswane ekwakhweni komnotho wase Eastern Cape, thina siboni into imbi ngalonto. Therefore, honorable members, we appreciate all the contributions that we have made in this gathering. Bribery, corruption, mismanagement of resources, and other mafia modes of operations in tendering is declared a crime against economic growth and SMME development by this august House. And it must be dealt with as such. The minister has made it clear that one of the most serious challenges facing SMMEs and business fraternity at large is in accessing finance is compliance. As much as nichilo ntozobawo into kokubana sometimes akubilula into kokubana kucomply nezinye izinto and therefore makuthande ukuncitshiswa mhlambi kwi requirements ezithile. The MEC has made a commitment into kokubana such things will be looked into. And we appreciate that ezizinto zize nani so that when you come back here ngenye imini sezilungisiwe nikwazi into kokubana nithi into kokubana noko kubhetele xa kungoku because 1 no 2 no 3 ulungisiwe and therefore we are able to have access to the finances ebesikhala ngazo kwixa elidlulileyo xeshukweni besilapha. Honorable Chief Whip, I'm afraid that Honorable MEC Mvoko has left. But whenever as ethetha apha xa ezosixelela ngoba imali uyicakace kanjani, akayishiyi into ethi amalungu kunye ne-officials zikahulumente maziphume kulo mkhuba we-extortion eziwenza xa ziyolala kwi-BNBs zabantu. You are contributing to the collapse of a black person's business. You are a contributory factor to that. Honorable Chief Whip, ndizawudinga uncedo lwakho because I'm going to take it upon myself to fight it, especially apha emalungwini if they participate in such a thing. We will not allow abantu abamnyama bacinezelwe kwasithi elo xesha sizawuphinde sizoma apha sibanike ithemba. Sinehlobo ke esizawulungisa ngalo lo mcimbi kunye nale organization ikhokelwe ngulosisi waseChris Hani sizani exposer. We are going to expose each and every one of you. And you would have to account, you would have to say it clear that uyinto olubuza muyenza ngokuba ufuna la brown envelope ine 1,500. Kodwa uyabhatalwa uphela kwenyanga. Kodwa uyabhatalwa iSNT xa uthe wahamba wayolala kula BNB uzenzele enye iSNT mawuphekelwe utye qha uphuma ugoduke emveni koko. Ngoba nele mali asiboni nithenga ungena KFC uthenga ibhakethi unkunkutane neli bhakethi ke zonke izinsuku ulele ngazo pha kula ndawo ugqibe ungakwazi ukuvuka uyokwenza umsebenzi wakho ngoba kaloku ibhakethi alidlala esiswini. That must come to an end. To our sector, to our business sector, thank you for staying invested in the Eastern Cape economy. Your resilience, innovation, and commitment continue to fuel our province's economic engine in helping our small businesses. We acknowledge the obstacles our SMMEs face, and we reaffirm our commitment to working alongside with you to remove those barriers which include but not limited to access to a formal market, lack of responses from government when SMMEs applied for funding, strict access to funding, lack of information in remote small business on opportunities available. But colleagues, particularly the young people, sanungena ku social media to comment on status sozbanban. Sanungena ku X to go and laugh that so and so uthe. Sebenzisani technology yokungena kwezi website zikwaziyo ukunibonisa amathuba wophuhlisa ibusinesses zenu. Andinieka, Happy Women's Month to all women delegates and honorable members. It is true that most households are led by women and that they are in majority and constitute most of the voter population. It is women that are the largest group in the economic population and in terms of being consumers, and yet are under-empowered in terms of positions and employment. But in the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, that is not the case. The Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature stands proud that it has a 50-50 record in the executive and has all women executive management. So pa ku executive le ikhokhelwe nguSpeaker, then kuzemna, and then ibe nguDr Duba, and then ibe ngumama uNyalambisi, ku 50-50 law. Then xa usehla ke ngokusiya apha ku secretary. Yambona uSecretary ecam kwakhe kuhleli uadvocate Beja. USecretary mos nguyinhloko yeadministration apha. Ningavele nti secretary ncima ngumuntu obhalayo. Kulamntu kuthiwa ngu-HOD xa usiya kwaRhulumente pha. Kulamntu kuthiwa ngu-MM xa usiya kwamasipala. Ndenzela uba ningathi athi asiqhayisele ngusecretary umuntu wamaphepha. No. Iqala pha. And then ecam kwakhe ku-advocate Beja. U-advocate Beja ulapha phantsi kwakhe. Nezinye ke ngoku-executive managers zingamanina. Then kube ku-CFO ulinina. So siphethwe ngamanina apha e-legislature. Honorable members, let us go to our constituencies and share the information and the opportunities learned today. Let us be willing to also develop each other. Niyeke umonelana. Niyeke umonelana uyibeke yacaca honorable Ndabeni that if you are only able to produce ingxowa mhlambe ezi10 wena and kufunwa 50 kwa KFC for eza chips zaphaya ichona komnye uba hey masidibanise man iza nezi zakho zi5 iza neza so that sazi uba ke ngoku qho thina siya supplier pha ibusiness yethu ke ngoku ayimi. So let us be willing to assist each other. We will one day come here, honorable members, to share testimonies of the contributions from these deliberations. May we walk this path together and siqinisekise into kokubana naxa kuphinde kwathiwa ikhwelo lityala sibamba ijokhwe yethu siyixhome emagxeni sitsale ngamxhelo omnye ukusingisela elegislature ngoba ndinenkolelo yoba uncedo lwenu luzawuvela out of ezi resolutions sizithathe namhlanje. Siyabulela.
Siyabulela Honorable Jali. Ndicinga uba sesisiyanyani ekuvaleni ngoku. Ndicela u-Secretary to the Legislature azosicacisela asenzele i-announcements uba sizawutya njani and then sivale emveni koko.
Thank you very much. I will fall under the protocol that has been outlined by the Deputy Speaker, Acting Premier, Deputy Speaker, Chair of Chairs and Chief Whip in greeting the honorable members and our honorable guests that are then in the House. Mine is just to do announcements because we have now concluded our program for the day. Our first announcement, I made to understand that there was a phone. I'm not sure if it has been recovered. It has been recovered now. Oh, thank you so much. I think that says a lot about our audience and the staff of the legislature because it was left at the bathroom and now it has been found. Thank you for that. We also would want to request that because we still are under the rules of the House, that when we finish here, we all remain seated and allow our honorable members, the acting premier and the honorable members here in front, as well as the moderators, to then exit the House. And also up there, we request that you allow the honorable members that are on the left side to also exit the gallery first, protocol to assist, and thereafter then our delegates and our participants can then leave the House. In terms of our lunch, we have lunch for all of our guests and our honorable members. However, we have two areas where we are serving our lunch. We have the dining hall, the Nokanime Thomas dining hall that is here on my left on the outside, and then we also have the tent as you go out here on your left. In front of this other building, you will see that there's a tent that we have put up there. For the dining hall, it's all the honorable members in the legislature, starting from the acting premier, the deputy speaker, all honorable members. They will then be going to the dining hall, as well as the troikas will also be going to the dining hall, and the HODs or DDG and DDTs and our panelists and the moderators will all be going to the dining hall. All our other guests, our delegates that are here, our guests that are up there, you have then also prepared lunch in the tent. It's the same meal that is being served in both areas, but it's the capacity of the dining hall and the capacity of the tent. Hence, we have then separated ourselves in that respect. I will therefore request that they remain seated as you all exit then the House. Thank you.
Siyabulela Secretary. Sizawukwenza ngoku kunini ndingxamela uyenza le. This concludes our business of the day. Nathi siyabulela as moderators. This was a good day. Sifuna ukuthi ke nihambe kahle ngoba bazawutravelisha. The House will now adjourn.
Danko.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mfundo Mbuto. I am a business manager at Nedbank in commercial banking, specializing in commercial banking as well as retail. We are here to create awareness in terms of the private banking space as well as business banking. We are located locally in King Williamstown. We have a branch there. We're also available in East London, in Vincent and Oxford, as well as our business office in Beacon Bay. Thanks.
Ngunosicelo Yanda Ifani, a branch manager at Old Mutual. The branch is at King Williamstown at Cathcart Street. Silapa today ukuzo service clients zethu, because most of the times it's difficult for them to go to our offices because of ixesha emisebenzini. Silapa ke with products abantu abanezinto zaka Old Mutual bangaza bazoqonda apha kuthi ukuba zihamba kakuhle na. Whatever nto they want to check from Old Mutual, we are here to service them. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I am Amahle Ncane from the IDC Industrial Development Corporation. I am a business analyst trainee, and the office is based in the East London office, Eastern Cape. Thank you very much.
My name is Wanda Lunika. I'm a deal maker in the East London office. We are here today to engage business in order for you to understand what the IDC offers. We look to support businesses across a variety of industries and to create and stimulate economic activity within the economy of the Eastern Cape and across all 9 provinces. We look forward to engaging you. Thank you.
Molweni, igama nguHlumelo Mbekeni, ndisuka eBumbingomso under economic opportunities. Economic opportunities started in 2017. It focuses on producing for youth economic opportunities.
My name is Funeka Ndalasi. I am a portfolio manager at TUF. TUF is a commercial property finance company operating in the inner cities and the urban areas of South Africa. We also are Umastandi, operating in the townships of South Africa. TUF has been around for almost 22 years, operating in provinces in South Africa.
Hi, my name is Laverne Myth, ndisuka Standard Bank, Sterling Centre, East London. We are representing enterprise banking, yes, Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Shirley. I'm from Harry's Photos and Copies. I'm based at 2 Donald Road, Vincent, East London. We are here today to showcase Harry's. We are a national printer with a number of branches throughout in Eastern Cape. We have 3 branches in the Eastern Cape. And my colleague Sipho here is going to introduce himself as well. So we are here to represent Harry's today and to meet small business. Looking forward to that. Thank you very much.
Good day, everybody. My name is Sipho Tundu. I'm one of the sales representatives at Harry's Printers. As Shelin just said, we at Harry's Printers, we just here to represent what Harry's is doing at the printing industry. So yeah, I won't say that much. Thank you a lot.
My name is Indira Machavu. I am from the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency. Our mandate is to develop and manage protected areas and promote and facilitate tourism in the province. We are based in East London, and we also have satellite offices in different towns in the Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Keynote from the South African Revenue Service. Our presence here is to offer support to any and all people that are visitors here, the exhibitors as well, because we understand everybody needs to pay tax. It's also to offer tax knowledge on tax in general, income tax, as part of the the funding programs that are being introduced in Parliament here. We as a SARS are the collecting agent on behalf of government, so the funds themselves need to come from us as an institution. So we are here to encourage people and also make them aware of their tax responsibilities and ensure that they pay what they need to pay. our motto at SARS is always to pay your fair share. So this is why we are here. We are assisting everybody internally. The business owners as well are more than welcome to come visit our store and also inquire on their tax affairs. We'll gladly assist them and gladly assist them on e-filing as well. We also encourage people to make use of our platforms, e-filing, the SARS website, our SARS Mobi app there as well. So this is what we are here to assist and to offer as much knowledge and as much assistance as we can as a South African Revenue Service.
Nguviwe Ndandalona, nguaphiwe sisuke Monti the Ocean Studio. Sisi designers eziphayana ne-crafters ezi-11. Silapha zena sizopresenta ezo-crafters. Sizonyusa izinga lethu lase-South Africa ne-economy yasemzantsi Africa. I thank you.
I'm Dali Matanzima from the Eastern Cape Mining in Indaba. We are based in East London. The purpose of the mining in Indaba is under the theme of unlocking the full mining value chain for exclusive growth and sustainable development.
Mzokolo Kulwa, founder and principal of Purple Growth. We are a foundation that looks after youth in terms of skills development, focusing on job readiness and entrepreneurship development. We cover the whole of Eastern Cape. However, our academy is in Tanzania, Kwa 14. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. My name is Zolisa Magini, coming from the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency. In short, we call it ECRDA. We are based in East London. We also have an office in Mthatha and then also one here in King Williamstown. Our programs are wool and mohair, rural finance services, cannabis and hemp development. In short, I can say that's what ECRDA is about. Thank you very much.
Good day. My name is Siyabonga Matolweni, Key Account Manager at FNB Staffing Solutions. We are based in East London and King Williamstown. So our main reason why we're here is to try and educate the business people that are here on how to better manage their finances. Thank you.
Igama lami nguZiponjatu, ndiphuma bakaTexa. Namhlanje silapha eParliamentary kwi-Business Parliament kuba sifuna ubayazi ugovernment that sibathatha serious on business abasakhasayo. Sifuna yonke lento eyenzeka apha namhlanje be legislated ikwazi into yoba ikhuthaze i-assiste onobhizinisi abasakhasayo apho sihlala khona to the entire Eastern Cape. Siyafika ke thina be-Eastern Cape as a chapter kaTexa siyiqala ku-national. I-office yethu kuzaba based eBerea kodwa okwangoku siyafumaneka on Facebook, iwebsite yethu kaTexa sikhona. Ingosi.
My name is Mqoli Simolefe from Addo Elephant National Park. Addo Elephant National Park is one of the national parks in South Africa that is based in Addo town. We do have a Big 7 in Addo as we have a marine section.
Molweni, igama lam ndinguzibele Mkhasi, ndisuka eAbsa. Apha ndizele uzobonakalisa ngo-Absa abe available ebantwini di-educate nange-products anazo.
My name is Lusanda Salman from the National Development Agency in East London. We are an agency of the Department of Social Development whose mandate is poverty eradication. We do that through granting funds to civil society organizations and also providing capacity building in the form of trainings and mentoring. We are in East London. Our office is in Chislust. That's where we are found as the agency. Thank you.
Igama lami ngu-Asana Taile from Isiqalo Youth Fund. Sifunda abantu abatsha between the ages of 18 to 35 abafuna uqala amashishini okanye abasele benawo amashishini abafuna uwakhulisa. I-funding yethu is from 10,000 rands up to 3 million. Sincedisa i-pre-startups, businesses growth, and also those that are expanding or want to go into franchising. Silapha ke today just to provide that information and to be part of ukuncedisana nabantu abanokuphuhlisa kwabantu abatsha.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mfundo Mbuto. I am a business manager at Nedbank in commercial banking, specializing in commercial banking as well as retail. We are here to create awareness in terms of the private banking space as well as business banking. We are located locally in King Williamstown. We have a branch there. We're also available in East London, in Vincent and Oxford, as well as our business office in Beacon Bay. Thanks.
Ngunosicelo Yanda Ifani, a branch manager at Old Mutual. I-branch ise-King Williamstown at Cathcart Street. Silapha today ukuzoservisa i-clients zethu because most of the times it's difficult for them to go to our offices because of ixesha emisebenzini. Silapha ke with i-products abantu abanezinto zaka Old Mutual bangaza bazoqonda apha kuthi ukuba zihamba kakuhle na. Whatever nto they want to check from Old Mutual, we are here to service them. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I am Amahlengane from the IDC Industrial Development Corporation. I am a business analyst trainee, and the office is based in the East London office, Eastern Cape. Thank you very much.
My name is Wanda Lunika. I'm a deal maker in the East London office. We are here today to engage business in order for you to understand what the IDC offers. We look to support businesses across a variety of industries and to create and stimulate economic activity within the economy of the Eastern Cape and across all 9 provinces. We look forward to engaging you. Thank you.
Molweni, igama nguHlumelo Mbekeni, ndisuka eBumbingomso under economic opportunities. Economic opportunities started in 2017. It focuses on producing for youth economic opportunities.
My name is Funeka Ndalasi. I am a portfolio manager at TUF. TUF is a commercial property finance company operating in the inner cities and the urban areas of South Africa. We also are Umastandi, operating in the townships of South Africa. TUF has been around for almost 22 years, operating in provinces in South Africa.
Hi, my name is Laverne Myth. Ndisuka Standard Bank, Sterling Centre, East London. We are representing enterprise banking, Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Shirley. I'm from Harry's Photos and Copies. I'm based at 2 Donald Road, Vincent, East London. We are here today to showcase Harry's. We are a national printer with a number of branches throughout in Eastern Cape. We have 3 branches in the Eastern Cape. And my colleague Sipho here is going to introduce himself as well. So we are here to represent Harry's today and to meet small business. Looking forward to that. Thank you very much.
Good day, everybody. My name is Sipho Tundu. I'm one of the sales representatives at Harry's Printers. As Shelin just said, we at Harry's Printers, we're just here to represent what Harry's is doing at the printing industry. So yeah, I won't say that much. Thank you a lot.
My name is Indira Machavu. I am from the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency. Our mandate is to develop and manage protected areas and promote and facilitate tourism in the province. We are based in East London, and we also have satellite offices in different towns in the Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ukamanim Mchali from the South African Revenue Service. Our presence here is to offer support to any and all people that are visitors here, the exhibitors as well, because we understand everybody needs to pay tax. It's also to offer tax knowledge on tax in general, income tax, as part of the the funding programs that are being introduced in Parliament here. We as a SARS are the collecting agent on behalf of government, so the funds themselves need to come from us as an institution. So we are here to encourage people and also make them aware of their tax responsibilities and ensure that they pay what they need to pay. Our motto at SARS is always to pay your fair share. So this is why we are here. We are assisting everybody internally. The business owners as well are more than welcome to come visit our store and also inquire on their tax affairs. We'll gladly assist them and gladly assist them on e-filing as well. We also encourage people to make use of our platforms, e-filing, the SARS website, our SARS Mobi app there as well. So this is what we are here to assist and to offer as much knowledge and as much assistance as we can as a South African Revenue Service.
Nguviwe Ndwandla lona nguaphiwe sisuke eMonti kwi-The Ocean Studio. Sizi-designers eziphayana ne-crafters ezi-11. Silapha zena sizopresenta ezo crafters. Sizonyusa izinga lethu lase-South Africa ne-economy yasemzantsi Africa. I thank you.
I'm Dali Matanzima from the Eastern Cape Mining Indaba. We are based in East London. The purpose of the mining Indaba is under the theme of unlocking the full mining value chain for exclusive growth and sustainable development.
Mzoxolo Kulwa, founder and principal of Purple Growth. We are a foundation that looks after youth in terms of skills development, focusing on job readiness and entrepreneurship development. We cover the whole of Eastern Cape. However, our academy is in Danzane, Kwa 14. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. My name is Zolisa Magini, coming from the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency. In short, we call it ECRDA. We are based in East London. We also have an office in Mthatha and then also one here in King Williamstown. Our programs are wool and mohair, rural finance services, cannabis and hemp development. In short, I can say that's what ECRDA is about. Thank you very much.
Good day. My name is Siabonga Matolweni, Key Account Manager at FNB Staffing Solutions. We are based in East London and King Williamstown. So our main reason why we're here is to try and educate the business people that are here on how to better manage their finances. Thank you.
Igama lami nguZiponjatu, ndiphuma bakaTexa. Namhlanje silapha eParliamentary, kwi-Business Parliament. Kuba sifuna ubayazi ugovernment that sibathatha serious on business abasakhasayo. Sifuna yonke lento eyenzeka apha namhlanje be legislated ikwazi into yoba ikhuthaze iasiste onobhizinisi abasakhasayo apho sihlala khona to the entire Eastern Cape. Siyafika ke thina be-Eastern Cape as a chapter kaTexa seyiqala ku-national. I-office yethu kezaba based eBerea kodwa okwangoku siyafumaneka on Facebook, iwebsite yethu kaTexa sikhona. Ingosi.
My name is Mxolisi Molefe from Addo Elephant National Park. Addo Elephant National Park is one of the national parks in South Africa that is based in Addo town. We do have a Big 7 in Addo as we have a marine section.
Molweni, igama lami ndinguzibele Mkhasi, ndisuka eAbsa. Apha ndizele uzobonakalisa ngo-Absa abe available ebantwini di-educate nange-products anazo.
My name is Lusanda Salman from the National Development Agency in East London. We are an agency of the Department of Social Development whose mandate is poverty eradication. We do that through granting funds to civil society organizations and also providing capacity building in the form of trainings and mentoring. We are in East London. Our office is in Chislust. That's where we are found as the agency. Thank you.
Igama lami ngu-Asana Daile from Isiqalo Youth Fund. Sifunda abantu abatsha between the ages of 18 to 35 abafuna uqala amashishini okanye abasele benawo amashishini abafuna uwakhulisa. I-funding yethu is from 10,000 rands up to 3 million. Sincedisa i-pre-startups, startups, businesses growth and also those that are expanding or want to go into franchising. Silapha ke today just to provide that information and to be part of ukuncedisana nabantu abanokuphuhlisa kwabantu abatsha.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mfundo Mbuto. I am a business manager at Nedbank in commercial banking, specializing in commercial banking as well as retail. We are here to create awareness in terms of the private banking space as well as business banking. We are located locally in King Williamstown. We have a branch there. We're also available in East London, in Vincent and Oxford, as well as our business office in Beacon Bay. Thanks.
Ngunosicelo Yanda Ifani, a branch manager at Old Mutual. The branch is at King Williamstown at Cathcart Street. Silapha today ukuzosevisa clients zethu because most of the times it's difficult for them to go to our offices because of ixesha emisebenzini. Silapha ke with products abantu abanezinto zaka Old Mutual bangaza bazoqonda apha kuthi ukuba zihamba kakuhle na. Whatever nto they want to check from Old Mutual, we are here to service them. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I am Amahlengane from the IDC Industrial Development Corporation. I am a business analyst trainee, and the office is based in the East London office, Eastern Cape. Thank you very much.
My name is Wanda Lunika. I'm a deal maker in the East London office. We are here today to engage business in order for you to understand what the IDC offers. We look to support businesses across a variety of industries and to create and stimulate economic activity within the economy of the Eastern Cape and across all 9 provinces. We look forward to engaging you. Thank you.
Molweni, igama nguHlumelo Mbekeni, ndisuka eBumbingomso under economic opportunities. Economic opportunities started in 2017. It focuses on producing for youth economic opportunities.
My name is Funeka Ndalasi. I am a portfolio manager at TUF. TUF is a commercial property finance company operating in the inner cities and the urban areas of South Africa. We also are Umastandi, operating in the townships of South Africa. TUF has been around for almost 22 years, operating in provinces in South Africa.
Hi, my name is Laverne Myth. Ndisuka Standard Bank, Sterling Center, East London. We are representing enterprise banking, Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Shirley. I'm from Harry's Photos and Copies. I'm based at 2 Donald Road, Vincent, East London. We are here today to showcase Harry's. We are a national printer with a number of branches throughout in Eastern Cape. We have 3 branches in the Eastern Cape. And my colleague Sipho here is going to introduce himself as well. So we are here to represent Harry's today and to meet small business. Looking forward to that. Thank you very much.
Good day, everybody. My name is Sipho Tundu. I'm one of the sales representatives at Harry's Printers. As Shelin just said, we at Harry's Printers, we're just here to represent what Harry's is doing at the printing industry. So yeah, I won't say that much. Thank you a lot.
My name is Indira Machavu. I am from the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency. Our mandate is to develop and manage protected areas and promote and facilitate tourism in the province. We are based in East London, and we also have satellite offices in different towns in the Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ukamanim Mchali from the South African Revenue Service. Our presence here is to offer support to any and all people that are visitors here, the exhibitors as well, because we understand everybody needs to pay tax. It's also to offer tax knowledge on tax in general, income tax, as part of the the funding programs that are being introduced in Parliament here. We as a SARS are the collecting agent on behalf of government, so the funds themselves need to come from us as an institution. So we are here to encourage people and also make them aware of their tax responsibilities and ensure that they pay what they need to pay. Our motto at SARS is always to pay your fair share. So this is why we are here. We are assisting everybody internally. The business owners as well are more than welcome to come visit our store and also inquire on their tax affairs. We'll gladly assist them and gladly assist them on e-filing as well. We also encourage people to make use of our platforms, e-filing, the SARS website, our SARS Mobi app there as well. So this is what we are here to assist and to offer as much knowledge and as much assistance as we can as a South African Revenue Service.
Nguviwe Ndwandla lona nguaphiwe sisuke eMonti kwi-The Ocean Studio. Sizi-designers eziphayana nee-crafters ezi-11. Silapha zena sizopresenta ezo crafters. Sizonyusa izinga lethu lase-South Africa ne-economy yasemzantsi Africa. I thank you.
I'm Dali Matanzima from the Eastern Cape Mining Indaba. We are based in East London. The purpose of the mining Indaba is under the theme of unlocking the full mining value chain for exclusive growth and sustainable development.
Mzoxolo Kulwa, founder and principal of Purple Growth. We are a foundation that looks after youth in terms of skills development, focusing on job readiness and entrepreneurship development. We cover the whole of Eastern Cape. However, our academy is in Danzane, Kwa 14. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zolisa Magini, coming from the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency. In short, we call it ECRDA. We are based in East London. We also have an office in Mthatha, and then also one here in King Williamstown. Our programs are wool and mohair, rural finance services, cannabis, and hemp development. In short, I can say that's what ECRDA is about. Thank you very much.
Good day. My name is Siyabonga Matolweni, Key Account Manager at FNB Staffing Solutions. We are based in East London and King Williamstown. So our main reason why we're here is to try and educate the business people that are here on how to better manage their finances. Thank you.
Igama lami nguZiponjatu, ndiphuma bakaTexa. Namhlanje silapha eParliamentary kwi-Business Parliament kuba sifuna ubayazi ugovernment that sibathatha serious on business abasakhasayo. Sifuna yonke lento eyenzeka apha namhlanje be legislated ikwazi into yoba ikhuthaze iasiste onobhizinisi abasakhasayo apho sihlala khona to the entire Eastern Cape. Siyafika ke thina be-Eastern Cape as a chapter kaTexa seyiqala ku-national. I-office yethu kuzaba based eBerea kodwa okwangoku siyafumaneka on Facebook, iwebsite yethu kaTexa sikhona. Inkosi.
My name is Mxolisi Molefe from Addo Elephant National Park. Addo Elephant National Park is one of the national parks in South Africa that is based in Addo town. We do have a Big 7 in Addo as we have a marine section.
Molweni, igama lami ndinguzibele Mkhasi, ndisuka eAbsa. Apha ndizele uzobonakalisa ngo-Absa abe available ebantwini, di-educate nange-products anazo.
My name is Lusanda Salman from the National Development Agency in East London. We are an agency of the Department of Social Development whose mandate is poverty eradication. We do that through granting funds to civil society organizations and also providing capacity building in the form of trainings and mentoring. We are in East London. Our office is in Chislust. That's where we are found as the agency. Thank you.
Igama lami ngu-Asana Daile from Isiqalo Youth Fund. Sifunda abantu abatsha between the ages of 18 to 35 abafuna uqala amashishini okanye abasele benawo amashishini abafuna uwakhulisa. I-funding yethu is from 10,000 rands up to 3 million. Sincedisa i-pre-startups, startups, businesses growth, and also those that are expanding or want to go into franchising. Silapha ke today just to provide that information and to be part of ukuncedisana nabantu abanokuphuhlisa kwabantu abatsha.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mfundo Mbuto. I am a business manager at Nedbank in commercial banking, specializing in commercial banking as well as retail. We are here to create awareness in terms of the private banking space as well as business banking. We are located locally in King Williamstown. We have a branch there. We're also available in East London, in Vincent and Oxford, as well as our business office in Beacon Bay. Thanks.
Ngunosicelo Yanda Ifani, a branch manager at Old Mutual. The branch is at King Williamstown at Cathcart Street. Silapha today ukuzosevisa i-clients zethu because most of the times it's difficult for them to go to our offices because of ixesha emisebenzini. Silapha ke with i-products abantu abanezinto zaka Old Mutual bangaza bazoqonda apha kuthi ukuba zihamba kakuhle na. Whatever nto they want to check from Old Mutual, we are here to service them. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I am Amahlengane from the IDC Industrial Development Corporation. I am a business analyst trainee, and the office is based in the East London office, Eastern Cape. Thank you very much.
My name is Wanda Lunika. I'm a deal maker in the East London office. We are here today to engage business in order for you to understand what the IDC offers. We look to support businesses across a variety of industries and to create and stimulate economic activity within the economy of the Eastern Cape and across all 9 provinces. We look forward to engaging you. Thank you.
Molweni, igama nguHlumelo Mbekeni, ndisuka eBumbingomso under economic opportunities. Economic opportunities started in 2017. It focuses on producing for youth economic opportunities.
My name is Funeka Ndalasi. I am a portfolio manager at TUF. TUF is a commercial property finance company operating in the inner cities and the urban areas of South Africa. We also are Umastandi, operating in the townships of South Africa. TUF has been around for almost 22 years, operating in provinces in South Africa.
Hi, my name is Laverne Myth. Ndisuka Standard Bank, Sterling Center, East London. We are representing enterprise banking, Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Shirley. I'm from Harry's Photos and Copies. I'm based at 2 Donald Road, Vincent, East London. We are here today to showcase Harry's. We are a national printer with a number of branches throughout in Eastern Cape. We have 3 branches in the Eastern Cape. And my colleague Sipho here is going to introduce himself as well. So we are here to represent Harry's today and to meet small business. Looking forward to that. Thank you very much.
Good day, everybody. My name is Sipho Tundu. I'm one of the sales representatives at Harry's Printers. As Shelin just said, we at Harry's Printers, we're just here to represent what Harry's is doing at the printing industry. So yeah, I won't say that much. Thank you a lot.
My name is Indira Machavu. I am from the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency. Our mandate is to develop and manage protected areas and promote and facilitate tourism in the province. We are based in East London, and we also have satellite offices in different towns in the Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mchali from the South African Revenue Service. Our presence here is to offer support to any and all people that are visitors here, the exhibitors as well, because we understand everybody needs to pay tax. It's also to offer tax knowledge on tax in general, income tax, as part of the the funding programs that are being introduced in Parliament here. We as a SARS are the collecting agent on behalf of government, so the funds themselves need to come from us as an institution. So we are here to encourage people and also make them aware of their tax responsibilities and ensure that they pay what they need to pay. Our motto at SARS is always to pay your fair share. So this is why we are here. We are assisting everybody internally. The business owners as well are more than welcome to come visit our store and also inquire on their tax affairs. We'll gladly assist them and gladly assist them on e-filing as well. We also encourage people to make use of our platforms, e-filing, the SARS website, our SARS Mobi app there as well. So this is what we are here to assist and to offer as much knowledge and as much assistance as we can as a South African Revenue Service.
Nguviwe Ndandalona nguaphiwe sisuke eMonti kwi-The Ocean Studio. Sizi-designers eziphayana nee-crafters ezi-11. Silapha zena sizopresenta ezo crafters. Sizonyusa izinga lethu lase-South Africa ne-economy yasemzantsi Africa. I thank you.
I'm Dali Matanzima from the Eastern Cape Mining Indaba. We are based in East London. The purpose of the mining Indaba is under the theme of unlocking the full mining value chain for exclusive growth and sustainable development.
Mzoxolo Kulwa, founder and principal of Purple Growth. We are a foundation that looks after youth in terms of skills development, focusing on job readiness and entrepreneurship development. We cover the whole of Eastern Cape. However, our academy is in Danzane, Kwa 14. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zolisa Magini, coming from the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency. In short, we call it ECRDA. We are based in East London.